Hello! Welcome to the big Battlesector video. This is just like a quick intro because I need to explain a couple things. I didn't write a loose script to sort of guide me through this bit, so it's going to be a little rambly. Point one, this is not a great viewing experience. I definitely designed this video to be listened to while you're doing something else. Because the thought of making visuals for a nearly 5-hour video made me not want to do it, so I didn't. Also, it's mainly about skirmish mode, mostly in multiplayer, which since writing all my lists ages ago, I've gained a lot of experience in, or at least enough, I feel, to make this. The lists are sort of within their own faction, so S tier for like Tau is not the same as S tier for Khorne or Blood Angels or whatever, right? They're kind of trying to contain them within their factions. That's some of that boring stuff out of the way. Apologies for the mixed audio quality. It's not great in some places. It's kind of across the board, but it's especially bad. Especially in the Orc section, there's a lot of popping, like loud, where my P sounds peak the mic. I probably just did it there, to be honest with you. So sorry about that. And before we begin, there are a couple game mechanics I feel like need to be explained before so you can, if you're not super familiar with the game already, or you have no idea what this game is, so you can understand why I rated things where they are. If you already know how the game works, skip ahead. Basically, there's like, 4 or 5 things I want to talk about. Let's start with armor. How does armor work? If you have more armor than the enemy has armor penetration, you gain 10% damage resistance per point of armor over armor penetration. If you have more armor penetration, you gain 2.5% crit per point over, and crits do about, you gain 5% crit, and crits do about 50% damage, which is like a 2.5% damage increase on average. So typically it's better to have more armor than more armor penetration, but you know, it's not so clean cut. Melee, there's lots of cool melee things you can do. Go into the settings and turn on the indicator for direct rear attack. If you hit an enemy from the back 3 tiles, you get accuracy bonus, and if you hit the direct actual back, you get a significant damage boost, an armor penetration boost, and the accuracy boost, which pushes melee weapons really high, really important for Blood Angels. Melee, if you hit an enemy with melee, it also engages that unit. This doesn't apply to every unit, it doesn't apply to battlesuits or most vehicles and some monsters, but it applies to most units, and that gives them a hefty accuracy nerf. Melee exerts zone of control, meaning if you, and pistols as well, meaning if you move within the front 3 tiles, they hit you for free. But you can break zone of control by melee attacking that unit. Command points, you build these by gaining momentum, capturing objectives, and killing units. You also get it from your units dying. They are the special board points that you can use to use stratagems. Your commander spends an action point and casts a special little power, either 1 CP, 2 CP, or 3 CP. If your commander dies, you lose all the CP it was carrying, and you don't gain any more until your start of your next turn when a new commander is promoted, if there is another HQ unit that is eligible to be promoted. If there are no more HQ units, you don't get a commander and you lose access to stratagems, which sucks. And I think that is everything. Can't think of anything else. We talk about melee, armor, command points. Oh, bullet travel time. That's like the last thing. Evasion and accuracy is kind of self-explanatory. Bullet travel time. The shooting animations are not purely cosmetic. They actually matter. Ideally, you want your bullets to go as fast as possible and have a slow firing rate, because if a model dies, shots that were already in midair and intended for that model are wasted because they do not get assigned a new target. This affects some units fairly heavily, notably like the Riptide, but usually it's not a big deal. I think that's basically everything I wanted to talk about. Enjoy your audio experience, or viewing experience if you're fucking crazy. Thanks. Necrons. Necrons very recently received some pretty significant changes while I was writing this script. And as a result, it's hard to pin exactly where they stand right now. The changes, they got 3 major changes. They got a fairly significant nerf to Tesla. Scarabs no longer get reanimation protocols, and the Royal Warden unit was added to the roster, and all 3 of these do fairly heavily impact Necrons. Power-wise, they're still good, but they've definitely changed a bit. I'm going to do my best to communicate that, but to be fair, most of the stuff will still be the same, so it should be mostly fine, but please bear that in mind. The faction power is pretty easy to understand. Gain a little bit of momentum. Gain a little 0.5% health per momentum at the end of each turn, and gain momentum for moving. The momentum for moving is pretty small, so Necrons do kind of struggle to build momentum, but it is fairly easy to build, right? You just walk to a place. But across the whole army, this functions as basically an army-wide heal, which triggers at the start of the turn, and that's kind of a big deal. It really adds to Necron's stickiness. They're tanky in a kind of roundabout way, and another part that adds to this is reanimation protocols. So not every single unit in Necrons get this, but a lot of them do. It's always a 40% chance, but the number of models and the health of the models resurrected does vary unit to unit. This, with the faction passive, is what makes them tanky in a kind of roundabout way. Like, if you don't completely wipe out the unit, they heal a little bit, and even if you do, they're going to reanimate a couple models, which you then have to spend another activation to kill. And if you proc the reanimation protocols, but fail to eliminate the unit that turn, they get reanimation protocols again the next turn, so they can be really quite sticky. It's a very potent ability for every single unit that has it. It can be very punishing against newer players. Their stratagems, so this is already where a pretty significant change has taken place. Their 1 CP stratagem summons 2 units of Scarabs. Prior to the nerf, this was the single best stratagem in the game. It was so obnoxious. You could just win the game. You could almost win the game entirely just off spamming this, because it was so hard for a lot of armies to deal with. The fact Scarabs don't get reanimation protocols means it is no longer that obnoxious. It's still very good. It is still the cheapest way any army has to spend CP to gain map control. Spawning 2 melee units, basically anywhere you can see, is still really good. It lets you engage units, it lets you do a surprising amount of damage with backstabs, it lets you exert zone of control. Well, it's not a lot of damage, it does mean it's something that your opponent has to deal with, and it lets you capture objectives from really far away. So for all of those reasons, it's still good. The Scarabs are just no longer going to take like 3 or 4 actions to remove, which was at least 4 actions to remove, which was super duper obnoxious. I think it's in a good place. Still a very strong stratagem, just no longer kind of obnoxious. 2 CP, this is your strafing style stratagem. It's fine. Unlike other strafing style stratagems, it has a little Tesla effect, which adds a little bit to your health. If there's a big group of enemies, they really will eat quite a lot of damage. And 3 CP is one of those nuke style stratagems. It's fine, but despite the reanimation protocols being taken away from Scarabs, I still think you're going to just want to spam the 1 CP stratagem over and over again. It just gives you so much map control, it's hard to justify not using it constantly. Units themselves. The Overlord is a unique HQ in a couple of ways. Only one of those ways matters. The first one is that he actually... a few units are like this. But his weapon options actually make him cheaper and not more expensive. I don't know why it's like that, but there you go. And the other thing is that he is strictly a one-off, regardless of your army size. That is kind of important, because he is super important to Necrons. He is, at base, 275 points. And his raw numbers do make him quite tanky, and he does have an inbuilt evasion steroid. But he's not tanky at all per point at 275. And the War Scythe, which is his base weapon, is a pretty chunky melee weapon. It will do good damage to whatever you're trying to hit. It'll do a little bit of splash. I'm going to be frank with you, though. I think it's pretty overcosted. I know at least one person who read my post is a big Necron fan, and they really like the Overlord. And they like the War... They expressed... their opinion might have changed. It was a while ago now, but they expressed liking the War Scythe quite a lot. I think it's just overpriced. Like, it is not significantly better than the Hyperphase Glaive, which is the cheapest option. Like, it is better than Hyperphase Glaive, but it's not, like, 60 points better. I would take the Hyperphase Glaive basically every time, because I didn't really bring the Overlord to get stuck in, and it's too risky to let him get killed, because he's probably going to be your command... Well, this might have changed. Now that Necrons bring might want to bring Royal Wardens, they're more likely to bring more HQs. But as an army, Necrons were kind of low on HQ count before. They usually just bring an Overlord and then a bunch of units. Maybe you'd see a Plasmonster if they were spicy. And as a result, you had to be really conservative with your Overlord. You really didn't want it to die, so you just pay for it to be as cheap as possible. People might bring Royal Wardens now, which, while your Overlord is probably still going to be your commander, it does, I guess, mean it's not quite so devastating if he dies, since you do at least get another possible commander. Still though, the Staff of Light, if you do want to take that, does at least give you a ranged attack, but again, I'd probably stick to the cheapest of the three. The main reason he's here is to do his support abilities. So, one, he can pick between one or two auras. The first aura, it costs an action point to switch, but the first aura gives +1 movement point and +1 ranged armor to all units within 2 tiles of him. This is a pretty big deal, given that the Necron gunline units are really slow. You're likely to see Tomb Blades and Triumph Praetorians who don't really need this, but Immortals, Warriors, Heavy Destroyers, basically everyone else really doesn't just want this buff, they kind of need it to play. Otherwise, they're just so painfully slow that they can't assert themselves on the board before the opponent can just kind of win the game, and they get outmaneuvered really hard without it. You can switch it to gain 100% momentum and +1 melee armor. I'm sure a better Necron player than me knows when to switch, but I'm gonna be real with you. I just leave it on +1 movement and +1 ranged armor, since that's just more useful most of the time. There are definitely situations where you'd want to switch the aura, like you can switch it if you've bought a Plasmonster, you'd probably really want to switch it to try and build as much momentum as possible on your Plasmonster for the orb attack, since if you bought the Plasmonster, that's what you're gunning for. Or if you're going to now with the Royal Warden, you can use it to get more momentum onto units with the Royal Warden's buff. But this is kind of niche. You kind of don't want to do this super often, I don't think, because the movement's so useful. A better Necron player than me might know some more situations where that's applicable. So if you do, please put it in the comments. But the movement story almost on its own is kind of what makes him necessary. He does have other things going for him though. Like I said, he can buff his own defense. So if you've sort of, you're a bit further into the match and there's less immediate enemy threats, he can kind of start moving around and doing stuff, because you can put him in a slightly precarious position, pop the evasion buff, and he might just be okay, because the enemy won't be able to bring as much damage to kill him. And his own melee, even with the Hyperphase Glaive, is kind of threatening, so if it is safe to do so, he can get a little bit of work done. And he can also summon a Necron Warrior on a cooldown, which is nice, because Necron Warriors have pretty good guns for us being a basic unit, so it's nice to have the extra body. And again, it's got reanimation protocols, so at least two actions to kill. Pretty good, great character, would bring him basically every time. I'd be interested if there was a possible way to run it without the Overlord, but I think the movement speed is so useful that maybe you couldn't. But there's maybe some argument for it now, because some units are more mobile than they used to be, especially flayed ones. So maybe you could find a way to run an Overlordless list, but I'd be interested to know if anyone can make that work. That sounds like a cool way to play them. S tier. Oh yeah, S tier. Absolutely. After that, Plasmonster. So the Plasmonster is really, really cool. He's one of my favorite units in the game. He's basically a robot wizard. He's like he's got a respectable amount of bulk, because he's got 25% evasion, which is really high. But he does cost a lot of points. His weapon is pretty good, actually. It deals basically almost exactly as much damage shooting as it does in melee. It's just the shooting takes place over 3 hits, and the melee is a single hit. But you're not really here to hit people with your stick. You're here because you want to cast spells. He has 3, and one of them kind of outshines the other 2, but the other 2 are useful. The worst of the 3 spells, although not bad by any means, is this sort of blade mail style effect. If you've played Dota 2, basically he grants a shield to all units that are in one tile of him, and if an enemy melee attacks a unit with this shield, they receive 50% of the damage they deal back. This is actually really situationally good, especially against armies like Blood Angels, since it makes their Alpha Strike really less rewarding for them, because they're going to body a lot of their own units, and it can really hurt something like Sanguinary Guard, who can now not really kill 2 units, or at risk of just killing themselves, so can be pretty good. But less useful against armies like Tau or other Necrons. The empowered version is... We'll get to the empowered ones later, actually. Let's start. The next spell is this, like, pick units in a line, and in a line of 3 tiles long, and it'll deal 40 to 60 damage with 8 AP, which is really high, and about 80% accuracy. I believe it rolls for the entire unit, so it'll either hit every unit or hit none of them. But this is just like another way to kind of maybe finish off, kill a bunch of swarm units, or finish off some mediums to try and build momentum so that you can get the big spell. The last, calling them spells is kind of funny, right? But the last spell is just the fucking Hammer of Dawn from Gears of War, right? It's called the... I've actually forgotten what it's called. Something Orb, right? It's very powerful. You basically pick a spot, and you cool down a sort of miniature version of the nuke stratagem that some factions have, right? The spot in the middle takes a massive 110 damage at AP 8, and adjacent units take about 30-ish. This is really, really good. You can just kind of delete a medium unit, or even some slightly heftier things, and kill swarms around them, or do some chip to units around it. Very good, but it's only one use. But don't be afraid to use it, because if you empower the ability, you can use it multiple times, as many times as you can empower it. And the empowered version of all these abilities are pretty good. The worst one is, again, the Blade Mail one, just because it sort of changes how the enemy's likely to interact with it. It swaps from a 50% damage buff to a 90% damage return, and gives a 10% health buff to your units. This basically means the enemy can't charge those units, and a human opponent won't. They just won't do it. And that can be effective, right? Just denying your enemy melee to a group of units for a turn is really good. However, it's not as good as just deleting a bunch of units. So for that reason, it's there. It could be situationally good, but I'd probably never use it. For a similar reason, the line is fine. Okay, it's more damage, but you're just never going to want to use it over the Empowered Orb, which goes up to a whopping 238 AP damage in the middle, which can wipe out basically any unit, any multi-model unit is just going to die to that. The only thing that's going to really survive this are characters and heavier vehicles. And it will do 80 to 100 splash damage in AoE, which is like enough to kill Space Marine squads from full health, so you can just wipe out a bunch of Marine squads. Extremely powerful if you can get it off. Not only does it, kill a lot of things, it's very likely to build you another 100 momentum, so it kind of snowballs into just popping it turn after turn after turn. It's very powerful, and it's kind of the only one you want to use once you get the Empower. I put him in S tier when I wrote my original list. I don't think that's true, because it's kind of hard to justify including him. Because if you do, it's very obvious to, anyone who knows a bit about the game knows exactly what you're going to try and do with this and can play around it. And if he dies before getting it off, he's kind of not a great use of points otherwise. His abilities are fine, but he's such a threatening target that he is quite likely to die, and he's worth a lot of points. I'm going to put him in A tier, which might be generous, because there are some things you can do. Like, you can make him your commander and bring Lich Guard to get kind of funny with the swapping around to keep him alive. And if you do get it off, he's like a big playmaker. But he requires a bit of setup. And I don't think he's not like splashable or auto-include, but definitely a really fun unit. S tier fun, maybe A tier effectiveness. God, we've only 2 units in, we've been here for ages. Hexmark. The Hexmark is the Robo-Cowboy, the digital desperado, the 6-gun, 6-shooter slinger. He comes out pretty cheap, right? He's 160 points, and before the Royal Warden, he was the cheapest HQ you could bring. But you definitely want to bring an Overlord, so you'd be bringing an Overlord, and then this guy as well, if you chose to bring him. And he's okay. He's not really a commander in any sense. He's basically just a gunner. He's a pistol gunner. He's the single best pistol unit in the game, and that's kind of his niche. It makes the Hexmark almost unchargeable, because if you try to charge him, he'll get pistol overwatch, and he's he's pretty accurate. He has an inbuilt accuracy buff, which means passively. He doesn't have to activate it. He just has a permanent plus 10 accuracy for some reason that isn't listed in the weapon stat. Kind of weird. But it means he's very likely to stuff you trying to charge him. So you have to play around that. He also, because of this, has pretty good odds at hitting you at basically any range. And with AP 3 and decent damage, he can kind of dish it out. He has 2 abilities he can use, which give him auto hit, but it spends all his movement and gives him crit chance as well. And this gives you a very reliable bucket of damage to just point at a unit and throw, kind of like what Tau do with the Kato Fireblade. It's very nice to have. And you can go an extra mile if you combine it with his ability to open fire on 3 separate units. This does decrease the amount of shots you get, but it does spread a bit of hurt around. And if you're going to kill at least 1 unit anyway, you might as well pop this to get some damage on some other things. Nice little gunner, decently little tanky, makes a good Overwatch unit. He's kind of threatening. I think he's perfectly fine. I'd put him in high B tier. He's nothing to write home about. Maybe low A. I don't see people bringing him a lot, but I think he's fun, and I think he's perfectly usable. So I think I'm going to settle for high B. Necron Warriors. These guys are the Necrons, right? They're not a bad unit at all. For 65 points, you're getting a fairly squishy profile, but thanks to Resurrection Protocols and, the Necron faction passive, they're actually pretty sticky despite this. The default guns are quite nice. Necrons have a lot of options for Generalist Plus tier firepower, and the Gauss Flare is exactly that. It's just adjusted for the points cost that you're paying. It's not going to blow anything away, but having 3 AP for 65 points is really quite nice. And for 10 points, you can swap it for the Reaper. The Reaper's actually a little bit of a monster. It puts out, at optimal range, it will put out more damage than Immortals with their Gauss Blasters. It can be really scary. I think I'd put them in B tier. There's not loads to say about them. You can take the Reaper, the Flare. You can take the shotgun. I think it's the Reaper if you want. Or you can take the basic gun if you want, and they're both good. I, frankly, just tend not to bring Warriors. The worst crime they've committed is just being in the same roster as Immortals, who sort of completely outclass them. And if you're gonna bring like a gun line, you're probably just gonna bring a bunch of Immortals, and then you sort of need stuff for utility, and you're gonna spend points on things like Tombblade and Praetorians, and you're just gonna run out of points before you want to start including Warriors most of the time. But they aren't in themselves bad, so I'm gonna put them in B tier. Speaking of Immortals, they're really, really good. They've kind of been around the block balance-wise. So for the longest time, Gauss was like the shit. Just spam Gauss blasters. And it's really strong because it has great range, great damage, and like decent AP. So Necrons could kind of just do damage to anything at basically any range, and it made them a very scary gun line. They can still do that, and Tesla was like a sort of niche thing you brought if you were expecting a lot of swarms. Then Tesla got really buffed, and it was kind of the hot thing to spam Tesla because it did way more damage to armored targets than it probably should have, and the splash did a lot of damage as well. Since then, Tesla has since been nerfed again, like back, and now it's sort of back to being a pick that you do when there's a lot of swarms. Like, it's not bad at all, but it definitely has a fit purpose rather than just being better. And Gauss is probably... It's hard to say where it's going to settle, but I think Gauss is probably back to being the hot thing. Just spam the Gauss. It's worth noting that it's only Immortals Teslas who got nerfed. Tombblades still get the good Tesla, and that's probably pretty good to take still. But Immortals, I think most of the time now, are going to want to take Gauss Blasters. And they're pretty good, right? They are not super tanky, but despite their namesake, but again, Necrons are very likely to just get back up. Gauss Blasters give them a lot of range, and that's kind of what keeps them alive. Tesla has a little less range, but not, it's not too big of a deal. I'm going to put them in S tier. I weirdly don't have a lot to say. I'm going to put them in S tier just because they form such a strong part of the Necron's game plan most of the time, especially in 2,000 points. You could bring lists without them. I saw in a 1,500 point tournament I was casting, the Necron list there didn't take any Immortals, or at least didn't take very many at all. It was very much a speedy Necron list, but Immortals are certainly the conventional way to go, and I think they belong in S tier because they're just great. They're so splashable and they're very good at what they do. Lich Guard. Lich Guard are really, really tanky for the points. They're one of these like sword and board brawler units, like, you know, Celestian Sacrosancts or Terminators, right? And they're designed to be bodyguards, and they kind of just do that. They come with the shield by default, which gives them +1 armor and a -10 damage reduction, leaving that at effectively 8 armor with 400 unit health, which for 125 points. And like, not to mention they gain health with the Necron faction passive at the start of each turn for like a heal, and they have reanimation protocols. For 125 points, this is kind of fucking bonkers. Like, their defense is really, really good. And they have a bit inbuilt ability which gives them 10% more health and triggers a sort of swap unit style ability. So if your commander gets attacked by a ranged weapon and was in 3 tiles of the Lich Guard will swap places with them. This is the usual use for this, because like most of the time you're just not going to position your Overlord to get shot at, so you don't really want to use this most of the time. The only time you'd really use this is probably if you're running a Plasmonster and you want to position it kind of dangerously to get off the orb, so you can build some momentum, and then you swap back using the Lich Guard. This works against some armies, although if the enemy's wise to what you're doing, they can just use melee. Or if you're against an army that's heavy melee, they can sort of ignore this, but it is something it can do. Beyond that, they just make great objective sitters and space takers, because they can use their melee to tie things up. Their melee isn't like super scary, but it's scary enough. They can tie things up, they can sit on objectives super well, because they're so beefy, and they can engage things, zone of control, very useful. Oh, worth noting for the swap, grenades do not count as ranged attacks for the purpose of this ability, which is interesting. But if you the other time I'd use this ability is basically just as a health buff when my Overlord is completely out of range, because it's good for that. If you swap the sword and shield for a War Scythe, it costs 15 points more, and it gives them pretty threatening melee. Though, to be honest, I don't like to take it. Like, it is a lot of melee, but I just don't need that in my Necron list most of the time. I'm here to shoot stuff, man. Maybe it's good. I'll admit I haven't played around with it a lot. It's probably fine. But I just don't think it brings as much to Necrons, because you lose so much tankiness for point, because you're paying more points to be less tanky on a unit that's kind of designed around how bulky it is. So I don't see why you would necessarily want to take it. A tier unit though, I think. They'd certainly have their place in lists. Death Marks, and we're going to talk about Flayed ones after Death Marks, because these units both have a shared ability that got a pretty significant buff. So we'll open with the thing that got changed, right? Prior to this, Death Marks and Flayed ones had a teleport, and a teleport had 2 charges on a cooldown, and it cost 1 AP, and it can teleport you up to 10 tiles. This has been changed, and now it still has a cooldown and charges, but it costs no AP. However, it can only teleport you up to 4 tiles. This pretty significantly changes what the ability is used for, because before this, you would basically only use it to try and sneak out a distant objective with a unit that's kind of squishy, right? You just nuisance teleport it to the back of the map and steal their point when they're not ready for it. That's not what it's for anymore, because it doesn't have the range to do that, and the fact it doesn't cost AP anymore means that you can use it to reposition and attack something, which is probably what it was intended to be used for anyway, and now it actually does that. They both use it in slightly different ways, of course. I think Flayed ones get more out of this than Death Marks do, but we'll chat. So Death Marks are actually one of the, well, now they were the only unit, but now they're only one of 2 units, thanks for a Warden, that have access to accuracy buffs. Death Marks can mark a unit for death, and it gives the Death Mark 30 accuracy and some crit chance against that unit. But they don't, I think, really have the oomph to make this super devastating. Their guns are okay, but like, you would need probably 3, maybe 4 units of Death Marks in order to like reliably snipe an enemy HQ, and that's just not worth it most of the time, because their guns are okay against other things. Like, you can use them to start like attacking medium infantry or elite infantry, but it's kind of a lot of points for a unit that just does that, because their guns have a lot of range, but they fold really bad if something gets on top of them, and I don't think the damage is quite enough. And on top of this, they don't get as much out of the teleport ability as flayed ones do. They can teleport away if like something gets on top of them, if they somehow didn't die, to like reposition to get around a piece of cover to shoot at something. And some of this is all nice, but I just don't think the damage is quite high enough to justify it. Like, if you want to snipe a character or elites, Locust Heavy Destroyers are just better at it, frankly, and do damage to like ultra heavies as well, which is something Necrons really want. So I think Necrons are I think Deathmarks are a little outclassed at the moment, but maybe they're not unusable. They're just not great. So I'm going to put them into C tier. Flayed ones, on the other hand, I think have gone up a tier. So before the change, I probably would have put them in C tier. They're squishy and fast they're squishy and fast melee units, right? But before they had a problem where, yeah, they're squishy and fast, but they struggle to get in because they'd kind of just get killed before they could. And if they use their teleport ability, well, they can't attack anything, so all they can really do is cap a point or exert some sort of control and then get flattened. Now, they function almost like jump pack infantry, right? They can't do a jump pack charge, but their teleport means they can move up, teleport behind something, and then get direct rear attacks, and sort of actually really benefit from the melee mechanics of the game. And the fact they can now exploit these, I think pushes them up from C to B tier. Like, I would pretty seriously consider bringing like a little pack of 3 or 4 flayed ones now, since it can let you snipe characters, but probably better than Deathmarks can, to be frank, or just get up in enemy lines and start harassing their important gunners. It helps as well that as they kill things, they actually build up more damage. This ability is more so to offset losses, I think, but it does make them threatening. B tier unit, and possibly more. Possibly they're even better now, because like, genuinely, being able to being able to use the more in-depth melee mechanics of the game is a really big deal. So they could even be as high as A, but maybe I'm just caught up in the hype. I'm going to say B tier for now. The Praetorians, Triarch, Triptarch, I forget exactly what they're called. They have jetpacks and sticks. So these are one of the 2 fast attack units, and both the fast attack units are pretty excellent in my opinion. So they have the coveted 4 movement points instead of 3, so they can just move normally. They aren't dependent on the Overlord to get around. On top of having jump packs, right? And the jump packs are pure mobility. They don't give accuracy or evasion, but they also don't... Oh, sorry, they don't give evasion, but they also don't lose your accuracy, so it's pure mobility. Having this terrain script on this unit is great because they have both melee and ranged. So they can use ranged. Their ranged does slightly more damage, and their melee, if you can't get the backstab anyway, and their melee is, well, it's melee so it can backstab. And they're also quite tanky, sitting at 6 armor, or decent-ish basic evasion because they move so much. So they can beef with other things quite well. And they don't fold super easily, so they're great for jumping onto flank objectives, jumping into some enemy units you want to sort of harass with melee and zone of control. They shoot good, they can... they're like your forward scouts, and they can sort of actually hold the objective against the enemy's forward scouts. That's like their main role. Damage is good, mobility is good, bulkiness is good, and they don't cost that many points. You can bring... I said before that I wouldn't bring too many of these because their damage is a little low relative to their points, and that's kind of true. But you can make up for this with direct rear attacks, and I would probably bring 2. So I've brought like 2 or 3. I think 3 is actually cohesion max, but like 2 or 3 is fine. They're definitely better than I gave them credit for before, and I'd put them in A tier for sure. Scorpex. No, we'll do Tomb Blades first, because I was talking about them. So Tomb Blades, aside from looking really cool, I think, are also, I think, just easy A tier. They have 6 base movement, which is really high, and they have hover, so they have they can skip over some terrain. But the main thing that makes them really good is not only are they super fast, they have really good guns. Their basic guns aren't very good, don't take those, but the 2 upgrades basically turn them into really fast immortals. You can either take the Gauss, which just turns them into an immortal that's really fast, but uniquely now, they still have the old Tesla. So if you still want Tesla that's just kind of good against everything, these guys still have it, and I would take it because it's really, really strong, and they have the mobility to kind of compensate for the shorter range. Just having access to that alone kind of makes them A tier, I think, but they have a couple other things that also make them really good. One is that they have an inbuilt ability that can give them a pretty significant invasion boost for the cost of accuracy, but it costs no action point to use, so the accuracy nerf is kind of irrelevant since you can just shoot first and then activate it. Pretty good, keeps them survivable, and on top of this, they can ignore partial cover and gain range stability. The range stability is whatever, like it's nice, but being able to ignore partial cover means you can get some really weird angles on enemy commanders, which can let you do quite a lot more damage to them than the enemy might be expecting, and let you pick off key targets. AT unit, they're just so useful for basically everything you want to do. They shoot, they're fast, they're like Praetorians in some other way, right? They're fast, they do good damage, and they're kind of beefy. They're not like beefy, but they can take a punch. AT unit for sure. Scorpex. So, I don't like Scorpec destroyers. I think they're bad. I don't think I'd go as far as D tier. That's probably a little harsh. I think they're C tier. The reason I don't think they're D tier is because they are really good at the one thing they do, which is they have terrifying melee damage. They're slow at 3 movement points, which kind of hurts this, but their melee damage is just silly high, and that's before they buff it with their ability. If they use their ability, it goes 75% up, turning them into, like, it's scary, right? They can rip tanks up, they can kill really big things, they can kill characters very easily, but their slow movement means they really struggle to get in on things, so they kind of act more as a counter-charge threat. They sit in your lines. If the enemy comes to you, then you can cut something up. But a lot of the time, well, that's not always useful, and sometimes they might not be able to reach those things anyway if the enemy's aware that you have them. And their ability, I think this is the kicker. This is what puts them down for me, is that if they activate their ability, there's a pretty good chance that one of the models will just explode. And they roll to explode before they attack, which means you go from 75% damage increase to like 17% here. I've calculated it. 17% damage increase, which is not that impressive, and you lost a model for it on a pretty big squad. That really fucking sucks. If it rolled to destroy after, then I think they'd be comfortably C tier, because they could just count. They'd be like Lich Guard, except instead of forward defense, they would sort of like proactive defense. They would do reactive defense and just countercharge things instead of taking the hits at the start. And if their ability didn't destroy them at all, they'd be B tier easily, because they just do insane amounts of fucking damage. And the only downside is that they're slow. They're kind of bulky. So I think if you're gonna bring them, again, I think they're C tier, but if you're gonna bring them, either use them to countercharge stuff against like Khorne. You can use them to do a surprisingly large amount of damage to Bloodthirsters, and you can position them like that. Or against some armies like maybe Blood Angels, who might use Terminators to jump onto points. Scorpex are good for that because they can do quite a lot of damage to Terminators. And they could just, if you really wanted to, they could make a kind of sort of expensive for this, but they could sit on your backline objective, because any armies that can like spawn a unit to go and try and take your backlines, all of the units that can be spawned, Scarabs, Assault Marines, and Crisis Suits, are going to really struggle to deal with Scorpex. Crisis Suits and Assault Marines will probably get ripped to shreds. Even though they get the Alpha Strike, they won't be able to take out the whole unit, especially because they have reanimation protocols. Enemy Scarabs aren't going to be able to kill the Scorpex. The Scorpex might not be able to kill the Scarabs, to be frank with you, but they're just not going to be able to kill the Scorpex, so you're not going to lose the point. And for this purpose, they can be, like, pretty good. That's niche, though, right? You could just as easily leave some Scarabs there or something. Well, no, they don't have reanimation protocols. Maybe you'd leave some Warriors instead, but, you know. C tier, I think. Low Cursed Heavy Destroyers. So these guys are really great because they fill a role in Necrons that Necrons kind of struggle to do. They have 2 weapon options. They have the Amnitic Eradicator or something. It's the generalist weapon. It's their base weapon, which does a little bit of splash and is pretty good against medium targets. But you're probably never going to take this. You basically always want to take the Gauss Destructor, I think it's called. Which is kind of like if you could hit them with a Thunderhammer from 8 tiles away. You just pick a unit, and sure, they're 2 single-shot weapons, so their damage is really swingy. But it is a lot of damage. If you get both hits, you can do like 180-ish damage AT, really strong. So bringing 2 units of these will basically cover most of your AT needs. They can assassinate, because combined with the fact you just do good generalist damage across the army, you can kind of make up for any misses most of the time. But this lets you deal with things like land speeders pretty easily. You can use it to threaten characters. Obviously, you pour them into heavies to try and bring them down. And the fact they have reanimation protocols is really nice, because if one of them gets sniped and just gets back up, you get to keep all your firepower, and they have to try and bring that down again, which is a really big deal. Absolutely going into A tier. They fill a niche that Necrons really need, and they're really good at it. Scarabs. So Scarabs, ooh. So they probably belonged in S tier. And the reason they belonged in S tier was not necessarily because they were incredible on their own. They were good on their own. But because of the stratagem, I think, is sort of what kicked them up a little bit. Now they don't have reanimation protocols. I'm going to put them in high B, maybe low A. I think we'll say A tier for now. They don't have reanimation protocols anymore, and that's the big thing, right? What you were getting from these guys before was kind of the hardest unit to remove in the game for its points cost. 30 points is the single cheapest unit in the game. And sure, it only has 100 total health in the unit at 1 armor, 10 HP per model. But with reanimation protocols, you needed at least 2 actions to get rid of them. And because they were a kind of fast unit with hover, they could still do decent damage because they could get direct rear attacks a lot of the time. So they weren't exactly pushovers when it came to damage either. A couple units of these could like chunk a character. They were pretty strong. Now they don't have reanimation protocols. They're extremely vulnerable to grenades and flamers, which they were vulnerable to before, but they'd get back up, which meant you needed another activation. This is no longer the case. They're much easier to get rid of. Actually, I think I'm going to put them in B tier. I think I've changed my mind, because that extra activation thing was like the main selling point. Now they're just fast and very annoying, which, alright, sure. And they're cheap as well, okay? So you can't complain much. If you've got an extra 60 points, you might as well bring 2 units of Scarabs to scout and sit and like forward capture objectives. But they're going to fold way, way easier than they used to, so I'm going to put them in B tier for that, I think. Still good, though. Alright, the last 2. We're going to do the Annihilation Barge, and then I'm going to kind of give a first impressions of the new unit. It's hard to say exactly where he'll be. So, Annihilation Barge. I had a little moment with this unit when I wrote my original text post yonks ago now. And I just had a big old rant. And my opinions haven't really changed. It's not great. They buffed the Tesla gun on it, and that didn't get nerfed in the most recent patch, so it's still got that. So the Tesla gun is now more in line with the Gauss weapon option, but the level of that line is sitting at not great. You're paying a lot of points for a unit that just doesn't bring a lot of firepower. It doesn't, like, the Gauss gun is just enough to sort of be scary, and the Tesla gun is just enough to sort of be, like, they're just enough to be a little threatening. And what it's worth, the secondary Tesla weapon that it comes with is actually really good. It's one of the better secondaries in the game. But it just doesn't, it's not super impactful. The main thing going for it is its pure bulk, because it synergizes very well with the Necron passive. If it manages to build momentum, the percentage heals on a unit that has really high armor and an inbuilt damage resistance and really high health means it's going to heal a lot at the start of your next turn. Assuming it doesn't die, but it might not, to be fair, because of how bulky it is and the fact that it's kind of low threat. So you could park it on an objective, but I don't know if you want to do this over just using like a unit with reanimation protocols, really. You could bring one and it's probably usable. I'm going to put it in C tier because I just don't think it's not better than like 2 units of Immortals. I don't think. So that's why it's going in C tier. So we're going to talk about the Royal Warden, and this is going to be a little bit more of a first impressions than like a true, like, this hasn't really had time to marinate, right? But I do think he's probably really good. He brings something to Necrons that they didn't have, and that is the ability to buff their accuracy. And buff it by quite a lot, right? Basically, you pick a unit It has a 1-turn cooldown. It lasts 2 turns, so he can keep this permanently on 2 units. Probably Immortals, to be honest, but any gunner unit can obviously use it, and it gives them 0.5 accuracy per momentum and 0.2 crit chance per momentum. The crit chance is okay, but the accuracy, that's a big deal, especially given he can give out 15 momentum to all units within a tile of him every 2 turns, and 10% bonus HP, which is also really nice. This means he effectively gives out like 7.5 points of accuracy, which is not insignificant. And if you've built any momentum from movement anyway, that's just more, so it probably rounds out to about 10 accuracy. A 10 accuracy buff is a big deal, especially on guns that are so potent. And as you build momentum from killing things, it's only going to be more. His gun, he in himself is like slightly tankier than a Hexmark, because he's costs 10 less points and has 5 more evasion, but is otherwise the same. He has a nice 4 movement, a nice 6 armor. His gun in itself is also really nice. It's basically a super Gauss blaster. It has 5 armor pierce instead of 4. It does 13 to 18 damage, and it does 5 attacks. And he's really, really accurate with it too. He has 95 base accuracy at 5 accuracy fall off. He is a very good shot. But he's obviously he's not gonna shoot that many times per turn because he's usually gonna be buffing stuff. So he might get like 1 shot off, which helps chip in. I think he's definitely going to see play. I think he's probably A tier. It's hard to say, but I think he's probably A tier, right? I think Immortal blocks are going to really like having 1, maybe 2 of these. I'm not sure if people will bring 2. It's hard to know right now, but 1 is definitely really good. You can also buff heavy destroyers with these to make their fairly swingy firepower a bit more consistent, which would be really nice. You can come up with Overlord momentum gains to get a little more out of it, but again, I don't know if people are going to do that, because again, I don't know if people really want to switch the aura. I'm sorry, I don't have tons to say. I haven't obviously played around with this. This came out very recently, and I'm so close to getting this done that I didn't want to take out loads of time to like run a few games. But I think he's really good. I think he's going to be A tier. I think people are probably going to bring like at least 1, and you might see Immortal heavy lists that bring 2. And that sums up Necrons, really. I think Necrons are in a good spot, right? They were in a good spot earlier. They were kind of like, they were probably middle of the pack power-wise, I think. They were not bad, and they were pretty good. They had a really bad matchup in the Sisters, but they could kind of fight everyone else. They didn't, yeah, they were fine. The recent Tesla buff, well, it's been nerfed obviously, but the Tesla buff was a big deal. It did make them really strong. I don't think it pushed them into being overpowered necessarily, but the Tesla was probably too good. It was a bit brain dead, right? You just take Tesla. It was basically the option, because it was kind of just better than Gauss. It did really good damage to armor, despite the fact it probably shouldn't. And it dealt with so much splash with the jumping shots. Now it's more of a considered choice, and it's still good against like grouped up swarm units and sort of medium infantry, but Gauss is back to like the sort of generalist option that you're going to want mostly. And the addition of the Royal Warden adds something to Necrons that they didn't have before, that helps them in their Sisters matchup, helps them be a bit more consistent with some guns, like the Locust Heavy Destroyers, and the change to teleports on the Flayed Ones kind of opens up a whole new world for Flayed Ones that I think, despite the Tesla nerf, and despite the very big nerf to Scarabs, leaves Necrons sort of in the same place power-wise, but healthier as a faction, because they don't have the most obnoxious stratagem in the game, and they don't have kind of silly Tesla. So I think they're a good spot.
Brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
Blood Angels! They are the sort of poster child faction for the game, as Space Marines are for 40k in general. They're like, along with Tyranids, they're like one of the release factions, and they have a lot of units as a result, because they've been in the game a long time. Well, actually, I guess because they just started the game with a lot of units. They've only received, they have received 3 more, to be fair. 1 free one and 2 paid DLC units, but we'll get into that. Their faction power is pretty simple. They just gain bonus momentum for killing stuff, and they get more bonus momentum the closer you are to the thing you killed, and you gain 0.4% crit per momentum. This encourages a much like, it encourages a very heavy assault playstyle because you want to be punching the things you kill. So melee is pretty heavily encouraged, but also just assault units like flamers and things are, or other close ranged weapons are certainly encouraged, but not. You don't have to fill your list entirely with these. It's worth having some other ranged utility in there, but we'll get to that. CP stratagems are all fine, mostly nice. You've got 1 CP. This is one of the game's gunship strafe style stratagems. And for what it's worth, it is actually the cheapest gunship strafe. It's pretty spammable, and it does pretty good damage. You can either use it to do hefty damage to a bunch of units that are poorly positioned, or you can, if you really want, use it to do heavy damage to a singular unit that you just really need to kill. It's pretty nice, pretty flexible, pretty spammable. Good stratagem. 2 CP, summon an Assault Marine squad. So they get a free unreactionable charge attack, and then they stand in the nearest free tile with all their movement points and action points. Most of the time, this is going to do less damage, like in total, than the 1 CP stratagem, as long as you hit multiple things with the 1 CP stratagem. But it's pretty good for assassinating characters, you know, or at least doing very hefty damage to them. And the utility of just being able to place a unit somewhere on the map is also really good for objectives. So this and the 1 CP stratagem are probably the ones you're going to use most of the time. 3 CP stratagem is just a big fucking bomb. You pick a tile, the thing in that tile is going to absolutely fucking eat it and take like 200-ish damage at AP8. And everything in the surrounding tiles will take like 90-ish damage. Which is a lot. That is a lot of damage, but a lot of CP, there's like 3 or 4 stratagems that are like this in the game. Let me think. Yeah, there's this one, the Necron one, the Tower one, the Orc one. Khorne has something different. Sisters have something different. Oh, I'm missing a faction. Tyranids have something different. And they're all kind of have this thing where, yeah, they do a lot of freaking damage, but the opportunity cost of saving for 3 CP, it combined with the fact your enemy needs to be an army that either castles a lot, like orcs, or just be very clumped up, which they might not be, depending on how they're playing, means you're unlikely to see it, but it's good when it's good. It's rare to have an opportunity to use it. Into the actual units themselves, who we start with? Let's start with intercessors. I've said before that I think intercessors aren't great, and that's maybe this is a slightly hot take. The reason I think they're, like, especially for a unit that you're going to see in basically every list, and that I think should be in basically every list, it's probably weird that I think they're not great. I'm going to put them in C tier, and then I'm going to try and justify myself before I get hanged for literally the first unit placement in the video. Maybe I'll put another faction before this one so that people don't completely lose all my credibility right out the gate. So straight out the gate, they have a good data sheet, right? For 75 points, they are really tanky. They have 5 armor, they have 75 health. That's at 5 models. That's really quite bulky for their points cost. And their weapon is fine. The bolter is a serviceable anti-infantry weapon. It will do a decent amount of damage to other infantry. You can chip away at other things, especially if like a land speeder has targeted it with the land speeder shooting buff. But it isn't much to write home about. It is definitely low on damage. They have a grenade, and it's nice to have a grenade because it auto hits for one, so it's very reliable damage. But it's also not very high. It's a pretty weak grenade. It will really only reliably kill scarab swarms, which, given actually a recent scarab nerf, is really nice. But it won't reliably kill gaunt swarms or anything that tankiness and above, which is a bit annoying. But you know, it will still do more damage to a gaunt squad than shooting at it most of the time. They're great for sitting on an objective because of their relative tankiness for points, which is eating up space. And they have an inbuilt way to buff their own shooting as well, which adds like 2 to 3 damage of shooting. But the reason I think they're not great is because they don't fit super well into Blood Angels. They don't make great use out of the passive because they don't kill stuff that's close to them, so they don't build momentum that fast, and they don't get a lot out of the crit. Crit is like a 50% damage steroid, or 150%, right? Because you do 50% more. But they only do like 3 to 5 damage per shot, so you're at most getting like 2 extra points of damage, which is nice. Okay, 2 extra points of damage is nice on a gun that shoots like 8 times, but it's also not a lot at AP low. I forget what it is exactly. I think it's AP 1 or 2. It's not very high, so I don't get a lot out of that. Blood Angels also don't have a lot of general shooting support. They have like targeted shooting support, by which I mean they can't just like, oh, buff all these units in a tile to shoot better, right? You can give them a buff from a Tech Marine, or they can benefit against a single unit from the Land Speeder buff. They can't just shoot better at everything all the time, which definitely hurts their damage a bit. And as a result, the only thing they have consistently going for them is that they're really beefy. And because their damage isn't super high, in order to use this beefiness, they need to be on an objective, which they can't usually clear the objective themselves, so another unit will need to do that for them. Or the enemy needs to elect to shoot at them when they're just out in the open, which, given their kind of low threat, they're not like high on an enemy player's priority list unless it's just super efficient. They have some super efficient way to kill the intercessors. They're just probably not going to target them first, and that's why I think they're like C tier. They just don't really match the pace of Blood Angels as a whole. Even though, again, I think you should bring them a couple at least, or at least one to hold the backfield, or 1 or 2 to just sort of be menial units that are nice to have, that you can sit on objectives as a low commitment thing without having to put one of your main damage dealers on there. C tier though, I think. Let's talk about the Dreadnought next, with what I think is a much less hot take. The Dreadnought's really bad. I think, depending what you equip it with, it could be a D tier unit. If you equip it with the Stormbolter or the Melter Gun, I think it's a D tier unit. But if you keep the Flamer, I would probably put it in C tier. So, it's not terribly, but it's not terribly like squishy, right? For its points, you're getting 9 armor, which is good, and a good chunk of health, so it's pretty beefy. It is a single model with low evasion, so it does kind of... so anti-tank guns are really efficient against it, which hurts it, but like it is, 9 armor is a lot, and you can buff this with things like the Tech Marine if you brought one, or the Librarian Dreadnought if you brought one of those, but it's not as hard to remove as you would think. The thing that lets it down really is the weapons. So it has the fist is just not great. It's not very high melee damage. It's not actually that threatening. It's much worse than the Orc Death Dread. We'll get to that in the Orc section. It has an inbuilt frag launcher, and that's nice, but like it does cost an action point to shoot it. And sure, it will probably kill a swarm unit and it'll chunk mediums down, but you're spending an action point, so it's not like a free weapon attack unlike aggressors or something. I think aggressors are free. I might be wrong about that, but the point is, right? You're not firing one of the guns you brought that you wanted to fire. Speaking of those, 2 of them suck. So the base one is the Stormbolter, and it's a bit sad. The Stormbolter. Said that, it's a bit sad. The fact it's the only weapon the Librarian Dread can equip hurts that a lot, but we'll get to that in the Librarian Dread section. Being 1 AP absolutely cripples the gun's ability to do anything other than like harass light units, and I don't really want to pay 165 points for harass light units or kill a light unit on a cooldown. You could use the fist, of course, if you want to punch like a tank or something, but again, the damage on that isn't incredible. and it makes it feel like you've just got this brick, a low threat brick, right? That's not super useful. It's like it's sort of like what I said about intercessors, but actually bad because you're paying way more points, and it's not very threatening. You could bring the melter gun, and the melter gun is kind of bad as well. Because the melter gun is it's a single shot weapon, so you might just miss, and then that's like 170-ish points wasted for the turn. And B, it's not that scary. Like, melter shots do hurt a bit, but it's just the one. So the Furious still isn't a very threatening unit, and it kind of cripples its matchup spread because now it struggles really hard with any kind of multi-model unit. It just can't really do anything to them, and like it makes the unit low threat, but in a different way because you can just maneuver around it because it's not very fast, and then it has to fire against units that are really not optimal targets for a melter. And the final weapon it has is a flamer, and this is easily the best one by far because it gives you a 2-tile weapon that can help it build momentum. It like synergizes with the faction passive because you're going to be close to things you kill. You're going to build a bunch of momentum, so you might get to flame more. The fact it's 2 tiles and you can kill 2 swarm units with it is like a big plus. Like, the Furiosa isn't super fast, but it is quite bulky, so you could possibly run it a couple, like a few gaunts against Tyranids or something, burn a couple down, and that'd be pretty good. Maybe if you can get as far as building a surge, you can obviously burn multiple units down. But point is, it actually gives it a threat and like a real niche against Khorne or Tyranids, where it's basically useless otherwise if you don't take the flamer. I don't really want to have to rate each weapon option separately, so I think I'm going to put overall D tier. But keep in mind that the Flamer Dreadnought is like usable. It's just the other two are so bad. The Invicta Tactical War Suit, so I've had to re-record a bunch of sections of this video, because while I was writing it and recording it, a huge patch dropped that completely changed a few things, and the War Suit is one of them, and also Necrons. Necrons are like quite different now to what they were when I was writing this, and that's going to be a whole thing. Anyway, the Invicta Tactical War Suit, so I still haven't used this unit very much, to be honest with you, but it has changed in one way that I think matters. So we'll cover it first. So the Warsuit is a roll compression unit, by which I mean it does a bunch of things kind of okay. It's kind of tanky, it's kind of fast, it has kind of generalist shooting, and it has a bit of melee. So if you have built a list and you sort of need all of these things in your list somewhere, but you don't have the points to get the separate units, you can bring a Warsuit and it can do all of those things okay. But you'd never want to bring 2, because if you brought 2, you had the points to just bring specialists. You don't need to bring 2 of them, and the specialists will outperform the Warsuit. But they did make a key change that makes it like definitely more usable. So you have 3. Well, fuck. I should probably mention before I mention the 3 main weapons. You also get 2 weapons that fire for free: an auto stubber and aggressor style missile attacks, which is super duper nice, right? It gives it a lot of actions, which can be super helpful against something like Necrons with reanimation protocols, because it lets you reliably finish off units. The heavy bolter and the autocannon and the ascending cannon. So the heavy bolter comes by default, and you always have it, even if you equip the autocannon or the incendium cannon. And it used to be a real problem, because it used to be the default Overwatch weapon. Fortunately, this is no longer the case, so it's kind of only a strict upside. If you have the autocannon, you'll probably never want to fire it, really, but when you have the flamer, it's useful to have that that ranged weapon for when you're out of range of your flamer. And therefore, it's no longer just bad, but it's fine. It fits a purpose. The autocannon is basically a smaller version of the Bile Predator's autocannon. Considerably smaller, mind you. It's inoffensive. It has good range, and it does okay damage. Kind of like those mini hand sandwiches at a wedding buffet, right? It's a very safe option. and it's not going to give you a weird gag reflex at like whatever the sushi thing at the other end of the table is. But it's not going to thrill you either. It's just fine. The Insanium Cannon. So this is where it's probably received the largest buff. It's a 2-tile flamer, which is already nice. It's on a unit that is faster than the Dreadnought, and it can Overwatch now. The fact it can Overwatch is kind of a big deal, because it means it's much better against Khorne. You're obviously paying quite a few more points than a Dreadnought for that one extra movement point. So if you're bringing it with the Flamer, you need to seriously consider if a different Flamer unit wouldn't be better, like a Ball Predator with a Flamer, which is only a few more points. Or possibly less, actually, I don't know exactly. I need to check, I should double check that really. But, I think there are two, like, I'll admit, because I haven't played a lot around with the Invicta, so if you do know, please feel free to drop what you think of it in the comments. But I think the two reasons you would want to bring an Invicta is, first, as I said, roll compression. You need all three of what it can bring: movement, bulk, a little bit of melee, a little bit of shooting. Then there's a reason to bring it. But I also think it serves as like a serious tech choice against Necrons, because it brings a lot of extra actions and can equip a Flamer, which means you can flame. Necrons are kind of weak to strong Flamers, and the Incendium Cannon is a strong Flamer. And the fact you have extra actions means you can then pick off things that have reanimation protocoled, and you don't want to commit actual action points to, unit activations to. For that reason, it's super nice. It was super nice against Scarabs for exactly the same reason, but they did recently nerf Scarabs by taking that away. But it doesn't matter. It still works against every other unit in the Necrons that reanimate, so I think it's a good reason to bring it there. I think I'm going to put it in C tier just because it's a lot of points, and to be honest with you, if you're bringing the Invicta Warsuit, I think you could have just built a better list. Like, if you think that you need that roll compression, I think you just need to reevaluate how you've built your list in like a serious setting. Again, it can be a tech choice against Necrons, but that's niche, so I think that means it deserves to be in C tier. If you do just like the unit, then do feel free to bring it. You know, don't let the fact, you don't have to play seriously, right? People don't. Plenty of people just don't. They bring stuff that they like. But I do think it's weaker than the other units, so I'm going to put it at C tier. Death Company, let's do them next. That's a unit that I like. Death Company are good. My opinion hasn't changed on them much since the big text post that I made. The game classes them as elites, but they can sort of function as troops, because they're just they're like Assault Marines, but a bit bulkier, and they hit a little more. So as like over time, they do more damage over time rather than like instantly. And as a result, you can kind of use them like your frontliners, and they can actually hold a bit of space and beef with the enemy. And that's nice. That's the thing that they can do that I like, just running them up the front of the board. But if you want to use them as like actual elite shock troop units, you can equip them with hand flamers, and you can give them a sanguinary priest buff, which instantly surges them. Jump them in, pop surge, so you have 2 action points. Scorch something, move, scorch something else, possibly build a second surge, scorch a third thing. Doesn't always work, but sometimes does, because they start with the extra momentum and they build extra because you're flaming stuff in Blood Angels. But this requires setup, and it requires the enemy to have the right targets, so I'm going to put it in B tier, because you don't have to bring the flamer, you can just bring the sword, and you can just hit stuff and use Black Rage and be kind of scary. B tier unit, they're fine. Aggressors are perfectly okay. They're not super standout, but they're not bad either. I've definitely heard the opinion that I don't know if this may be changed, because this might have been before my like real multiplayer time, but they were at some point, I heard, very good. I don't know if this was ever true or just overhyped a little bit, but they're definitely fine. They're bulky for the points. They have great anti-infantry weapons in both the Bolt Storm and the Flamer, and they can, if they can stand their ground to trade movement points for damage and AP, they can certainly punch up a little bit. The rockets, the free rockets are super nice for just squishing bugs from a distance, or dealing a bit of chip from a distance for no action cost, which means they can use all their movement or shoot something first. Super good. They have a very defined role. They can stand on points and hold space and deal with infantry. That's kind of all they do, and that's good. B tier. Next up is Assault Marines. Assault Marines are great. They're kind of like bourbons or chocolate digestives. They're good for uncomplicated reasons. Cheap and reliably tasty. They're actually the cheapest unit in the roster for a base of 70 points, and that's just really flatly quite good for what you get. So their only real downside, to be honest, is that they're a bit squishy. 50 HP per model. Yeah, okay, they have 5 armor, but 50 HP per model hurts, and their inbuilt damage steroid makes them take nearly double damage from shooting, so basically as soon as they use that, they're just going to get red misted off the board. But let's look at the positives. Start with their jump pack unit, so they're really mobile for 70 points, and their melee damage is just good. It's AP 5 and like, was it like 15-ish per hit, and you can nearly double that with their inbuilt buff, which is great. And because they're a jump pack unit, they make fantastic use of backstabbing. The director attack thing I was talking about at the start of the video. Which gives them more AP and damage and makes them very reliably hit stuff. Because of the accuracy bonus. And being, like I said, being jump pack means not only do they have easy access to this, they're also just great for using a lot of other melee shenanigans. Like they can engage units, they can break zone of control. Because they're cheap, they're good units to send out to do these things. They come with crack grenades as well. Crack grenades are an auto-hitting AT damage style thing. It does a decent amount of damage at pretty high AP. And with the jump pack, it means they have incredible threat range against armored targets. Like they can jump up a bunch of tiles and then throw the crack grenade a few tiles as well. Which means your opponent has to be really careful about their positioning, because massed crack grenades could bring down something that they really don't want killed yet. And on top of that, not only is it fairly long ranged when you take into account the jump pack, and not only is it pretty decent damage, it always does full damage regardless of how many models are left. So if all your guys die, you can still throw a crack and it'll still do full damage. So you keep going, they have more. They have weapon options for more versatility. You can take the hand flamers, which are very nice to take against armies that bring a lot of swarmers, because then the assault marines just make excellent and very cheap bug cleaners. Jump in, flame the thing, and they'll very reliably kill a swarm. You could argue Death Company might do this better with, how easy it is for them to get surges off of this, but Assault Marines could do it too if you just don't want to bring Death Company. Infernal Pistols, though, I think are bad basically all the time. Someone did find a niche recently that they told me about where you could use them against Khorne Skull Cannons, because if they devastating charge, you get the pistol reaction fire and just blow them to shit. Do shitloads of damage to them, but so, good that the game is well enough balanced that even something like this can find a use. Typically, though, I would basically never take these. Not only are they points expensive, but the damage is much, much worse than it looks like it is. You'd probably rather just try to get an indirect rear attack with your melee and that just do flatly more with the damage buff anyway. But because the jump pack gives you a pretty severe accuracy, ranged accuracy debuff, or just general accuracy debuff, you're really quite likely to just miss like 3 of your shots, and it's 5 single shot weapons, so if you just miss 3 of them, you do very little total damage as the unit. Really not worth bringing. Leave them at home. Again, though, the unit as at base is just an incredible thing to have in a 70-point package. Basically every Blood Angels list is going to spam the shit out of these guys. Every serious Blood Angels list is going to bring some amount of Assault Marines. Probably a lot. A tier. Excellent unit. Sure, they're kind of squishy, but they're incredibly good offensively. Let's talk about the Tech Marine next, just because he's the next guy I've got on my list. It's our first HQ unit that we're looking at, and I'm going to put him in B tier. He's just not super splashable, I think is why. He's not, actually bad, necessarily. He has a little stick that he hits people with fine, and he has a little pistol, which is slightly better than everyone else's, so it's not a complete waste of your turn to shoot it. But the main reason you would really bring him is for his ability to buff mechanized units' damage output, which can be absolutely huge on a unit like the Baal Predator, but that's kind of the only unit it would be worth using it on. You could use it on the Dreadnought, but the Dreadnought sucks, so you're probably not going to bring one. You You could use it on the Librarian Dreadnought, but the Librarian Dreadnought is stuck with the Storm Bolter, so the 25% range damage isn't super helpful. And the Tech Marine does have buffs he can give out to non-mech units, like he can heal mech units and he can give 25 range damage, and he can give bonus armor to people, but like, you don't really need these things. And the 25% range damage is only useful on a unit with really potent shooting, which is either a Hellblaster or the Bile Predator. I don't even know if you can give range damage to non-mechanized units, actually. I'd have to check that. But you'd only really use it if you brought a Bile Predator, and for that reason, I'm putting him in B tier, because he's sort of defined by how good another unit is, and if you don't bring that unit, he's just not as potent. Librarian Dreadnought. So let's just jump to another HQ unit. I think the Librarian Dreadnought is like a B tier unit. It's just not. Actually, I don't think it is a B tier unit. I think it's a C tier unit. I'm not sure why I said B tier. So please mentally amend that with C tier every time you hear me say the Librarian Dreadnought is a B tier unit. The Librarian Dreadnought is a C tier unit. Thanks. Good. Sorry. He's just... That's not very useful, is it? He's in B tier for basically usable, but he's very points intensive. And he has a Storm Bolter, which he basically never wants to use because it's so bad to be using that. Like, sometimes you're going to have to, but the damage for how many points you've spent on this is not great. Maybe if you can shoot it into some gaunts, it's okay, but, like, not good. The melee is great. The Force Glaive is a really scary unit, and he can give himself bonus movement and melee damage to get in and use it. But the sort of the main draw of him is the Psychic Powers, of which he has the ability to reduce AoE, in an AoE, reduce enemy evasion and their movement. Situationally, this is absolutely fantastic. He can give a different unit a bit of health and a bit of melee armor, which is sometimes useful. And finally, like I said, he can buff his own move speed and melee damage if he needs to get into somewhere to stab a key target, or position for like a backstab if he wants. And all of these are fine, but you need to be able to get use out of all of them. And I think the best one is probably the AoE movement reduction. That is like legitimately huge, and probably the best reason to bring him. Like if you can think of a situation where you'd like to use this, maybe against Necrons who are already slow, to make them even slower and even easier to outposition, or against an army that's kind of fast and you need to slow them down a little bit, like Sisters or Khorne, kind of, because they just spend all their time running at you. Pretty good. But otherwise, you're kind of overcosted, so B tier. Hellblasters. The name is trying a little bit hard, but they're a cool unit. They are... I'm going to say they're A tier, right? They are really, really good anti-tank units. Their basic gun is kind of whatever. It's fine. It's pretty good generalist firepower. But their heavy plasma incinerator absolutely fucks. With their overcharge, this is some of the best anti-tank damage in the game. It might be the best single target anti-tank damage in the game, to be honest with you, especially for the points you're paying. You can easily beat like 220, 250 damage out of these guys. That's really good. 2 units of these will kill most things. Just straight up kill most things. And that's really scary for the opponent to have to play around. Sure, they don't get a lot out of the Blood Angels passive because they kill stuff from really far away, so they don't build momentum super fast. But they hit like fucking trucks, and it's just hard to go wrong with that. It gives you a way to deal with tanks that isn't throwing a melee unit at it, because you don't always want to do that. Because you kind of want to throw melee units where they're not only going to be able to kill stuff, but then get some control afterwards, like on an objective or an important bit of space. Hellblasters can just see a tank in the distance and turn it into dust, and that's a useful thing to have. I'm going to put them in A tier because it's a defined niche, and they sort of damage themselves doing it, but you can heal the damage off with a different unit you'll probably end up bringing. And they are so fucking good at it that it's hard to justify not bringing them. You should probably bring at least 1 set of heavy plasma incinerators. Maybe 2. Definitely at least 1. Let's look at the Lieutenant. So the Lieutenant is a unit you will probably include in most Blood Angels lists. Not necessarily, he doesn't have to be in every list, but he brings a lot of stuff that you do want. So he has two sort of loadouts, really, that you could reasonably pick. And we'll start with the first one, which is his base loadout. He's 165 points, and he's not like most character models, right? He's not very tanky for the points, but he's not exactly a pushover either. He has a chainsword that's just a bit better than everyone else's, and a bolt pistol that's just a bit better than everyone else's. And he's got all his support abilities. So he can give an extra unit, so he can give extra momentum gain to a unit for a turn, and he can hand out extra accuracy and 1 pip of armor pierce. That second one is kind of a huge fucking deal, especially on something like a Baal Predator. You can push that thing really far, and it becomes really scary. And the extra momentum gain is huge on a unit that you really want to surge. Like, you can give it to a Sanguinary Guard unit, and all of a sudden they're basically guaranteed to surge on the thing that they kill. Especially if you combine this with the Sanguinary Priest buff, or you can give it to something like a Librarian if you're trying to get the empowered abilities up and running. They're fine, and he can kind of hold his own too. That's all good. The second option for you to take is the Thunderhammer, which is considerably more points. It does push, it's like 40 extra points, but in return you just get a Smash Captain. If you're familiar with that term from the tabletop, you know exactly what I mean. He's just going to jump up and bonk something, because he has a really long charge range of 10, because he has 9 movement. With the jetpack he has 9 movement and spending both his action points, so he has a charge range of 10. Or if you can just get into range to backstab something, bonk it with the Thunderhammer twice, it's going to hit it really hard. Sanguinary Priest buff, very good at assassinating other HQs. The thing is, because it makes him really squishy for his points, he's almost certainly going to die after doing this, so you need to make sure he's trading for an important target. He can buff his own melee damage by 50%, but I'm not sure when you'd actually ever want to do this, since it costs an action point to do. Which is weird, because, like, you could just hit them twice and that'll be more damage. Very confusing. Don't know why you'd want that. The last thing that I guess I have to mention is, he's A tier, but we'll mention this last thing anyway. The Inferno Pistol. Just don't bring it. It's really bad. It is the exact same Inferno Pistol that your Assault Marines get, but you're only getting one of them. So even though the Lieutenant's a much better shot with it, you're still quite likely to miss. And even if you don't miss, do you really want to spend AP on a single Inferno Pistol shot? No, you don't. Literally, basically anything you could do would be better. Punching any target with either melee weapon will be more damage, and you could just, honestly, just use it for movement. I'd just never fire this thing, it's so bad. AT unit, though. Sanguinary Priest, so unlike the Lieutenant, this guy is a true support. He brings healing and a bunch of melee amp. So, yeah, he can get his hands dirty, so enemy units have to be kind of careful assassinating him, because he might just turn around and bonk them. But this is probably the most auto-include of the HQs. Even though you kind of do want a Lieutenant, you could build a list without one. I don't think you could build a list without a Sanguinary Priest. Because at least not, you could build a melee assault list without one. And that's what most Blood Angels lists are. So he can heal things, which is useful for your Hellblasters if you need to keep them topped up. Or if you manage to catch up to your melee line and some of them need to pick me up. But the main thing he has is that he can give a unit just flatly some momentum, and he can give everything in one tile of him a big melee damage buff to set up your Alpha Strike and just completely run your opponent over, or try to run your opponent over and win the game in one turn. That's sort of the main reason to bring him. You can also make him your commander, because he can do this, and then he can sort of sit back and heal Hellblasters. Easy A tier for basically just those reasons. I actually have surprisingly little to say about him. I thought I'd have more to say, but there really isn't. Buff your melee guys, send them in. That's it. Oh, the other reason he makes an attractive commander is because the buff is like a very short range, and Sanguinary Guard, as we'll get to, get a bonus for activating their ability next to your commander. So if he's your commander, then it's much easier to do. You just activate the melee buff, activate the guard buff, and then jump in. The Librarian, I think he's A tier, honestly, but he's hello, editing yogurt again. I think he's B tier, actually. I think all the same stuff about him that I'm about to say. I just think that stuff values him at B tier, sort of on reflection. I think I sort of overvalued how good his playmaking ability is. It's actually kind of hard to pull off. But he's fine. Thanks. Only the least likely of the lieutenant, sanguinary priest, and librarian to bring. He is just a jumpy and punchy guy. So he hits a little better than the Thunderhammer lieutenant. The Thunderhammer lieutenant has better alpha strike because he can hit twice. The librarian's movement costs him action points, but he can move every turn. So he's super mobile. He can get to where he needs to be, or almost every turn at least. It's got a lower cooldown than the jump pack, and gives him some evasion, making him more survival, so he can get to where he needs to be to hit things. And he has some psychic goodies. He has a little AoE scream that does some damage in a decently large AoE. But the main thing I think is probably the fucking Zeus bolt. I forget what it's called. Bolt of Blood or something. It's actually a thing in the Blood Angels lore. Mephithon uses it in the Devastation of Baal, I think. Basically, you pick a couple units in a line, and it will do big fat damage and auto hit. This will wipe out horde units quite reliably, which is very helpful, and also do pretty good damage to mediums. But if you can empower them, then they get really strong. The Zeus bolt will hit 3 units in a line and be strong enough to comfortably kill mediums in a single hit, which can be a really big deal. And the Scream gets an AoE buff and basically double the damage. So while it's still unlikely to kill anything that isn't a horde unit, just the raw damage you can get across your whole opponent's army makes it quite an attractive option. The thing is, keeping him alive to be able to do that. His melee damage is good, but if you're jumping around, he can only really kill one thing a turn to build that momentum, so it can be tricky to get it off, but it is good. He makes a good playmaker unit. A tier, I think. I'm going to talk about both the land speeders together. They definitely do different things, but they have similar functionality in like the physical mechanics of how they work are similar. So they both have hover, they both have pretty good movement, and they both have maybe I should have... We're going to just talk about them together. It's fine, because they're both in the same tier, I think. They just do slightly different things. So the vanilla land speeder on the rocks, is faster. It comes at, I think, 6 base movement, and you get +1 movement for every land speeder near you, up to, I think, 3. So it can move very fast, and it gets extra vision range for land speeders that are near it for the same thing. So they make excellent true scouts. And having a true scouting unit is extremely helpful in a list like Blood Angels that relies so heavily on its alpha strike. You need to know exactly where you want to be putting that alpha strike. On top of this, they have an ability that hinders an enemy's accuracy and causes weapons targeting them to have +1 AP, which is super nice for basically anything that wants to be shooting. This helps intercessors, ball predators, especially ball predators, and hellblasters shoot things gooder. But the weapons it comes with are somewhat limited. It can bring a multi-melter, which is actually really nice if you need a little bit of extra AT punch. But the heavy melter is also like a pretty decent gun, to be honest, just on its own. The tornado is a little slower, but it's a little bulkier, and it gets an extra gun. It functions more like a light gun platform than a scouting unit, really. Kind of like a small tank. You can take a heavy bolter and an autocannon, or a melter and a flamer. You can mix and match, right? And they're also useful for different things. The autocannon is pretty good. The flamer, I think, is probably the most attractive option because it's quite a fast unit to be getting a heavy flamer. So you can rush up, flame things, and possibly have movement to fall back a little if you needed to. And I think that's the main draw of the tornado. But they're both AT units for sure. All right, we're nearly there. I think we've just got 3 more units to go. So, Ball Predator's next, and the Ball Predator is actually a little bit of a monster, I think. It brings something to the Blood Angels that you kind of need, and that's just like raw presence. I said you could kind of do this with Death Company, and you kind of can, but the Ball Predator is an actual brick that will just take up some space, be hard to kill, and is really scary. Blood Angels do a lot of damage and are really scary, but they do struggle to hold space with all their assault units, who are quite squishy. They kind of rely on wiping you out, and then you not having enough to deal with what's left. But if they don't do that, you just run them over. The Ball Predator doesn't have this problem. It's bulky. You can take some hits and it can dish them out. It has 2 weapons that you can pick from. It's got the heavy bolter, like secondary weapon, and it's a good gun to have that. But It's whatever, right? We're not here to talk about that. We're here for the big guns. The autocannon is really good. It is like a general purpose Swiss cheese maker. And it takes buffs really well. It fires a very funny 100 shots, which makes it super consistent. And because it fires so many shots, it synergizes really well with critical hits as well. Because it means you're fairly reliably going to get the number of, like, a good number of critical hits. Like, how do I... Fuck. If you calculate the average damage boost you get from a critical hit, the more hits you fire, the more likely you are to actually receive this average damage boost. Which means the Ball Predator usually receives the average damage boost from its crit. And it's not, like, super swingy. Very reliable. That's really nice. And sure, it might only add, like, 1 extra damage per shot, but when you're firing 100 shots and 40 of them get that extra 1 damage, an extra 40 damage is nice. Top of this, if you've brought a Tech Marine and a Lieutenant, you can give it 1 armor pierce and 25% range damage. And now it will just do like 200 plus damage to literally any target you point it at. Swarms, mediums, heavies, it doesn't care. It's going to either wipe them off the map or blow a big hole in them. Very nice to have. The other option you have is the Flamestorm. And this is also a good option. It costs a little more points, but a big thing in the Battle Predator's kit is the Lucifer Patent Engine, which gives it more movement speed. And lets it just rush up to flame down a couple things, especially because the Predator Flamer is really scary. It's a heavy style flamer, so it can hurt mediums and possibly kill them if they're a little weakened. And this can let you. This is true of some of the heavy flamer style units in the game, and that it can just very suddenly win you the game. Where if your opponent wasn't paying attention, didn't position well, you can just suddenly wipe out like 4 or 6 of their units. It is a bit of a skill difference if this occurs, because like if your opponent's paying attention, you're probably not going to get this, but it's funny when it happens, and if you can outmaneuver your opponent to get it, it's very powerful. But if you're just against a unit with a lot of swarms, against an army with a lot of swarm units, then it's just flatly good there as well. A-tier unit, very good into Necrons with the Flamestorm. Right, the last 2 units we've got, I think, are both S-tier. One, I don't think anyone would really argue with me, and the other, maybe people will. Maybe they won't. Sanguinary Guard, S for Sanguinius. They're one of the 2, these guys are one of the 2 paid DLC units, and the Terminator is obviously the other one. And they have similar frames to Assault Marines and Death Company, right? They're a jump pack melee unit. They are tankier than both, but not significantly. For the points, they are considerably less tanky, but in a vacuum, they have more health and armor. The reason these guys are so good are that their melee weapons are dramatically better. The On-Carmine Sword and Axe are both excellent weapons. You can bring either or. I see people favoring the Axe, but there's really, and that's fine, the Axe is super good, but the Sword's perfectly good as well, so don't worry about that too much. The axe is geared slightly more towards heavier targets, but no unit in the game really wants to get hit by either of these things. You can buff them with, the guard and your Sanguinary Priest is what I was talking about earlier. You buff them with your Sanguinary Priest, and then you pop the Sanguinary Guard buff, which gives them plus 50% accuracy, plus 15% crit chance, and plus 25% chance on killing a model to gain plus 1 action. And these bonuses are all doubled if you use it within a tile range of your commander. Meaning you're very, very likely to get that extra action on jumping in and killing something. And if you got the momentum buff from the priest, you might get yet a 3rd action and cut yet a 3rd thing down. Very good. Sanguinary Guard are like the apex of Alpha Strike in the game. Alongside the Bloodthirster, they are probably the scariest melee unit to try and avoid as the opponent, right? You really don't want to let them in. And just their raw threat means that their whole charge range is an area your opponent kind of doesn't want to stand in. And you can sometimes... I cast a tournament game a while ago. And a big part of the game was that the enemy just refused to step within the Sanguinary Guard charge range, and the Sanguinary Guard got a surprising amount done just by posturing around the middle point. So they're very, very scary. Easy S tier for me, because they just hit so bloody hard. Assault Terminators, our last unit, I think they're S tier as well. But they do function differently to Sanguinary Guard. Firstly, they're beefy as hell. Extremely. Even with their basic loadout, never mind if you give them the bloody Thunderhammer and Storm Shield, then they're just absurdly tanky. And they have Deep Strike. Those are like the main draws. Beefy, good melee, and Deep Strike. Deep Strike is they get to use it once per game. And it lets them teleport 10 tiles at no action cost and a small melee damage nerf, which you could offset with a Sanguinary Priest. This makes them pretty premier character assassins. Lightning Claws and Thunderhammers are both equally as good at assassinating like human like non-monster character models. Like you can just teleport in behind something, get your direct rear attack, and absolutely annihilate a character model, and then just have this really tanky, threatening melee unit in the backlines of your opponent's army that they need to commit quite a bit of firepower to kill. Or if you've brought the shields and the Thunderhammers, you can do this, but you can also just sit them on an objective, and they're really hard to shift. Lightning Claws are better for beefing with in general. Like if you are against maybe Sisters, where you might not need the Thunderhammer except for killing vehicles, or maybe Necrons who also don't have any like super hard targets. And then the Lightning Claws go super good because you jump in, assassinate whatever you want it to assassinate, and then you can just run around cutting stuff down with the Lightning Claws until they get killed. I personally like to bring the Storm Shield and Thunderhammer, but I don't think it's better. It's either as good or maybe even slightly worse. I think they're about as good as each other, to be honest with you. And these guys are better at killing, they're better at taking out vehicles, and they're also just way tankier. They can really take a beating. If you can sit them on a point with a Sanguinary Priest kind of nearby who can heal them up if they don't die to the ungodly amount of shooting it takes to bring them down, it's really going to frustrate your opponent as they have to commit a whole bunch more high tier damage to kill them. Some armies like Orcs just really, really struggle to put Terminators down, and as a result, the Hammer Terminators can be really good there because they can take out the only things that threaten them really, which are like Death Dreads. They're really good at killing those with the Thunderhammers, and then they don't really take any damage from the rest of the Orc stuff, except Mega Knobs melee, but they're very easy to outmaneuver. If you're playing against Terminators, I'm going to put them in S tier, but as a note, if you're playing against Terminators, they only get 1 Deep Strike, and then after this, they're only as mobile as any other unit, with 4 movement points. So if you can kind of bait them into using the Deep Strike suboptimally, you can just ignore them. Like, if you get them to Deep Strike onto a flank, and you either don't have the ability to deal with them or don't want to commit that kind of firepower, just leave them. Just ignore it. Get them to Deep Strike somewhere that's not useful to the Terminators if you can bait them into it. It's obviously a player skill thing, right? But keep it in mind, if they've used their Deep Strike, you can just ignore them. They can't Deep Strike again. And that's probably the best way to play around them. And that's all. I forgot about Inceptors. Hi, editing Yogurt again. They're fine. I put them in C tier. I think they're a little overcosted for what they do. I wouldn't bring the bolt on them because it's like I don't want to pay that much for bolt of fire. The plasma's okay though. It's just a bit pricey, I think, for what you get. They're decently tanky on top of being really mobile because they have both jump packs and the kind of slam ability so they can get around to objectives and stuff. And the pistols do exert zone of control, which can be quite nice. But I just think you're paying too many points for it, and that's why I don't see it. Okay, thank you, bye. All the Blood Angels units. I need a drink of water after all that. My mouth is dry. From what I've seen in like Discords and just like my experience and also just sort of skulking around the community, people seem to consider Blood Angels to be a well-balanced faction, maybe a little on the weaker side. I don't think they're on the weaker side, really. I think they're pretty well-balanced. Even if you want to argue some of their tools are like weaker in overall power, Blood Angels are just so versatile and can make such good use of the game's inbuilt melee mechanics that I think they can bring what they need to basically every matchup. And I think they're good. They're a really fun army to play because they have a lot of interesting decision to make. Having such good access to the game's more interesting melee mechanics means you have more interesting decisions to make and they're more fun to play with. And the fact you have so many different tools to bring means you can sort of tailor your lists quite well to what you're expecting to face, and that's fun in and of itself to do. And they have a lot of room for skill expression, which is, on top of being Space Marines, making them the most popular faction to play. I think there is legitimate room to say that they are the most interesting faction in the game to play because of this versatility and room for skill expression. They very strongly reward smart positioning, which is such a big deal in this game, and the complex melee stuff is just fun to play with. So I think they're pretty balanced. Yeah, I guess that's all I've got to say about them, really. On to whoever's next.
Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god!
Khorne. Khorne are my favorite faction in the game because, just even on back to like 40k tabletop, Khorne is my favorite Chaos God. World Leaders are my favorite Legion. I have a Chaos Demons army. I got Bloodthirsters. It's all my favorite stuff. So naturally, I was very drawn to Khorne in this game, and they're the faction I main. And it's a blessing and a curse. I like getting the big, silly, funny numbers, but they're definitely they give a weird quirk where they're like a mini DLC. They are the smallest faction in the game by some margin. They only have 8 units. But well, whatever. Let's get into it, right? Their army-wide ability is probably the most potent offensive steroid, jumping straight out from Sister's defensive one. Killing organic units gives more momentum than killing non-organic units. It skews your matchup against Necrons a bit, but is otherwise just sort of, okay, cool, whatever. The big thing is that you get 1% damage per point of momentum. That is huge. That is so much fucking damage, and it's a really big deal for things like Bloodthirsters, who can start hitting with some very, very silly numbers. Once you reach 100 momentum on a unit, it's usually not even worth surging it most of the time, since doing double damage is usually more useful, but sometimes you don't want to save things. There's a couple other things I want to mention here, which is Unstoppable Ferocity. Some units have this, not all of them. Basically, when someone triggers some kind of reaction fire against you, Overwatch or pistol reaction fire, you get a massive evasion boost. This is, I'll be honest with you, this is less of like a faction power and more just something the faction needs to have to function in the game. If they didn't have this, they'd be a fucking garbage army because they just lose to Overwatch. But it can be, it's nice. It's nice to have. It does make them very good against Overwatch. You kind of have to engage with Khorne on their level, and it does skew their matchup as well into Flamers, because Flamers don't roll to hit, so there's a way around it if you want some anti-Khorne tech. Calling it tech doesn't even feel right. You just bring Flamers against Khorne, it's useful. And the other thing they have, and this is definitely a boon to the faction, is demonic summoning. This is probably the main, I don't want to say necessarily the main draw of the faction, because the main draw of the faction is probably the Bloodthirster, because it's a cool unit. But this is the strongest thing about the faction. It is probably by some margin the strongest way to summon units in the game. It doesn't let you just place them anywhere on the map like some of the stratagems do, but it can summon more units and better units than either the Tyranid version or the Necron version. It summons anything that isn't. It can summon anything that isn't a HQ or a Soul Grinder. So Skull Cannons, Blood Crushers, Fleshhounds, Bloodletters. Oh, sorry, 1 HQ. Even another Bloodmaster who can then summon more stuff. It's fucking insane. It has a 3-turn cooldown, but it starts with it starts at 2 turns. When used, you spawn a unit within 1 tile of you. They don't get an action point on the turn that you spawn them, but they can move a little bit. It's kind of bonkers. You're probably only going to get 2 summons per game because games tend to last 8 turns, and you're not likely to get 3 off because you'll probably be so in the thick of it that you have other things to do. But even the fact you're just going to have more points to play with than your opponent is such a big deal. It makes Khorne feel really strong. The stratagems, I don't like Khorne's stratagems. I think Khorne probably has the worst stratagems in the game. Maybe. Like I said, in a different set of, I think on the Blood Angel stratagems or someone else's stratagems. I haven't like really thought about this and compared them a lot, but the Khorne stratagems aren't great. The 1 CP stratagem is probably the best one. You reduce accuracy of units within a pretty sizable AoE by 25%, and you reduce their movement by 1 for 3 whole turns. This is really good. It's great against an army that wants to do a lot of melee because it helps you out position them, and it's great against an army that doesn't have, well, Khorne actually has decent range, but people need to shoot you, right? Because they don't really want to get into melee fights with you, so if you make their shooting worse, very helpful. Although, of course, it also makes the melee worse. And this is probably the best one, right? It's pretty spammable. You're just going to run around dropping this on stuff so that they can't hit you and can't run away from you punching them. The 2 CP stratagem is really situational. You can remove 50 momentum to all units in the AoE and their Overwatch. Removing that much momentum is sometimes good, but I don't really know what the use case for this would be. Like, if your enemy is about to surge a bunch of units, you can do this. Maybe you can do it to counteract the Hive Tyrant thing against Tyranids, but like, removing Overwatch is kind of the main thing you want it for. Paying 2 CP to remove Overwatch is like a lot when you could just pay 1 CP to reduce their accuracy and then run into them with Unstoppable Ferocity, and they probably won't fucking hit you anyway. Questionable. Don't know when I'd use it. 3 CP, you can do 20 to 30 psychic damage. Psychic damage functions kind of like pure damage in that it ignores armor. So it is always 20 to 30 damage. But, and the AoE is pretty big. But like, it's 3 CP for just 30 damage on a bunch of units. I don't know. Whatever, man. I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to keep spamming the first one. It seems bad to me. Don't like them. Don't like Khorne stratagems. I like Khorne's units, though, and there's only 8 of them, so this section will definitely be shorter than the other ones. Let's just rattle through it, right? Bloodletters. Bloodletters are really, really sticky. They cost only 60 points, and they have 400 total unit health, and decent evasion. Even their armor's low, but their evasion's decent, and 400 total unit health is really good. They also have 50 HP per model, so they don't die to flamers super easily. I know I said you should bring flamers against Khorne, and you should, but you'll need like 2 flamer shots most of the time to kill a unit of bloodletters. And grenades won't take them out in one hit. They're pretty good. And on top of being 60 units, their Hellblades are really good for the points. They are an AP 8 weapon, which is really high for 60 points. The damage is like middling. It's like around 20, a bit shy of 20. I think 20 is like the high end, but that's good damage, right? 8 units of 20 AP 8. And they have an inbuilt ability called, I think it's called Murderous Tide, based on the one they have on the tabletop, where bloodletter units are next to each other gain plus 10% crit, stacking up to 40%. With their really high AP, they're likely to get crit from that too, and it can add up into giving them really pretty decent damage. There's not really anything to say about them. They are little beat sticks. They can nothing really wants to get charged by a bunch of bloodletters. They struggle a little bit with swarms, but medium and heavy infantry just fuck. These guys can rip a tank apart. They can kill some Terminators, and they're pretty cheap. So bring a bunch, stand on objectives, run at things, stab stuff. A tier, they're great. You gotta summon a bunch too. Blood Crushers. Blood Crushers. If you'd asked me like when I was less experienced in the game, and when I in fact wrote about these guys originally, I put them in D tier, and that's because I hadn't really played any multiplayer at the time. I've now since played quite a bit. And in single player, they are definitely a D tier unit because the AI will just sort of let you walk all over them objective wise. So there's less of a need for units that are main purpose is to do an objective. So spoilers, that's what Blood Crushers are here to do. They're here to do objectives. They have melee, but it's not very good. They have the exact same weapon that Blood Letters do, but you've only got 3 of them, so your damage is under half that of a cheaper unit. Devastating Charge is okay. The damage is a little on the low end, but if you can hit multiple units with it, it's alright. The main reason they're here is for the melee utility things, like engagement, because they're decently tanky for 90 points. They have, they're one of Khorne's few, like, decently armored things at like 6, because everything, well, I say few, there's only 8 units, it's weird to say. But Fleshhounds, Bloodletters, the Bloodmaster aren't beefy, is my point. And this thing, I guess most of them are beefy. Sorry, you're having a bit of a tangent there. Look, they're okay, right? They're pretty beefy. 6 armor is really good, and the HP is decent, and the evasion is decent, and they have 5 movement points, so they can get onto objectives, and they can harass by engaging other units. That's what their purpose is. They do objectives. I still don't like them. I guess I'm still holding over from that time. So maybe C tier. Maybe that's too low for a unit that's basically fine. It just doesn't do a lot of damage. Fuck it. They're going in B tier. B tier for Blood Crusher. B tier for Blood. Fleshhounds. So when I wrote this originally, this is another thing that has changed. I saw them as sort of a side grade to Bloodletters. That's sort of true. They are better against, basically they're just better against light units because they get 2 attacks with their melee weapons. Their melee weapons are built more damage profile wise for light units, and they have a little flamer style attack they can use against swarms. But they bring more to the table than that, right? Firstly, they're faster. They have 5 movement points, and they have a special ability that lets them charge at up to 3 tiles extra, gives them bonus damage. However, it does only work against organics, so you're not going to get anything from these guys against Necrons. This is super nice for charging into gun lines. Like, it can let you reach things like Hellblasters and Town Gunners. Not the suits, because the suits don't care, but like Pathfinders, right? And you can engage them and hamper their damage, do a bunch of damage to them. And they can run off and hold points. They're obviously a little squishy, but they're pretty good still. I think I'd put them in B just because they don't... half of their stuff doesn't work against organic units, which means they can suck completely against like Necrons or Battlesuit heavy Tau lists. But they're mostly fine. Skull Cannon. A tier, I think, which seems weird, right, for a dedicated ranged unit in a Khorne, the melee god, to go into A tier. But actually, Skull Cannons are fucking incredible. They have... we'll start with the gun, right? The Skull Cannon is a lot of damage. It has really good range. You're paying 110 points for a decently tanky unit. It has got really, really good range. 2 to 12 range, a solid, like, 30 to 40 damage. And that 30 to 40 damage has really good splash. This will chunk most medium units and outright kill some swarms. But obviously, this gets buffed by the Bloodmaster, who we'll get to, and by as you build momentum, so you can actually get a really, really chunky shot out of this. If you bring a few of them, you can just gun units down before they're even a problem. Beyond that, it's really tanky. It's got good armor, good health, and has an inbuilt ability to resist 25% ranged damage for 0 action points, so they just can't shoot you to death. This is a really good thing to pop just before using Devastating Charge, and its Devastating Charge is basically 3 times as good as the Blood Crusher one. It does a fucking massive 100 and something damage to the unit you actually hit at like AP 8, and like 50 to 60 to all the units on the way. It's really fucking good. I like to spam these a little bit. I'm a bit of a Skull Cannon spammer, so I'm going to put them in A tier. The Skull Grinder. C tier, maybe. I think there's possibly... I'll talk about this a bit at the end, but the meta of Battlesector is kind of ripe, right? You could be the guy who comes in and finds some new strategy. There's definitely some underexplored things. I think maybe the Soul Grinder is one of these, because in the way Khorne is conventionally played, he's just not very good. But there is maybe something there. Maybe there's some way to organize a ranged, like a truly ranged sort of bulk list where the Soul Grinder is quite good. But I don't know what that list is. Maybe you should get the game and find out. But in like a conventional melee heavy list with like Bloodthirsters are your main damage dealers, your main like threat piece, the Soul Grinder is just not very good, right? You're paying 250 points for it, and you're getting a lot of just decent, and none of it adds up to be powerful enough to justify its inclusion. 550 health and 7 armor is a lot. He is a fucking beefcake. He's quite hard to put down. And his Harvester Cannon is a good gun, right? It's pretty long ranged. It's pretty decent anti-tank. The accuracy isn't great, but it does fire 3 shots, so you're pretty likely to hit 2 of them, which will do decent AT damage. His melee though is kind of bad, weirdly. Like, it's nothing to write home about. Okay, if it wasn't for the Khorne faction passive, it would be really bad. So it's AP 5, which is surprisingly low for the guy of this size, and the damage is really bad for 1 attack. With his tankiness, he can stick around and can build a bit of momentum, and then he'll actually do a bit of damage. But the weird thing, right, is he has an inbuilt ability called Iron Claw, which is a free attack on a 4-turn cooldown, and it does more damage and more splash and has more AP. Like, why isn't this just his main attack? Maybe he'd be too good, but I don't think so, really. Because his melee damage is only really good when it's off cooldown. It has a 4-turn cooldown. Absolutely no, unless you're utterly dominating the opponent, absolutely no way are you ever using this twice. You're gonna get 1 use out of this, and then your Soul Grinder is either gonna die, or you're just gonna win so hard that it doesn't matter that you can use it twice. He has unstoppable ferocity, which is funny, but like it kind of doesn't matter because his evasion is low. It's fine. It's whatever, right? Fuck. Maybe I want to say C tier because I really do feel like there's some way to build a Khorne gun line, and this guy could be in it because he can bring AT guns. But I'm gonna put him in D tier. No, I'm gonna put him in. Nah, that's too harsh. I'm putting him in C tier. He's like usable, but I just don't know why you'd want to bring him when you could spend 50 points more to get a Bloodthirster who just absolutely wrecks shit. The Khorne's 3 HQ units we're on to next. Spoiler alert, every single HQ unit's going in S tier. They're all incredible. For slightly different reasons, but also kind of for the same reason. And the Bloodmaster. It's so much value for 110 points, right? The actual little bugger himself is kind of whatever. He has okay melee, but you don't care about that. That's not why he's here. He's here because he has demonic summoning, and it's the cheapest way to get demonic summoning in your army. He should be using demonic summoning whenever it's off cooldown. He is almost always going to want to do this. Like, there are very few situations where it would be better for him to attack something. Like, maybe you need to clear off a key objective or kill a key unit, but most of the time, just summon something, a new unit, because he has pretty good odds of summoning something that is worth more points than he is. And on top of that, he has Banner of Blood, which, in my personal opinion, is a serious contender for the best passive ability in the game. Every single unit within 2 tiles gets +1 armor, +1 armor pierce, and 10% damage. Every other army in the game would kill to have this. +1 armor pierce plus 10% damage is a huge buff, and +1 armor is it's okay. It's a decent defensive buff. This is why I like spamming skull cannons, because you can kind of just sit him next to a bunch of skull cannons, and now they're way scarier. Really funny. But the main thing is definitely Demonic Ritual. That's absolutely why he's here, to summon shit for you and just give you loads and loads of free points. S tier for skulls. The Demon Prince, another banger. He's kind of the definition of rock solid. He does everything really pretty good, except maybe anti-armor, and even then his anti-armor isn't bad because his melee is quite good. He's tanky. He can do a little bit of support with his Might Over Magic, giving units around him within 1 tile, I think, plus 25% melee damage for a turn. Huge on Bloodthirsters, especially. He has a free action melee attack, which means even if he summons something, he can still do out a little bit of damage, or he can just do 3 hits at a turn if he wants. He has Infernal Cannon, which is a nice-ish ranged weapon. It fires a couple of shots. He has 2 actions, thanks to the faction passive and like Bloodmaster auras. It's just decent damage, a little bit of splash. You can put hurt on basically anything you want at a decent range. And he also has Demonic Ritual. You're definitely going to want to get the first one off, but around the time it comes off cooldown again, there is a pretty legitimate chance that he's going to want to do something else with his turn. Because obviously the things he summoned are going to be worse than him. So you probably want to be using the points you paid for to kill something, or like take some space, or advance the game state in your favor. But if you can get away with it, you can be kind of greedy and go for the second summon. S2 unit, I think. The Hell in the Cell. The Bloodthirster, the biggest guy, the largest lad. I love this man. He's my favorite unit in the whole game because he just gets some really, really silly numbers. So, appropriately, if you're looking at raw damage numbers, the Bloodthirster is the absolute best unit at hitting stuff in the whole game. He is probably the single scariest thing, alongside Sanguinary Guard, to get charged by, because the melee is terrifying. He struggles a little against high model count units because his splash is a little limited, but usually those units can't really do anything to him either. He's an absolute god at killing heavies and elites, though. And because he's so good at killing those units, which usually give more momentum, it builds his damage even more, and he gets even better at killing that shit. He is not uncommon, after he's built like 20 or 30 momentum, to just see the Bloodthirster one-shot some Terminators, or blow up his land speeder in a single hit. And once if he gets to full momentum, God forbid, he's just this little bloody snowball, because then he can kill basically anything in the game in a single hit. Tanks, he has if he crits, because he could, or on the backstabs, because he's a jump pack unit with his wings, just jump behind, hit something behind, he gets like 350 damage. It's insane. Incredible unit. Let's talk about the other stuff he has. So he has Greater Demon, which gives 25% momentum gains to all demons within a couple tiles of him. This is basically a self buff because of how he operates. what you usually want to do is you play like the Bloodthirster dance, right? Because of how the Bloodthirster and the Demonic Summoning kind of inform how you play, because he does so much damage, he's got so many points that he's a very obvious thing to kill. And because you want to spend the first sort of couple turns prepping to Demonic Summon, Khorne usually plays the first 3 turns quite slowly, most of the usually, right? While you try and get your summons up. So you can then kind of overwhelm your opponent and try salvage the dominance that you let them have and win the game. And the Bloodthirster is a really big part of that because he's so powerful, he can swing the game very quickly. And you need to position him such that the enemy doesn't have a way to remove him too easily and can't nullify his use by outpositioning him. So you want him to be kind of hidden, and it can be difficult to land that range. And there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of positional skill in getting the most out of the Bloodthirster. And then once you're ready, you turn the wings on, you jump, you land behind something, and you blow it up. You usually want to land behind stuff because the wings actually make him less likely to hit things, and you really don't want to be missing those axe swings. So go for the backstabs if you can. He has Demonic Ritual as well, but of the 3 HQ units, he's the least likely to actually want to use it. You pay 300 points for a guy who hits stuff really hard. You hit stuff, go hit things. He doesn't have time to be summoning peons. You're only ever going to do this, really, on the first summon, if your enemy is kind of scared to commit to the Bloodthirster, or scared to commit to space that the Bloodthirster is threatening with charge. And then you can oh well, you don't really want to extend either, so you'll just summon a unit because why not? He's also really tanky. 6 armor is just okay, but fucking 600 HP is insane. He's really hard to kill. S tier. To conclude on Khorne, I like them, right? I mentioned before, but Demonic Summoning absolutely carries the faction. It is kind of insane just being able to have considerably more points than your opponents on the board. On top of this, the Bloodthirster is the defining threat of Khorne. It does so much damage, and he's so good at just wiping out 2 key game pieces every single turn that it functions almost a little bit like Blood Angels, where Blood Angels need to get that Alpha Strike off. You need to get use out of your Bloodthirsters in order to win. But they have all this big number stuff, right? They do big numbers, they summon units, they hit hard. But they're also the least tactically flexible faction in the whole game. They have a very linear game plan. They want to run at you and hit you. Yeah, they can do a little bit of shooting, and that's kind of fun, but they are ultimately going to run at you and try to punch you to death. And this is exploitable because you know what they're going to do, so they're easier to play around. And if you lose too many HQs too early on, your odds of winning start to go down quite fast. I think Demonic Summoning probably needs a little bit of tuning. I think the ability to summon blood monsters is a little silly. Otherwise, maybe it's fine. You could argue summoning extra skull cannons is a bit silly, and maybe it is. But I've seen people also say that maybe the Bloodthirster needs turning down, and I frankly disagree. The Bloodthirster is really strong because he costs 300 points, and he's really easy to play around, right? He just wants to hit you. So you need to scout him out and play around it. Yeah, I think it's fine. As a whole, as a faction strength as a whole, I think Khorne are really strong. I think... Would I put them in top 3? Let me see. Necrons, maybe. They're strong. Maybe they're in top 3, especially since Necrons just got nerfed. I don't know if Necrons were top 3 necessarily, but I think they're probably stronger than... Maybe. I'm going to put them in top 3. Fuck it. If you disagree, go on, tell me why. It'll make interesting conversation. I think they're really good. Demonic Summoning is really, really strong, and is really punishing for new players to fight into as well. Cool army, cool fun.
Yous demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding of the concept. Enough Docker is more than you got, but less than too much. And there ain't no such thing as too much Docker. Enough Docker is not a state of being, but rather a state of striving. It is not a goal to achieve, but rather an ordeal to emulate. And that's... why use again. Right, that's enough of that then, shall we?
Let's get onto orcs, I think, since they changed a whole bunch of shit. Changed a lot. Orcs! Orcs! Orcs are fun. Everyone likes orcs, they're a bit silly. In Battlesector, they function kind of like Bad Moons, right? They're not a super melee heavy army. They have some melee in there, but we'll get to that. They definitely want to be shooting. Their faction power gives them range stability per momentum, crit per momentum, and armor pierce per momentum. I'm not sure how the armor pierce works necessarily, because I don't think the game accounts for like percentages of armor pierce. It's either a whole point or not a whole point. But it is quite good, especially because this encourages orcs to use sort of low AP, high shot count weapons, and they have quite a lot of those. And on top of this, they get +3 momentum for ranged kills, and only +1 for melee, so it definitely encourages you to use ranged. On top of this, every single unit of, like, boys or knobs has mob rule, which means you get +10% momentum gains stacking up to 4 for each one next to each other in a tile, which encourages, and especially with how a lot of the orc defensive support works, this really encourages shooting castles. The stratagems are okay. They're pretty middle of the road. The standard one, like the 1 CP one, is the most unique. It's a shooting buff, basically. It just makes all your units shoot 25% more shots. This is pretty good. It's just a flat damage buff, right? But there are some unique instances where actually it's really funny. Well, one that I know of, basically. If you have 3 death dreads, they have an ability that causes them to get more shots if they're next to each other. If 3 death dreads are next to each other, and you pop this, they actually get 2 melee attacks, which is funny. Not super reliable though, obviously. 2 CP, it's fine, it's a strafe. 3 CP, fine, it's a bomb. I don't have anything new to say about these that I haven't said elsewhere. The first unit I want to look at is Gretchen. They're cheap, expendable, their shooting output, obviously it has less range, but it's actually damage-wise as good as a unit of sisters without using their buff. In fact, it's a little better, which is quite funny. They aren't really here to shoot, though. They're just insanely sticky. Like, they probably have the best HP to point ratio in the game. It costs 35 points for a unit of 10 Gretchen, and every single Gretchen has 35 health. That is 10 HP per point. It's so efficient. You should absolutely be using these guys. They're great for, well, a lot of things. They're great for just taking up space, screening, because they exert zone of control, they can tie some units up, because they have pistol weapons, they can sit on objectives and they're kind of hard to remove. They're a great way to just skew the action economy in your favor, because they're so difficult to kill. You need really premier anti-infantry to actually kill these guys, like blast weapons and heavy flamers. Light blast weapons, like most grenades, and some of the weaker AoE effects just won't kill Gretchen. You need a flamer or a really good anti-infantry gun. Probably A tier, I think, because they're so splashable and they don't really care about being in the orc castle, so they can just run out and do stuff. It's super nice. Let's look at Stormboys next. So Stormboys are... it's tempting to compare them to Assault Marines, because they're jump pack Marines, but they're probably a little closer to Death Company. They hit twice instead of once. They're a bit bulkier than Assault Marines. In fact, they're just pretty bulky generally. This is kind of a theme with orcs. Most of their units have higher health than an equivalent unit of their costs. Although their armor is usually a little low, but it's kind of okay. The Stormboys don't super suffer from this. They have 4 armor, which is like pretty respectable, to be honest. And of course, you could buff it with like a big mech before sending them in. Their Alpha Strike isn't as good as Assault Marines, or probably or even Death Company, really, because they don't have a way to buff their own melee damage. So, but they do get to, do backstabs and things much easier than most units. So, for that, they're pretty good. They also have the Inceptor's Jump Pack Stomp attack. It's probably worth knowing that while the game considers this to be a charge attack, it does not seem to count as a melee attack for the purpose of engaging a unit. So it's pretty much for mobility and chip damage, or maybe like squishing a swarm unit, because you can't engage a important shooting unit to stop them just blowing you off the board with this, because it just won't apply that debuff. What else is there about them, really? That's kind of it. But this is such a useful thing for orcs to have. They are great harassers. They do pretty good damage. They're sort of... It's not great, but they are kind of one of the only ways orcs have of dealing with slightly bulkier things, like characters and not anything that isn't the absolute tankiest target. Stormboys are like kind of okay into, because you can just get the backstab melee and do some decent damage. And it's sort of the least nonsense way to go about doing that. They can jump to objectives. They have a lot of flexibility. In fact, the only thing really holding them back is that in 2,000 points you're only allowed to bring 4 of them. They're an S tier unit for sure, and if orcs could bring more of them, they absolutely would. Boys, let's do them next. They're like the orc. They're kind of whatever. They have, a little weirdly, they actually don't have super big HP. They have slightly less than intercessors, which is like fine. Okay, their bulk is still okay, especially for 65 points. But they are more like they're a lot like intercessors. There'll be a lot throughout this section. There'll be a lot of comparisons to Blood Angel units. Boys are a bit like intercessors, but they, instead of being tanky, they're better at doing damage than intercessors are. So not only are they in orcs who have a faction passive that makes them better at shooting, both the shooter and the big shooter are higher damage weapons than the bolter and the auto bolt rifle. And their inbuilt damage steroid is slightly worse mathematically, but not so much that it really matters, and because it's in orcs, it works out to be better. Because they just get more shots and better AP, and their accuracy is okay. Their accuracy isn't great, obviously, at optimal range, but it's basically fine. Because they fire so many more shots. On top of this, their grenade is just better. Like, the Intercessor's grenade is a bit inconsistent. It actually doesn't quite do enough damage to wipe out swarms most of the time, unless it's like a swarm of scarabs. Orc grenades will stick bomb, that will very happily kill a unit of gaunts. Basically no nonsense, which is nice. Like, the difference between killing a unit and not killing a unit is obviously a big deal. When orcs were released, the big shooter was kind of just like the thing to take, just big shooter castles, because it was a bit overtuned. Now it's kind of a real decision between all 3 weapons. The shooter, the big shooter, and the rocket launcher. The shooter is fine. The damage is fine. You get the grenade, and you're only paying 65 points for a relatively bulky unit, which you can have do a little bit of everything, even if it doesn't really excel at any one job. The big shooter is definitely when you want to commit more to a heavy shooting castle, and the main thing you're getting out of taking it is range. It does a little bit more damage per shot, but the AP is the same. It's the range that's a big deal, because it lets you take engagements from further away. You get better Overwatch, so you'll get probably another round, maybe 2 of shooting off before the enemy starts to shoot back or do damage back. Depending on the faction you're against, because obviously some armies have either long range guns or also really fast melee units like Blood Angels. And it shifts the role slightly to gunner. You can take a mix of these things as well, obviously. You don't have to commit wholeheartedly to one. And the rocket launcher is kind of a tech choice. I bet you never really want to bring the rocket launcher as like a massed weapon like you would for the shooter or the big shooter. Because it only gets 2 shots throughout the entire game, and there is a cooldown between those shots. So you're going to have turns where the boys just can't do anything. But those shots are really powerful. They do pretty high damage, have pretty good AP, and really good splash, and it fires 5 of them. So if you hit, because there's 5 boys in the unit, you don't fire 5 shots per rocket, that'd be bonkers. But the damage is so good that you can like use it to assassinate characters, blow up annoying medium units, deal very healthy damage to those like 3 model style elite units. But I wouldn't bring more than 1, maybe 2. It's a decent tech choice if you think there's going to be an important unit on the enemy team that you need to kind of deal with. Like, maybe you're playing against Blood Angels and you really need something to deal with a Hellblaster, so that they have to use the melee to kill a Death Dread. Or maybe you're against Necrons and you want some way to pester Locust Heavy Destroyers for the same reason. Or you want something that'll do good damage to Crisis Suits against Tau, right? Rocket launchers are good for that, but because of how they function, you don't want to bring too many of them. All in all, B tier for boys, right? They're fine. They're versatile and they can do a lot of stuff, and they benefit from being in Orcs, which Intercessors don't from Blood Angels. Knobs, on the other hand, are pretty bad. Jeez, I don't really know where to start. So it's not entirely the Knobs' fault, to be honest. It's more that they're in an Orc army style that prefers to shoot. Like, a lot of the buffs don't really do anything for Knobs. Their melee, okay, let's start with the data sheet, right? They're decently bulky. They have a lot of health per model, so the whole unit's health is really high. Their armor's kind of low, but that's fine. So it does mean they still die kind of easily unless you're against sort of middling firepower. And the melee damage, I think, the melee damage is good. With the standard chopper, it's not great at all. It's just but with the 2 upgraded weapons, it's pretty good. I wouldn't take. I forget what the middle one is. There's basically 3 tiers. There's the standard chopper, the weapon after that, which the name escapes me right now, and then the power claw. I wouldn't take the middle weapon. Basically, I'd only ever take the power claw, because then the damage is actually really scary, especially with their inbuilt damage steroid. They just rip stuff to shreds. If they can get their claws on it, and that's kind of where Knobs trip and fall. If you don't pay for the power claw, they don't really do enough damage to justify bringing, to be honest. Especially since they will still suffer from the same issues that a power claw knob will. The power claw knob would at least hurt a lot if it gets where it's going. But it's kind of slow, right? It's not a jump pack unit. It only has standard 4 movement points. There's no way to buff that. So it doesn't very easily get to abuse things like backstabs, which hampers its damage a little bit compared to Storm Boys. Their low armor means despite having really high health, you're likely to lose a couple models or more before getting into melee, which obviously hurts their damage a lot. They don't get a lot of melee support. Like, the only way to buff melee damage in the game in another unit is in the War Boss. And you don't want to bring the War Boss because frankly, because Knobs are bad, right? And it's the only other melee unit you can really buff, and the War Boss is expensive. Knobs are really, really aching for some kind of transport unit. Like, if they added trucks to the game, Knobs would probably immediately jump up to B tier, just because they would then have a reliable way to get into combat and do all of their damage and take up some space. Until then, though, they're going in D tier. Just don't bring Knobs. They're a bit sad. They don't get it like a choice of a good gun either. They just have like a pistol gun. Don't bring them. Not good. Mega Knobs are good though. The main reason why is because their gun is good and they're way tankier. They come at a base of 150 points, and for 150 points, they're beefy as hell. 450 health for the entire model, 150 per Mega Knob, and a very healthy 7 armor. These guys are tanky just in and of themselves, but because of a lot of the Orcs' defensive support, which we'll get to a little later, I guess, like, Pain Boy bonus health, Big Mech shield, bonus armor from a Big Mech, and they just turn into these really efficient bricks that it's really hard for your opponent to remove, and their shooting is just okay. Like, they can harass with the standard shooter, or they can take the Combi Scorcher or the Combi Rocket. I don't think I'd take the Combi Scorcher often. It's not terrible, right? It's nice to have a flamer, but usually you want to punch things, and Orcs have a lot of kind of trash clear firepower just naturally, so they don't usually need Mega Knobs to take flamers. Other things might take them. But it's not terrible if you're against like Tyranids or something. And the combi rocket's probably the out and out best one, but it does cost quite a few points to take. But the advantage of it is you get rocket shots and shooter shots, which they both have a cooldown. So if you use them both on the same turn, while you'll output quite a bit of shooting that turn, you won't be able to do anything but melee next turn. Fortunately for melee, Mega Knobs, their melee is terrifying. They have the same ability to buff their own damage like Knobs do, except their melee weapon is better than a Power Claw. It's so deadly. Mega Knobs with their buff will just rip things to shreds. It's so scary to get charged by these guys. God forbid they get a backstab. They only have 3 movement points, so the odds of them... Frankly, if they get a backstab, you're either winning kind of hard that your opponent has to take a bad position, or your opponent is just misplaying. These guys really shouldn't be getting backstabs, and if they do, whatever they're backstabbing is fucking dead. They're really scary. I put them in A tier, I think. I usually take them, but they don't have to be in every list, but I think they're pretty good. The War Boss next. So the War Boss, I alluded to this like when I was talking about the knobs, but the War Boss suffers from being a melee buffing commander in an army that doesn't really want to do melee so much. None of the other melee units really need him. Storm Boys are too fast, so he can't really buff them. Death Dreads and Mega Knobs just flatly don't need his help. Sure, you could take a War Boss to buff them, but for the same price, you could just take another Death Dread plus like some boys because he's so expensive. So you'd probably much rather do that. His melee is good. Like, the only unit that really wants him around are Knobs, but Knobs suck. Again, if they added trucks to the game, he'd instantly jump up because you could stick in a truck with some Knobs and it'd actually be really scary. But I think I'm gonna say he's a C tier unit just because his datasheet is so much better than a Knob. Like, he in and of himself, he is much better. He has a good gun. It has a rocket on cooldown. His melee is good. He gets 2 EP because he's a commander, so he can move quite fast. He's pretty bulky. He has a free little squig attack for no action cost. And that's all good. Like, he is quite scary. If he runs at something, he can probably kill it. He can do a little bit of shooting. He can do quite a good bit of melee. But I probably wouldn't bring him. And, like, if he does buff a Death Dread or a Mega Knob, that's nice. Like, it is going to make you do quite a bit more damage, and it probably does break a couple thresholds. But you'd probably just rather bring another one of those units. C tier, I think. The Weird Boy. So the Weird Boy is going straight into... Oh, fuck, actually, I'm not sure. S tier? Maybe? Maybe just A tier. Look, the reason why it doesn't matter which of those two I put him in. Let's say high A tier, I think. The reason he's there is basically because of one button. And then he has some other stuff. Like, 70% of the reason why he's good is for one button. And that is the Weird Boy's buff, which I actually forget the name of. But basically what it does is it gives you damage resistance, like flat damage resistance, and damage buff. So it's a 10% damage resistance, which I spoke about this briefly when I was talking about Terminators, but damage resistance is like armor but better because you can't ignore it with armor penetration. 10% damage resistance to every single unit in range for 2 turns is huge on an army that has ways to amplify that even further. You have more force multipliers in the Pain Boy and the Mech. You can make everything so tanky. The damage buff, however, and this I think is why I'm putting him at A tier, is because of how damage buff applies. So it's 15% damage buff, but Battlesector rounds damage down. So if it doesn't give you enough damage that you actually gain at least 1 point of damage, then you don't get anything from it. So I think it's only Flash Gits whose guns actually do enough damage to benefit from this, and Beam Looters as well, but so that's kind of a different thing. Right? And rockets, I suppose. But, like, that sucks. That means most units are just not getting the damage buff component, unless they're doing melee. So, again, if Knobs were better, they could use this a lot. A Weird Boy would be even better, because he'd have something to give the 50% damage to. But currently, because most things want to do shooting, they don't get anything out of that. it feels like it should do something. Orcs, we'll get to it when we talk about that. The orcs are aching for a transport. They really are. It would just make the army feel so much better. And I think it basically instantly solve all of their problems. This guy is still an AT unit, though. The other two things he have, we'll go over them briefly. He has like a smite. It's kind of like the assault means crack grenade. It's just an auto-hitting anti-tank attack. It's nice to have. It's pretty good. And the other thing he has is like a blind effect, which is really good in specific instances. But those specific instances do come up fairly often. Like if a scary unit jumps in, like a bloodthirster, or there's a riptide trying to gun you all down, or something. You can just hit it with this, and that thing is just not scary anymore. Really, it does so much less damage. Pretty good A tier. Right, yeah, here we go. I guess we'll just talk about all the defense utility units because I think they're all super good. Next up is the Mech Boy, who I'm going to put in S tier. I think he has an aura, which does what the Weird Boy's aura does. It does only apply to range damage, but like the fact he doesn't have to cast it, it's just you just passively have 10% range damage reduction for every unit in 2 tiles. It's really good. And stacking it with the Weird Boy one is 20%. Absolutely huge. It gives him a personal damage reduction of 20%. Because of how damage reduction works, though, you can just look at this as extra health on the Weird Boy. And when you do look at it like that, he's actually not very tanky at all. He has really low health. And just like okay armor, so he's kind of easy to kill. So you do have to be kind of careful with him. Other stuff he can do. He can heal mechanized units, which also gives them an extra pip of armor, so you can give this to Death Dreads, and that will effectively give Death Dreads, if you layer it with the Weird Boy buff as well, effectively 12 armor, which is really funny. Like, how the fuck do you kill that? Unless if you don't have some like really good AT. Funnily enough, other orcs basically can't deal with that without getting in their heavy melee stuck in. They just don't have the guns to do that. It's very funny. It's not incredible. It's pretty good. It's just like not. It's not as broken as it sounds because it's only going to last a little bit, and most armies don't struggle as much with AT as orcs do. He can also give an armor and evasion buff to non-mech units, so you can chuck this on a Mega Nob or a War Bike, which counts as non-mechanized for some reason. I think. Oh, I might be remembering that wrong. Don't quote me on that. But you can also give it to Storm Boys before they jump in. It's just, it's nice. It's nice support. On top of that, he's got melee that's alright, and his gun's genuinely quite good. He gets a custom Mega Blaster, so you get, because he's 2 AP, potentially 2 shots, so decent damage, decent splash, decent AP. It's good against basically anything you shoot it at. There's no reason not to take this guy, in my opinion. In fact, weirdly, he would be worse if orcs had trucks, because he's kind of immobile, and he doesn't want to get into the line of fire. If you added trucks, all of a sudden, all of the orc melee units would be better, and you'd have more of a reason not to take the Mech Boy, because he's not as good wouldn't be as good in a melee heavy playstyle. But I'm gonna put him in S tier because of how orcs function currently. There's basically, you should just bring one, right? It gives you so much defensive utility. For the same reason, moving on to the Pain Boy, he's also in S tier for the same reason. He is. This is kind of a weird way of looking at it, but I'm gonna say it's like a catchy, like a bait thing to say, I suppose, right? He is the single best healing unit in the game, because the point of healing is to have more hit points to chew through, and he just gives 10% extra health to every single unit within 2 tiles of him, passively, right? He doesn't have to press anything. So he already gives his army way more hit points than any of the other healers in the game. And again, layered with the other defensive buffs, you can just take so many fucking hits. Depending how you look at damage resistance, right, it's basically just a 10%, it's kind of like just 10% effective extra health. And given that orcs already have pretty high health pools, you can just have effectively, at least against ranged attacks, effectively 30% extra health on all of your units. That's bonkers. And it makes orcs so tanky. They're such a burly army to shoot into. They're still not quite as tanky as sisters, I don't think, because sisters are sisters. But orcs are bulky, and the Pain Boy is one of the big reasons for that. The Pain Boy himself, though, isn't super impressive, right? He can heal things, which sometimes goes wrong, and he does damage. That feels really bad when it happens, but it's kind of whatever. You should just try to heal things anyway. And he can hit stuff with melee if he needs to. It's not incredible, but it's not terrible melee either. You don't really want him to be getting killed, because, think about it, right? He provides 10%... If he's providing 10% health to at least 4 or 5 units, and he dies, that's like free damage that you're just giving your opponent. So don't try not to get him. It's difficult to keep him in the castle and try not to get him killed, but he is super good. Oh, Death Dreads. Okay, so Death Dreads are great. I'm gonna compare them to the Dreadnought, because Death Dreads are kind of everything the Furioso Dreadnought wishes. So you're paying 10 more points, but for those 10 points are getting you a lot. To start with, you get 50 more health over the Furioso. But beyond that, you're also getting just drastically better melee. Like, the Furioso's punch is not that scary. The Death Dread Claw is a scary melee weapon. You don't get a grenade launcher built in, but that's kind of whatever on the Dreadnought anyway. The base gun is also better, because it's not stuck at the big shooter that it gets. It's not stuck at AP1 like the Stormbolter, so, and because of the inbuilt Death Dread buff, so Death Dreads get +1 movement point and plus 20% shots for every other Death Dread within 2 tiles, stacking up to 3 times. In 2k you can only bring 2, but in 2.5k and 3k you can bring 3 and max this out. Meaning that their base shooting is just flatly better than the base Dreadnought, by some margin. Not to mention other orc shooting support. Let me push it further. And other orc defensive support, just naturally making the Death Dread far tankier than the Dreadnought is. And it's way more mobile than the Dreadnought, because if you've got 2 Death Dreads, they move way faster, so like it's just so much better. On top of this, they pay their Scorcher, the Dreadnought Scorcher, the Death Dread Scorcher, sorry, is identical to the Furioso's Flamer, except you paying less points for it, and you have a more mobile and a more tanky unit, so it's just better in basically every way. Like I said, the Death Draw is what the Dreadnought wishes it was. Scorcher Dread, the choice between Shooter and Scorcher is kind of depends what you're up against. Because it's a heavy style Flamer, and Flamers synergize really well with the extra AP that Orcs can get from their faction passive, so, and the extra shot buff from the 1 CP stratagem, so Orcs can get a lot of damage out of this Flamer. So if you're against units you can flame out, like if you're against Tyranids, Necrons, Sisters, just because it's nice to have the auto hit, then bringing this is really... Oh, Khorne as well, obviously, and other Orcs. But in fact, look at that. Against most factions, it's good. It's even good against Blood Angels. Like, it's not bad, because Blood Angels, like, it can just about hurt 5 and 6 armor things. So you probably usually want to bring the Scorcher, because it's a fast Scorcher threat, and with good melee, and it's tanky. And as we've established in a couple other sections, that's just kind of good to have. It lets you make really strong plays. But the big shooter is kind of like a different playstyle. It's like you're playing with a wall. If you want to just, like, sit in an objective area or in a key area and just fucking stand there and take a bunch of firepower, the big shooter's probably better for that, because you can have a bit more range. You can actually hit things from further away. I can't think of a situation where you'd really want to do that, to be honest. Unless you were against other Orcs. Orcs are surprisingly flavor resistant because of how much health they have. So maybe you'd do it there and just try and out-tank the other Orc. I don't know. It is really good, though. I think the Scorcher variant is better, but the shooter's, like, fine. A-tier unit. Oh, right. War bikes. Hello, this is Editing Yogurt again. I've decided to move the Pain Boy and the Mech Boy both down a little bit, because they're actually really easy to kill. And I point that out, but I don't really seem to factor it. Listening back, I don't really seem to factor it into my ranking of these units. But it is a big deal. So I'm going to bump them both down to A. And I think I'm going to bump the Death Dread down to B. Thanks. Sorry. Warbikes are so... I love warbikes so much, actually. When Orcs came out, warbikes weren't great. They were just like, okay. But they've received quite a few buffs to their main gun, and now they're so good, actually. I'd put them in S tier. Like, I'd just always bring warbikes. So the main gun is just... It's 90 points. For 90 points, you're getting so much good stuff. So we'll start with the gun. The main, because it's the thing I like. It has a damage range of like 3 to 5, which is not, you know, super high, like a lot of other Orc guns. But it has AP 3, which is already better than most Orc weapons, at least the big shooters and the shooters on the boys. But it gets 50 shots. That's so many. It makes the damage super consistent, and it's just good. It's just really good. You can gun down most of an Intercessor squad with this. Which is great for 90 points. Like, Intercessors can't gun down Intercessors that well. On top, the damage range is a little low, but you're on like a 6 movement point unit, okay? So it kind of doesn't matter. And speaking of that, it's a 6 movement point unit, so it can get to your objectives. It can let you contest mid and the flank objectives way easier. It has an inbuilt ability to give itself more movement points, although since that costs an action point, it only gives you a net +1. But it gives you evasion, which does stack with its other ability, which costs no AP and gives a shitload of evasion. Fuck, it can make it really tanky. And, despite being 90 points, it's pretty bulky and has good health. This guy is really hard to remove for 90 points. It's kind of the Orc unit, like for this version of Orcs. It shoots lots of lowish damage shots, but because of how many it fires, it does good damage. It's very mobile, which Orcs really want, because they don't have a lot of it outside of Storm Boys. And it's really bulky for the points cost. It's just great. Absolutely bring these guys. Please, they're so good. Flash kits. Flash kits are okay. Depressingly, they're sort of the best anti-armor option you have, really. And that's a little sad, given that their armor piercing is 4. That's not very high. It will have to do for Orcs, okay? They can do some respectable damage. It just requires some setup. Because it can use its movement to get more shots, which is nice. Does it give AP? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's the Looters one I'm thinking of. But you can trade movement points for more shots. Given the shots are each quite powerful, and it can benefit from the Weird Boy buff, you can get some pretty decent shooting out of these guys. Especially with the 1 CP stratagem. If you stack all of those together, you do hit pretty good against even really heavy targets. It's just, it requires more setup than other armies need. But outside of that, they're also generalist shooting. You can point them at most things, and it'll be effective, but it will be less effective than you'd like, because flash kits are one of the worst victims of the bullet travel mechanics in this game. The bullet speed is wicked high, but their fire rate is also wicked high, so they can waste a lot of shots. So over the course of the game, because you fire 8 shots per unit, over the course of the game you will miss like maybe 1 or 2 per model per unit. And over the course of the game, it's going to add up to a lot of damage just on the table that you didn't get to use. I think probably their ideal targets are like the 3 model elite units, like aggressors, 2 blades, heavy destroyers, the 2 model I know, but you know, the Nundums and Sisters, I forget what they're called, the war suits, Paragon war suits, because you're less likely to waste shots because each model is so tanky, and you're going to build momentum, which will make your armor piercing better, which will make you better against those units and heavier units as well. They're quite good into characters as well for sort of the same reason, but they can shoot at other stuff too. So I think I'll put them in B tier. You are paying premium for this shooting, but it is good shooting. Looters. Looters come in 2 flavors, one of which is bad and the other one is good. And we'll get to the bad one later. Let's do the good one first. So, while flash kits are like your like middle rank firing, if boys are your front rank, flash kits are the middle rank, and looters are the back rank, because they have much more range. They cost less than flash kits, and are therefore tankier per point, but they actually don't want to use that tankiness. They want to be further back to use the most of their range. Their gun also suffers a bit from the bullet travel problem, but you're just going to have to put up with it. Also, they fire more shots. Sorry. They fire more shots, so they do suffer a little less since you're dividing your total damage into less shots. You're gonna hopefully waste less of them. But they can put out really consistent damage turn on turn against anything that isn't super tanky. And even with that, they can do the same thing that Flash Gits can. They kind of want to use their shooting buff to take out like 6 armor things or 7 armor things. But if you combine it with the they don't get the weird bomber, but if you combine it with the shooting buff from the 1 CP stratagem, they can kind of chip in as well with heavy stuff. They don't do it quite as well as Flash Gits, but they do it basically good enough. And for that reason, I think I'd put them in like A tier. Just having such long range guns is nice in a castle style army. But the Beamy Death Gun, probably C tier, maybe D tier. You'd think, right? I've said a few times throughout this that orcs struggle a lot with AT, and for those reasons, you'd think this would be really good. It's the dedicated AT weapon, right? But it's just not great. It has some problems. One, it doesn't benefit at all because of how the gun works. It does not benefit at all from Orc faction passive or the 1 CP stratagem because it's 5 single high damage, high AP shots. It does have an inbuilt bonus against vehicles, but even with this, the damage is really swingy because it's 5 single shots. So if you miss like 1 or 2, right, you're very rarely going to hit all 5. You're likely to miss 1 or 2, and it can be really swingy. Maybe you do hit 4, maybe you do hit 5, but maybe you hit like 1 or 2, and your damage is just pathetic. You'd much rather have the consistency, even if the damage might be a little lower. Like they do about maybe 110 damage on average if you like math it out against a 9 armor unit, but this can be as low as 80 to as high as 150. And if you hit for 80, you might as well have just brought the basic gun, which will do about that much damage anyway if you give it a little buffing. So for those reasons, I wouldn't recommend bringing the BB Death Gun. I'd stick to the base gun. Though a very recent patch. Oh god, sorry, I had to re-record a few bits of this video because there was a patch really recently that added the new units. Which, oh god, as I'm recording this, I haven't done the bits for the new units yet. I have no idea where to put those yet. Anyway, because of the patch, the Beamy Death Guns do now work against battle suits. They now count as vehicles. So maybe there's a legit excuse to take them against Tau, but I'd probably still not bother. Not a great weapon. Let's look at our 2 final units. Burner Boys, right? They are Burner Boys are the most B tier, C tier unit in the game. By which I mean, if you're against an army where having flamers is good, like Tyranids mainly, and Necrons, then Burner Boys are just great because they are one of the cheapest flamer units in the game, and they're pretty bulky for their points. So you're going to have damage that's good against most of your targets, and they're going to be able to stick around for a while. However, if they're not good, like if you're against Blood Angels, or you're against Tau, or other orcs, Burner Boys are not very good, because despite the fact they have a 2-tile flamer, they just can't kill anything, and they get absolutely mollywopped by either long-range Tau units or jumpy Blood Angels. And then they're really bad. So you need to know when to bring them. But if you bring them at the right time, they're really good. I think I'd go as far as to say when they're good, they're like low A tier, but when they're bad, they're like C tier or worse. So know when you want your burners. Last unit. Okay, the Deathcopter. If I had to sum up the Deathcopter in a single sentence, I'd probably say worse than you'd think a unit like this is, but probably not as bad as I'm about to make it sound. Right out the gate, it's got a big selling point is that it's a true fly unit. Not hover, right? This can just terrain skip permanently. And it has 6 movement, and I've mentioned a couple times that objectives are a big deal, and having a super mobile unit is really nice for getting to objectives, and you'd think, therefore, the Deathcopter would be good just because it has this utility. And it can do that. It can, go to objectives and stuff, but I think it's paying too much. It's sort of like a side grade to the Warbike, but I think it's worse in basically every in theory, but I think it's just worse. I basically never bring it over the Warbike. What kind of lets it down is the guns that it has. Like, the points cost isn't too bad. It's just that the Deathcopter doesn't do anything outside of fly. The default weapon is a rocket launcher, and it's very similar to the one the boys have. It might, in fact, just be the same, but the problem with it is obviously the cooldown. It means the Deathcopter can advance and it can see things, but it's not like a land speeder. It can't beef with any other units. It can fire one shot and then it kind of has to leave or just get killed. So that doesn't feel great. And it does have an inbuilt ability to do like a little bomb. It counts as a charge attack, so you're going to take zone of control doing it, but it can do a bit of damage. It's just like, it's not incredible. Maybe it's good if you can like line up a bunch of gaunts, but if an enemy sees that you have a Deathcopter, then they're going to know you can do this, and they can just position around it. So it's a way to like goof on bad players, but or newer players even. But you know, otherwise it's not that useful of an ability. You can spend 20 points to upgrade to a custom Mega Blaster. 20 points seems like a lot, but it is, in my opinion at least, like a flat upgrade. It's slightly less good at clearing out multiple models, but the damage is still fine. The thing you're really paying for is that you have a gun you can actually fire every turn, so it can actually do stuff. But I really wouldn't pay the points for the Deathcopter. Like, the fly is nice, but I just wouldn't pay it when Warbikes are so good. On some maps, maybe it's worth it, but I just don't think so. Take the Warbikes. I wouldn't bring it. I'm gonna put it in C tier. I like if it having fly is so powerful that I'm gonna put it in C tier, but in my heart, D tier. Right? It's just not very good. Fuck it. I'm putting it in D tier. D for Deathcopter. That's Orcs, I guess. So Orcs are generally considered as the weakest faction in Battlesector right now, and I generally agree, especially with the very recent patch buffing some other factions. I think this is just... It sucks to be an Orc right now. Some of the main problems they have is that they struggle with AT, right? Sure, you can typically bring more raw health to the board than the enemy can, and with the layered defensive buffs, like I said, they're a very bulky army, they're good at holding space and objectives. They can almost just try to stall out and win the game that way, but that is an exploitable strategy because it kind of puts the it's kind of like a skill check for your opponent, I guess, because if your opponent is just once a player is of a certain skill level, stalling just kind of won't, trying to stall out just sort of won't work, because you're letting your opponent make all the decisions, really. You're just trying to sit in a place and not die, which is quite exploitable. And they do have some units that can put out an appreciable amount of AT damage, but it requires setup, which means you won't always have it. And sure, you could buff like the BB Def Gun or add a unit that does AT damage, but like I said a couple times, I think Orcs just really need a transport. Like if they a truck full of knobs, that's a funny thing to say, isn't it? A truck full of knobs would be a pretty good solution, because they do good AT damage with the Power Claw. So does the War Boss and things, right? And you can just run. It not only does it give Orcs access to a completely new playstyle, it sort of gives them a way to deal with armored vehicles that I think isn't too free, if that makes sense, right? I feel like Orcs being bad against armored stuff is a deliberate design choice. So I think they should sort of maintain this weakness. It's just that right now it's too much, and loading units full of guys to go and punch vehicles is a way to deal with armored stuff, but it's obviously less free than just shooting it from like 8 tiles away, like a Locust Heavy Destroyer. So it feel orky. I think it would require the Orc player to actually make like a strategic commitment to dealing with armor, and it adds a new playstyle. Like they should just add fucking trucks, man. If they're gonna add one unit to the game, I know they just added 3 and none of them were a truck. Come on, guys. What are you doing? That's Orcs for you.
Lord Commissar, High Fleet Krakenstein. They've released the Goyanthropes, The what?
Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam.
Tyranids have like a lot going on. Their main faction power is that they get more momentum for melee kills than they do for ranged kills, and they get a little bit of crit per momentum and a bunch of accuracy. It's not like a massively potent power like it is, for example, the Khorne damage one, but they can build momentum very well, so it makes all of their units pretty accurate. They also have Synapse, which is this like AoE buff that some of the like big bugs give out, and it gives momentum gains, and it gives evasion, and it stacks up to like 3x, so you can get pretty high evasion and pretty incredible momentum gains on most of your units. They also have Swarm Tactics, so this applies to all the Gaunt flavors, including Gargoyles and also Gene Stealers. They stack across units, so 2 Gene Stealers and 2 Gargoyles will give each other max stacks. They don't have to all be the same unit. It gives plus 30% range damage and plus 35% melee damage, up to 4 stacks. This is a lot, especially for some of the ranged weapons, and you can kind of build around this. It definitely encourages you to use swarm units, but you by no means like have to do that. Tyranids, I think, have probably the worst stratagems in the game, I think. Editing yard again. I'm going to go ahead and retcon this statement and say second worst. Tyranid stratagems are like okay, right? They have a gunship stratagem, they have a usable 3 CP stratagem, and the 1 CP stratagem is not incredible, but I think Khornes are the worst, which I said as much in the Khorne section. I didn't realise until listening back that I'd said these guys have the worst stratagem about 2 different factions, and the Tyranid ones are definitely better than Khorne's ones, I think. Random note about the Khorne ones as well. It occurred to me that a way to use that momentum one is against sisters, so you can actually hit them. Thanks. I've not like properly, I know what they all do and I've used them all. I've not like properly evaluated them, so it's kind of like, I haven't sat down to think about it, so I guess it's a little harder to say, but they definitely feel the worst, because I think the main reason for that is that their 1 CP stratagem just isn't that good. So basically what it does is it removes 50% momentum and Overwatch from all the units in a 3x3 grid. This is situationally useful if you're against an army that likes to shoot a lot, like Necrons or Tau. This can be quite nice. But like, it doesn't kill anything, it doesn't spawn a unit. It means that you can't always use it, and that's annoying. The 2 CP stratagem is fine, it's a gunship. This one, the one that makes this one different is that it also applies poison, which is nice, that's more damage. The 3 CP stratagem is actually really unique. It spawns 4 units, which are called Spore Mines, and they explode if a unit tries to move out of their range or kills it, or if they land on top of a unit. It does a pretty good chunk of damage. It's less damage than the other pick an area and detonate stratagems, but having a unit you can actually control means you can put them on points and stuff, so it's unique, at least, although I don't think it's great. Starting off the units, we're going to talk about Gargoyles, Termagants, and Hormagaunts all in the same way, just because I think that the similarities they share is that they're all about as squishy as each other. They all have 1 armor, a model count of 8. The health and evasion vary a little bit, but broadly speaking, they are about as killable as one another. A grenade or some anti-infantry weapon will very heavily damage, if not outright kill, any one of these 3 units, but they do definitely do different things. They used to generate command points very efficiently, but this was quite recently nerfed. It doesn't really affect their placings, but it's worth keeping in mind. Termagants are like the most rank and file style unit here. They actually have a gun and they run around. They have 3 weapon options. The Flesh Borer, it's kind of whatever. It's the basic gun and it's got AP1. So even with Swarm Tactics, it's really not going to punch very hard. And they also have the Spine Fists. I can't think of a reason you'd ever want to use the Spine Fists, to be honest with you. It is a pistol weapon, so you get pistol reaction fire and you get zone of control. But Termagants are so easy to kill that they're zone of control is not super threatening, and the weapons are about as strong as a flesh borer. So again, if you could just, most units can just afford to eat the zone of control, not super scary. But Termagants, I think, are probably an ST unit, and the reason for that is because of the Devourer. This thing is fucking mental. Basically, you spam this for Swarm Tactics, and what does the Devourer get? For 10 points, it gives you extra armor pierce and a couple extra shots. But the extra AP is such a huge deal, and with Swarm Tactics, it means they can really, really punch above their weight. And 2 extra attacks per gun translates to 16 extra per unit, which is a pretty significant damage increase. With Swarm Tactics as well, that's like 120% damage on every single unit, of which you can bring like 8. This is a huge damage steroid, and they can punch way above what they should probably be able to. I'm extremely surprised that ranged damage output was not nerfed from Swarm Tactics in the same way that the melee damage was. Definitely an S tier unit. Hormagaunts, they're the only one of the 3 that actually have Gaunt in the name, despite my insistence on Termagant rather than Termagant. But the melee version, right? And they definitely felt the Swarm Tactics nerf hard. They're a little tankier, they have 5 extra health, and they move a little faster, but the nerf hurt them a lot. They used to have really pretty incredible melee damage. You basically used them like little melee missiles, but it's a little awkward. One, you need to have the units in range for Swarm Tactics when the melee attack goes off, which means all of your units need to move into the correct position, which is sometimes hard to orchestrate, sometimes a little awkward depending on the map. There might not really be the room for this, and so on and so forth. And the fact you don't get to do the charge means that they're gonna get punched back, and they are really squishy. So if whatever you're hitting has a melee weapon, you're gonna lose a few. But even then, you could still use them as a melee missile. I personally don't like to bring them. They're fast, so you could use them as point runners, but you know, that's kind of what gargoyles are for. I don't like Hormagaunts that much. I put them in C tier. Not a terrible thing to just throw at stuff, like a few of them could rip a tank apart, but C tier. Gargoyles probably benefit the least from the Swarm Tactics because they're stuck with the Flesh Borer, and they also cost the most at 45 points. But they are absolutely a staple unit because they have fly. Not hover, fly. They are the cheapest unit in the game that can just completely ignore terrain and still has more movement points than average. 6 movement points and permanent fly. They could have no gun and they would still be good. Maybe that's exaggerating, but they're really, really good. They can just go wherever the hell they want, which can help bring Swarm Tactics to other units in your army, or go around, harass, move, block, take points, do whatever the hell you need them to. But on top of that, they have a utility ability, which applies poison. This is, kind of whatever, but the big thing is it reduces evasion by 10% and accuracy by 30 on a 45-point super mobile frame. This is an incredible, incredible ability. You can just throw it at Locust Heavy Destroyer. Oh, actually it doesn't work on them because they're metal, but throw it on some scary gunner, Hellblasters or something. It's good against Sisters as well. Nice unit. I would probably bring a bunch of these. They're definitely S tier, right? And I think pound for pound, they're probably better than Termagants. Sure, Termagants do a lot of damage, but you could run like a monster list, and in a monster list, you'd still want to bring Gargoyles. Like, they're just so flexible, you basically always want them. And I think that's what gives them the edge over Termagants. The Broodlord. So this is one of 2 DLC units. Unlike the Blood Angels Elites, I don't think the Broodlord and the Hive Gar are just like instant S tier units, but we'll get to that. So the Broodlord is, well, to start with, I think it's really cool. Like, thematically, it's a fantastic add to the Tyranids because it brings that Gene Stealer heavy playstyle that they didn't, well, it encourages a Gene Stealer heavy playstyle that they didn't really have before, and Gene Stealers are such a big part of Tyranids and like the history of Warhammer. So it's cool to have this. And, well, thematically, it also mechanically functions as sort of the boss Gene Stealer. It So Gene Stealers don't benefit from Synapse, they have their own version of Synapse, which gives 50% momentum gains and 5 evasion per stack, but it stacks up to 4 times, meaning you can get more evasion. The Broodlord has this ability and contributes to it. This means Gene Stealers, which we'll get to, and the Broodlord themselves can get really high evasion, and despite being a character unit who are typically fairly squishy for their points, he's quite hard to get rid of with his evasion bonus. His other support ability is a little splash to psychic damage and accuracy reduction, but the kicker is that a unit hit by this has their reactions, zone of control, melee reactions, Overwatch, pistol Overwatch, completely removed for a turn, which is combos very nicely with Gene Stealers who don't want to get punched back or Overwatch, so you can just run all your Gene Stealers up and rip whatever that was apart. Gosh, I can't talk today. So, on top of this, the Broodlord actually has pretty scary melee itself. 3 attacks per action, and it'll typically dish out like 120-ish AP 8 damage with a tiny bit of splash. A squad of Gene Stealers and a Broodlord can probably take out basically anything if you get all of your melee off. But it does require a little bit of setup, and it is quite points heavy to bring that many things. I probably wouldn't bring the Broodlord alone. If you just want a scary and fast single model melee threat, just bring the Tyranid Prime, right? Because it has natural killer, which means it's probably going to get more actions than the Broodlord is. And right, so you just bring that, but the Broodlord does pair well with Gene Stealers, so it's not a terrible bring if you're bringing those. I'm going to put it in B tier. Not necessarily because of the Broodlord itself, but because Gene Stealers spam is not like incredible. Gene Stealers are also B tier, I think. Spoiler alert, but Broodlords have to go with them, and they don't really work on their own. Spoiler, I guess we'll get to Gene Stealers next. One of the more recognizable Tyranid units, right? There is some overlap with Hormagaunts for a fast and punchy melee unit, but I think Gene Stealers are a slightly more attractive option. Obviously, they feel the Swarm Tactics melee nerf a bit, but it hurts them less a little because Gene Stealers have a little more going on outside their melee damage. They're a little bulkier, and their evasion is just much better because they can get, well, it's a bit better because they can stack their inbuilt ability higher, and their inbuilt damage at base is like considerably better. So if one of them dies and you don't have max Swarm Tactics anymore, it's less of a big deal. Or if you can't get Swarm Tactics, you can still dish out a little bit of damage. So they're fast, they're punchy, they have good evasion, but they obviously suffer, like a lot of Tyranid units, they suffer against Flamers, although in Gene Stealers it feels extra bad because they're worth considerably more points than Hormagaunts. I think B tier generally, but against Necrons, maybe you could see a bit more use for them, since they'd be good at assassinating Necron characters, or things like... You could argue maybe they're a little better against Necrons because their evasion is so high, but I don't really know if I'd bring them against Necrons either, just because I don't like running them that much. Not because it's bad necessarily. B tier. Who's next? Warriors. So Warriors have a nice thing about them that stands out, which is that by some margin they are like the cheapest Synapse unit at 95 points, which gives them value before we even actually get to the frame that ability is attached to. And it's a good frame, right? They're one of these like 3 model elite style units, and they're definitely squishy compared to the other units of that style, right? Their armor isn't quite as high. Their raw health is alright, but the thing that makes them stand out is they hit pretty hard for their points. So they have 2 weapons options. They have the basic weapon, which isn't that great. It's a Devourer that the Tyranids get, but it's slightly better damage, shot count, and range. But the Death Spitter is just a flat upgrade. A lot of weapons in this game function kind of as having a different function, but this is just flatly better than the Devourer, and sometimes worth taking. The thing that pushes it up is that Warriors have the natural killer ability, which means if they kill a model, they roll a 75% chance to get a bonus action and bonus melee damage. This means if you get them into melee as well, which their melee is quite good, they can kill things that typically cannot do the same to them for the same points cost. And their gun, they can get 2 rounds of shooting a lot of the time, which gets a lot of value out of any points you might have invested into the Death Spitter. A pretty great unit all in all. I'd probably put them in, I want to say high B. I think I'll put them in A tier. They're great to send, because like they're versatile, right? You can send them up the midfield, you can send them to one of the flanking objectives, with like, as like an officer supporting your like Splinter Force, and they'll get stuff done. They can beef with most other units in the game, they can shoot, they can fight, they provide support. I think I've talked myself into it. I'll put them in A tier, I think. Hive Guard. So, the other DLC unit. At base, they're not super tanky for the points, 150 HP, but 5 armor isn't incredible, and minus 10 evasion is also not great. If you move, it's obviously not that big of a deal, but, you know, it's something. The reason you've brought them is for the guns. The Impaler guns are the default and are decent generalist weapons. They've got nice AP4, which means they can hurt basically anything, at least a bit. 3 shots and a good damage. You want to hurt something, just shoot at it, right? You can't really pick a bad target necessarily with these. They're great against Space Marines, they're great against Necrons. Less good against Sisters, because it's just hard to hit Sisters, but, you know, decent guns. But the other weapon they have is interesting. The shock gun is pretty funny in just how it operates, and I think it's kind of the main draw of the Hive Guard, at least in my opinion. It basically has insanely high damage, but very low armor piercing. So they'll do a good bit less than the Impalers to most targets, but they have a special rule which dramatically increases their vehicles effectiveness against vehicles. 5 extra armor pierce. 5 extra armor pierce. 15% extra critical hit chance, and double damage, which is just an insane boost, and makes them really quite exceptional tank killers, but it is strictly limited to actually vehicles. So if you're not against so it makes them hard to justify bringing, right? Unless you are building like a list for an opponent, you know what your opponent is, right? And you're building a list to fight that opponent. You can evaluate a lot better if there's going to be tanks or something, like Blood Angels might bring a Pile Predator, Orcs fairly likely to bring a Death Dread, Sisters will definitely bring a Rhino, but if you need to build like an taking all comers sort of list, then it's harder to justify them, because against Khorne, they're not going to be super useful. Against other Tyranids, they're not going to do anything. I don't think Tau battlesuits actually count as vehicles, so I don't think it does anything to Tau unless they bring a Hammerhead or the Piranha. The best place for them is probably against Blood Angels, because even if they don't bring a Predator, they're very likely to bring a Land Speeder, and Land Speeders aren't as beefy as Predators, so you can just wipe them out. Not bad, but I'm gonna say B tier, because the Impaler's pretty good, and you can splash that, and the shotgun is really good if you have an excuse to bring it, but they have a defined role, I guess. That's why I'm putting them in B tier. Who is next? Thornbacks. Alright. Arcane effects. They have 2 guns. One spreads poison, and the other spreads corrosion. So pick what you want to be shooting at, vehicles or organic things. Poison, I don't think I explained this, sorry. Poison and corrosion are damage at the end of turn effects. Basically, poison is for organics and corrosion is for not organics. You shoot it, it applies the effect, and then at the end of that unit's next turn, it takes a chunk of damage, regardless of, like, pure damage too. It doesn't matter what its armor value or damage resistances are, it just takes that damage. Or damage resistance might affect actually, but armor doesn't. And they can't evade it either. So it can be nice to stack damage up on things. But for what it's worth, I think you're probably better off with the base gun unless you're against Necrons. You can let melee bugs or shock hive guard or something else deal with heavies and vehicles. The shooting isn't really what you want. Like, it's okay, but for 130 points, it's not incredible. The point that you've brought this guy for is the devastating charge ability, which can potentially do a lot of damage and heavily disrupt lists that like to castle up. So Tau infantry lists can castle sometimes. Necron lists that bring a lot of immortals might castle up. Orc lists have a habit of castling up to get the most out of their defensive bonuses. But if you can't find a way to use this devastating charge ability, probably wouldn't bring him. B tier though, because when he's good, he's good. And when he's not good, he isn't, like, useless. He still does stuff. He's decently tanky, he moves, and he can sit on an objective and do melee if he has to. The Exocrine. This is the gun bug, right? Bug's a little word for such a chunky guy, and you're paying quite a lot of points for bulk that it mostly won't use. But the big gun. It's a single shot weapon, so it does suffer a little. It does suffer a little bit from single shot syndrome, but I think less so than units like the broadside, because it has access to the Tyranid's faction passive, which gives it accuracy. And it has an inbuilt accuracy buff that gives, like, a very potent accuracy buff, which means it's very likely to hit its shot. You're probably paying too many points for the basic firing function of the weapon, which is a single target 70 to 80 damage of AT. Yeah, it's very long range, but that's not a lot of damage. The thing that makes it stand out, though, is its inbuilt ability to make that shot have 100% splash damage against a unit. So you can just wipe out whole units of, like, Space Marines or a Necron unit in a single shot. It hits that, like, perfect damage range where anything that isn't, like, a heavier style elite unit is just getting wiped out in a single hit. It's very nice. Orcs can probably take it because they have so much dismissive buffs, but Space Marines, Necrons, Sisters, Tau, Nids, you know, getting other Nids getting squashed. He isn't going to do much more than this, though, and if he pops that ability, he does suddenly take way more melee damage, so he can get picked off. You want to be careful about when you bring him. Into Blood Angels probably is where he functions best, but Sisters can cause him to miss a lot, which makes him feel like he's a bit of a waste of points. And he might not get so much done against an army like Khorne or Orcs that can actually survive the shot, and then you have to commit another activation to it anyway. B tier, though, defined niche, decently okay at it. In fact, it's a very valuable thing it can do. Oh, maybe I'm spoken myself out of it. Maybe I'll put it in C tier. Defined niche that it's good at, but it's kind of not great if it doesn't get to do that thing. Yeah, I've spoken myself to it. Like, it's like a high C tier, though. Venom Thropes, they feel like they have a lot of potential. You know, like, for just 70 points, you're getting a surprisingly tanky unit. 100 health, there are three model style unit, right? 100 HP per model. And with the inbuilt evasion buff plus synapse, they have 4 armor and evasion up to as high as 45. They are really hard to hit. Like, most units are like, the average accuracy rating for units is like 80, 85. And if you're shooting at something which has 45 evasion, you're only going to have like a 35 to 40% chance to hit it. That's before factoring anything like cover or any debuffs. So they can be pretty hard to hit. And on top of this, they have Poison Field. So every enemy adjacent gets poisoned, which is a pretty good chunk of damage already. But it also significantly amps all damage to units on those tiles. These guys are pretty nice for sitting on an objective, popping that ability, and then even if they die, when the enemy comes in to take the objective off you, the unit they put on it is going to be way squishier now as a result of the poison cloud. But you do have to get them in close to use it, which can be a little tricky. I think I'm going to put them in B tier because I'm putting a lot of stuff in B tier in a row, which makes me sound like a bit of a hack, right? But I really do, right? They don't have any ranged weapons, so they don't do anything until they get close. Their melee is just okay. They're kind of built around this ability. They can, like, sit on a midfield objective and act as a sort of space control, I think is the best way to put it, because, like, your enemy's going to want to take a space, or, like, even if you're not on an objective, right? If an enemy wants to move through a zone that's only like a couple tiles wide, you can pop this ability there. And it makes it a lot harder for them to justify doing that because they're just going to get gunned down on the other side. Next up, let's do the Hive Tyrant. Let's talk about, like, someone who's not in B tier. He's the biggest boy, like, not just in Tyranids, but in the game as a whole. He has a fat 400 points, which makes him really hard to evaluate because nothing else in the game is that expensive. The next most expensive unit is the Bloodthirster and the Riptide at 300 points, and none of these three units operate like each other. So for 400 points, it obviously has to do a lot of things to justify its inclusion into a list, and for the most part, I think it does, right? Its melee and its ranged are both high-end, elite killing style weaponry. Low splash, but they do really high damage and have really good AP. He has 6 movement and permanent flying, making him extremely mobile. For my money, he's probably the most mobile unit in the game, because he has 2 action points that he can fully spend on moving. This means he basically always gets to decide when he does and does not want to engage, which is super valuable for a unit you really don't want to get sniped. You should be extremely careful about where you put this guy, because never mind the AI, right? Human opponents are going to try and kill this thing if you give them an opportunity, because it represents probably, I can't do math, 20% of your army cost if you're running 2k in one model. That is not that tanky for, like, he's tanky, but not for 400 points he isn't. So people will kill this if you give them the opportunity, and it will suck for you. So keep him out of harm's way as much as you can. What does he actually do? So he has a good gun, and he has good melee, sure. He's a synapse creature, and he has a toggleable aura, which switches between more accuracy and melee armor, between 10% ranged accuracy or melee armor piercing. Depending on the kind of list you're running, you'll probably use one of these like 80% of the time, and then not the other one, really. But there's definitely room for both. The ranged accuracy is a huge deal if you're running a Devourer heavy list. You know, lots of warriors, lots of termagants, and just gunning everything down, because that combined with the Tyranid synapse will give you really good accuracy, which makes them a pretty good matchup into things like Sisters as well, because you can help offset the evasion a lot. Against some armies, you're going to have more accuracy than you need, but then that bonus accuracy starts to offset any negative modifiers. He also has a 3-tile Psychic Scream. It's kind of like a Flamer, I guess, but not really. Basically, pick 3 things in a line, and they take 30 to 40 pure damage. This is a great way to clear out, well, if you find 3 swarm units stood in a straight line, you can clear them out. Scarabs and other Gaunt units will die to this, but slightly beefier things like, well, Gretchen. Gretchen will not reliably die to this, and Bloodletters straight up won't. But the other thing he has, and this is huge, is he can give all units in a, I don't remember exactly, 3 or 4 tile range, plus 15 momentum. And given how easy it is to overlay the Synapse buff, this can very easily become 30 to 50 momentum. And you can't stack it, so you can't just run 2 Tyrants and instantly surge a bunch of your units. But it is huge. And if you get the empowered version, you can very suddenly surge a bunch of units and just get 2 rounds of shooting out of like all your Gaunts and Warriors, which is massive. That is such a huge action economy swing. It's very hard for your opponent to deal with. It's so much damage. And all of these abilities make the Hive Tyrant, very big value. And he's kind of fun to play because it's a little exercise in min-maxing where he is to give you the most value. I don't think you should ever bring 2. Like, 800 points is just so much to be spending. But you can if it's funny. This might be a hot take. I have actually no idea, to be honest, but I don't think so. I don't think Hive Tyrant is point for point the best unit in the roster. It's like I said, he's hard to evaluate him because he costs 400 points, but I think the thing that makes it for me is that you could, like, he's very good and people do bring him a lot, but you could absolutely run a Tyranid list without him and it'd be a good list, just because 400 points lets you bring so many other units that are also good. I think I'm going to put him in A tier. Maybe that, I don't know, that's a hot take, right? He's like the HQ of all time, but 400 points is just so much to be spending. You're paying, it's so much opportunity costs, so A tier, I think, in my eyes. Trigon, a different big bug. B for bugs, am I right? B for B tier, that's where this guy's going. So I've heard people talk about the Trigon in fairly negative ways, skulking around, the active discords. People seem to think the Trigon is a little bit underpowered. They say it doesn't do enough damage, it's too easy to kill. I kind of disagree with this. He's pretty bulky for the points, and with 5 movement points and a burrow ability, it can cover a lot of distance. The melee is alright, lets it fight medium units or do a bit of AT, and the Bioplasma AoE is nice for doing damage to swarms, even if it sometimes doesn't quite do enough to kill horde units. But with how important objectives are, a unit that is this mobile, it just can't be bad, right? If you're playing online, like the biggest shift you'll notice from playing the single player modes to jumping into multiplayer is how much more objective focus there is. In single player, it's very easy to just kind of ignore the objectives because the AI is sort of bad and will just sort of let you have them, and it just turns into a kill fest. Or if you're not playing strategic commands modes, like if you just play Exterminatus, right? But this guy's great. You can just dump him on an objective that's really far away. Does your enemy leave their home objective unguarded? Just drop him there. He's tanky enough that he's kind of hard to remove, and they sort of have to do it. They'll sort of have to turn around and double back to get rid of him. He can also harass units that need it by engaging them with his melee. Things like Hellblasters, Locust Heavy Destroyers, stuff like that. Scary Gunners, just basically any Necron Gunner in general, like Immortals and so on and so forth, right? It's good. It's just good. I don't get why people say it's bad. I think it's B tier at least, even if his damage isn't incredible, but it's enough to be scary, and his mobility is super duper useful. Okay, the Tervagon. So the Tervagon is a unit that has a small trap contained within its design. I think that might lead you to using it in a least effective way. At least if you fall for this design trap in the way that I did. The thing that makes the Tervagon unique is that it can spawn Termagons. Each Tervagon can spawn like 5 on a 2-turn cooldown, but unless you're playing Extermination or with like an infinite turn timer, you're never going to spawn that many. You might spawn 2, 3 at a push. The thing that caught me with this spawning capability is that it's tempting to leave the Tervagon in the back lines to maximize the value from this spawning. Absolutely don't do this. The reason why is because it spawns a Tervagon with a Flesh Borer, which, like, it's not useless, right? It's an extra body, it gives swarm tactics, and if the swarm tactics is maxed out, the Flesh Borer can at least plink away at things, but it's also not much to write home about when the unit itself is an absolute brick shithouse. It's very tanky, 425 P and 8 armor is very bulky, and it can heal itself too. It has minus 40 evasion, which hurts, but remember, as long as you're moving, you don't actually have to worry about that, and you can actually gain evasion from Synapse, which is great, makes this thing really hard to kill. Way harder than most tanks. And its melee comes in at a whopping 9 AP, so it can actually punch things quite a bit. It's kind of like a battering ram in my eyes. You should be running this up, hitting things with it, popping the heal to keep it alive, and then you can spawn gaunts when you're further up, right? And these gaunts can act as a screen, they can start shooting stuff, they can run back to do swarm tactics. I think it fits really well into Termagon heavy strategies, because it can spawn gaunts to go back and do swarm tactics and do more shooting, right? And it also gives something for the enemy to shoot at to draw a little bit of fire. I like it a lot. It also fits into Monster List because that healing buff also gives extra melee damage, so you can slap it on like a Trigon, or on the Hive Tyrant if you really want, and they can just go on or on the Tyranid Prime if you want to fucking give somebody nightmares, and then that can go away and kill something. I'd give it A tier. I think it's a pretty good HQ unit. Tyranid Prime. So the scariest unit that the Hive Mind could come up with is just a dude with some swords. So jokes aside, right, he is a little melee monster. He makes 2 attacks per action point with respectful damage and a very nice AP7. He has good move speed, he has Synapse, he's decently tanky, and he has Natural Killer. Every time he kills something, he rolls that little dice, and odds are you get an extra action point and 50% extra melee damage. He's really scary. His melee damage is very efficient. He can very easily kill 2, sometimes 3, but usually just 2 units. You know, again, you can slap the Tervagon buff on him, but he doesn't necessarily need it. With the fat momentum gains, it's very likely he can just get a surge in 1 turn of killing stuff. His sort of ideal targets are those 3 model elite units and characters, because they give a lot of momentum and his weapons are kind of built for killing them, and it can let him get really efficient. He kind of demands attention. He's so... he's not too hard to kill, but he's so volatile that your enemy... your opponent needs to kill him, or he's just like a really hungry Beyblade, and he's going to keep killing units turn after turn after turn. Pretty cool. Definitely putting him in A tier, because he can pretty easily make 1.5 to 2x his points before going down if he doesn't get focused. And if he gets focused, that's firepower not going onto your gun line or another scary unit. He's a good guy. I like him. Tyranid effects. Flamer Bug. It has a Flamer style weapon. Well, it's acid, right? But it hits harder than your average Flamer. But less so than the other two heavy style flamers. The ability, though, the Tyranid effects can actually trade movement points for damage and AP, which usually you want your flaming units to be mobile, so it's finding a situation where you can use this is rare, but it is good in situations you can. It's very tanky, 425 HP and 9 armor. Means he is not taking any damage from light weapons, really. You're gonna need to bring AT. And he sort of functions like how the Bar Predator does, in that he can just very suddenly wipe out a bunch of units. But he's a bit worse at it because he can't give himself a movement steroid. I'm gonna put it in A tier rather than B, because he's usually good. Especially against like Necrons or Sisters. He is usually good, and sometimes incredible if your enemy makes a positioning mistake or you manage to sort of giga brain them into a position where you can really maximize this. So going in A tier for that, so you can get the Flamer Surge plays. And that's all the Tyranids, I think. Pranked. It's editing yogurt again. Turns out there's 2 more units that just got added, of course. I've finished recording this before the patch. But to talk about the new units, I don't have a visual for them, unfortunately, so you're just gonna have to take my word. I'm not super sure where to put them anyway. I sort of tried them out against the AI just to see how they function, and I spoke to some people about them. The Pyrovore seems bad. So it's a flamer unit for it's like 115 points, I think, and it's unique in that it actually reduces armor of things that it flames, but it's not. It's got base movement speed, so it can be kind of hard to get on top of things to flame them. And you could, someone in one of the Discords I've been compared it to the Sisters Penitent engine, which has the same health and movement, but better melee, a better flamer, more armor, access to a speed boost, and it can buff its own damage. And people already aren't thrilled by the Penitent engine. Like, the Penitent engine's fine, but if the Penitent engine is fine, then the Pyrovore necessarily must be bad, I guess is the point there. The Spore Mine Launcher thing, the Biovore, I've no idea. It seems like it can spawn a unit, right? But only once every 3 turns. It's artillery, but it can only really deal with swarms. Maybe, I think the Biovore is probably better, but I don't know if it's amazing. If I had to provisionally place them, I'd put the Pyrovore in C, maybe D tier. And I honestly no idea where I'd put the Biovore. No idea at all. Anyway, thank you. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. So, Tyranids are generally considered to be a touch above curve in terms of faction strength. Typically top 3. And I think I'd agree with that. They have a lot in that gives them they have a lot of things going in their favor. Their synapse and their faction passive are both really good. Having high accuracy and high momentum game and high evasion are all bangers. Most of their data sheets are also pretty good on their own. The only downside to most of the data sheets is low accuracy, which is compensated for very easily by the Hive Tyrant and their faction passive. They also have the cheapest access to mobility in the game. Gargoyles are absolutely incredible, and Mass Termagants are currently really strong. So I think they're pretty good. I'd definitely put them up. They can kind of deal with everything in the game as well. They aren't scared of massed armor. They can kind of deal with that. They aren't scared of really high evasion. Obviously, really, so they can kind of fight into Sisters. They can kind of they have a decent to good matchup into everybody, which, yeah, I can see why people consider them to be strong.
Oh, oh no! Oh no! They're coming in through the back door! Oh no! Oh no! Grab the children! Save the children!
Sisters of Battle. They are, the nuns with guns, the force of the ecclesiarchy, and in Battlesector they are. They do a bit of both of shooting and melee. Their main thing really is how hard they are to kill. Faith is their shield and all of that. They have a lot of flamers and a lot of melter, and a lot of a good amount of melee. They don't have much sort of generalist shooting, really, outside of one specific unit. And I think of all the armies in the game, Sisters probably have the one of the higher skill ceilings, because you need to be on top of your CP expenditure. You need to be on top of what units are supposed to be doing what. Because it's not immediately clear. Like, if you just pick them up and try them, their faction passive is kind of strong. That will help you out, but you definitely need to know what does what. Speaking of their faction passive, they gain momentum upon taking damage, which is really good. It helps you build CP, and it makes your units tankier, because the benefit you get for having momentum is a little bit of crit, not really any amount to worry about, but quite a lot of evasion. And as a result, Sisters units across the board just have really high evasion and are really hard to kill. They also tend to surge quite a they can surge more than other armies, and the fact they build so much momentum means they build CP faster. And it's good that they build CP fast, because they have really good stratagems. All three are incredible. They're kind of the only faction in the game that has three really good stratagems. The first one, for 1 CP, 25% accuracy and 10% crit. It's just a nice chunky damage buff. It's pretty good to just spread out across the whole army, but it's definitely best on Retributors. 2 CP, this is the main one. This is where this can get a bit silly, is 2 movement points for every single unit in a 4-tile radius for 2 turns. It gives you complete and utter positioning dominance. All of your units can just be exactly where you need them to be at all times. You can get backstabs with units very easily. You can move in and out of effective range very easily. You can get to objectives very easily. It is really good. The amount of... And the thing is, right, this is why I was saying I think Sisters are, have a higher skill ceiling, is that you need to be able to position well already to get the most out of this. And if you know about how to position your units and about all these things, then this is a huge... power play. 3 CP. So, whilst really good, 20% damage and +1 armor piercing is actually fucking bonkers. You definitely want to use the 2 CP one first already, but it's not uncommon to build 3 CP while the movement buff is active, and it's not uncommon to just maybe be in a situation where you actually don't need to move very much at all and you're just going to blow your opponent off the goddamn board. Really pretty bloody good. Oh yeah, I forgot, I should probably mention that. Also, a lot of units have a passive, not all, but quite a lot of the true Sisters units have a passive called Shield of Faith, which means when they take damage, they have a 50% chance to gain +1 armor for a turn. This is really nice. It's best in situations where you either meet the enemy's armor piercing or already beat it, because it's going to give you the most damage resistance. If their AP is just already quite a lot higher, then you're actually not going to get much out of it. You're going to get a 2.5% damage resistance instead of the full 10 because of how it interacts with crits and things, but still really good and adds to the already very tanky nature of the army. We'll probably... Oh, god, there's so many. Let's open with the Canoness, I think, because they're the main HQ, right? They're just the first one in the roster when you look in the army manager, and the Canoness is really, really good. Probably S tier. They're fairly fighty, and they've got a slew of really good buffs. By default, her sword hits about as hard as a Thunderhammer, but she can upgrade to a different one. You could replace her bolter with a plasma pistol. The plasma pistol isn't awful. It's not an awful take, but to be honest, whenever I use her, she's either just a melee beat stick or a commanding support piece. and she doesn't need to do tons of shooting, so I tend not to, but you could. And you can pay points for the better sword if you like, but whether or not you do that kind of depends on what you're going to end up doing with her. So the passive she has is 15% damage resist for herself, which makes her really tanky. She has incredible evasion. She has really good evasion already, combined with Sister's passive and this, and Shield of Faith. She's just really hard to remove with, like, ranged damage. Because you're gonna, like, if you're not in optimal range, that's the thing you have to worry about. Maybe she has a little bit of cover. You just have a really hard time with blowing her off the board. You kind of have to get into melee and use flanking attacks or some auto-hitting abilities. She can give units around her in an AoE 10% HP and 10% damage resist. Again, stacking with Sister's Evasion, this is a fucking huge increase in survivability. Not much to say about that. Oh, yeah, she can cripple, like, one enemy. Like, seriously. If you... I haven't spoken about it yet. Well, I have, because I recorded the section after Orcs, but I ordered it the wrong way. So in Orcs, the Weird Boy has an ability to, like, remove some evasion from a unit. Or some accuracy from a unit, sorry. And the Canoness has this, but way better. So basically, you pick a unit that's within range. It reduces its accuracy by 50%. The amount of movement points it has by 50%. Their evasion by 20%. And as if all of that wasn't, like, utterly crippling, it removes an action point from that unit. Like, what the fuck? So, if you're not a HQ, you're just not allowed to take an action, and you're way easier to hit, and you can't move. And if you are a HQ, you're only allowed to take one action, and the odds of that action doing any damage are low. This is really good against Hive Tyrants, Bloodthirsters, Riptides, anything that has really premier shooting, Hellblasters, Locust Heavy Destroyers, Ball Predators, because you slow them right down, they can't reach you. Fuck, it's just so good. It's really, really strong. All of this alone is kind of what makes her worth taking, because all of these abilities are really strong, and in herself she's also a good hitter. The final thing she has is that if she does kick the dust and die, she gives 50% momentum gains to the entire army for a turn. So if she's like the first thing to die, when you're getting shot at, you're getting 50% the momentum gains you would normally, and then when you kill stuff, you're getting 50% more. Kind of fucking huge, but you don't really want her to die. Unless you're going to go for the kind of suicide strategy where you upgrade her sword, stick her in a immolator with a group of something, and then just run it at the enemy and hope she dies. But it's an interesting use of 200 points. I don't think it's terrible. But it's definitely a risky strategy. I think you're better off just playing Sisters as this like unshiftable wall, and she contributes to that strategy very well. So S tier, because even when she does die, she's useful. She's always useful at every stage of the game. And in basically anything you need her to do, she can do it. S tier. We'll probably look at... okay, we'll do all the HQs first. The Sister Superior. So, the little sister, if you can, she has... Her main thing, the main reason you bring her, is because she can give all units within one tile of her plus 15% damage. And she can also give one unit a momentum gains buff. This is why you brought her, right? She's gonna like buff a core, like a core of Retributors, so that the shooting's really scary, or some Sacrosancts so they can go punch something, or something, right? Something like that. That's what she's there to do. And there is a part of her that's a little gimmicky, I think, or at least when you look at it on paper, it's tempting to use it to like try and maximize it and do some big silly play, but it's definitely not for that. And that is her Faith and Fury passive. So it starts at 10%, and she has a 10% chance of killing an enemy model to gain 1 action point and 30% damage. So it's just like a shit version of the Tyranid Warrior's natural killer. But every time she uses her buff, it increases this chance by 20% until she triggers it successfully. So if you use both buffs, you'll have a 50% chance to trigger it. Like, so you could go really hard on this, right? Because you can give her the Hospitaller can give her melee buff, and you can take a upgraded sword on this, and just have like a really little scary melee blender, because you'll get like 3 action points because she's a HQ, and then maybe a 4th if you surge. But you shouldn't play to maximize this. It's more like an opportune thing. She'll buff things for a bit, and then maybe you can use her to like kill a unit threatening your army, or jump onto a point and clear something off it, or kill some threat nearby. You don't really want to use her herself as an offensive piece because her buff is so useful. Absolutely, still bring it though. I think I'd put it in A tier, just because. Maybe you could argue for S, like she is super duper good, but I'm gonna say A just because you don't have to bring this, unlike the Cannon S, so I think you should absolutely always bring a Cannon S. And the last HQ is the Hospitaller. This is like the most white mage unit in the whole game, because she has a gun, but fuck me, it doesn't feel like it. The gun doesn't do very much. It is just a bolt pistol, and it's not like a special good one. It's just a bolt pistol. But she is the tankiest per point, and because she has no like real combat capability, she makes a decent commander because she's kind of not very likely to get into a position where she's likely to die. She can heal a unit, and this gives an action point to it, which is really nice. Oh yeah, I guess you can give 4 actions to Sister Spirit. Anyway, you can heal something, which gives it an action point as well. This is nice on units that punch stuff, like Repentia or Sacrosanct, although you don't really want to have it up with Repentia. Or to your Retributors so they can do an extra round of shooting. Or if you do happen to be near the Sister Superior or the Candace, you can give them really scary melee. On top of that... oh, no, sorry. Sure. So she has 2 abilities. She can heal organic units, and she can give action points to organic units. Need extra rounds of shooting at her Retributors, need the Sister Superior to hit something. There's not a lot to say about her. She makes a great commander because she doesn't want to shoot anything at her, she just wants to use her support abilities and then not die. So she's very free to spend action points on command abilities. But she is a little... They're centered on the commander, so because she's a little far back, you might not hit everyone, but they also have massive range, so kind of a non-problem. Probably put her in A tier, she's pretty good. Battle Sisters, the Sisters of Battle, they're fine, right? Like the other boots on the ground, standard infantry units, they're just fine. Again, poor intercessors, Battle Sisters do actually synergize with their faction passive. They're really quite tanky for the points, I think. In general, tankier than Blood Angels Intercessors. They have 4 armor, but with Shield of Faith, that can put them up to 5. Yeah, they only have 50 HP, but Sisters Evasion's kind of fucking bonkers. And their shooting is fine. It's pretty much... It's actually... the buff is exactly as good as Intercessors, but it doesn't have a downside. But the shooting isn't a lot to start with, so you don't really get a lot of that. But they also have a grenade. And a grenade's nice always a nice thing to have for dealing with like swarm units or just chipping in on mediums and stuff. You can absolutely bring them, but they're very generalists, right? They're just units you can put on objectives and have them do things that you don't want your more expensive units doing. So you're only really going to use them to fill out your list after you've brought all the stuff that you know you want, like all your damage dealers and things. They're not something you just start your list with. Celestians. Celestians are... So, okay, there's a little thing. Celestians cost 90 to 100 points. In the army roster, it says they cost 70, but this is a big fat lie. Because Celestians with bolters have exactly the same gun as the Sisters, but they have no way to buff it, and they are not tankier per point. They are tankier flatly, but not per point. So there's no reason to bring the bolter on them. When you take the Celestian, you're either bringing the Flamer or the Melter. They're both perfectly serviceable weapons. Just pick one based on... They're both perfectly serviceable weapons. You just pick one based on what you think you're going to need. Do you need to kill all the swarm units? Well, that's easy then. Take the Flamer. Do you need a little bit of anti-armor? Mind you, it's AP6, not like AP8. But AP6 is still good and will do damage to heavy things. Bring Melters. Just a choice between which of the 2 you want. Because as well, actually, you've got... it's a unit of 5. The Melters can kind of act as like a heavy generalist style of firepower, but just whatever you're up against, bring that. If you're bringing an all-comers list, you can sort of mix and match or get your damage from elsewhere. Sacrosancts, they're like Lich Guard, but they're e-girls. They are really good. They have the same ability as the Lich Guard do, in that they can swap places with your commander. But the difference is, you have to be in 1 tile range instead of 3. So that's the downside. But the upside is they respond to melee attacks on top of shooting attacks. The thing about Sacrosanct is that they're just great brawlers, right? They have basically everything a 90-point brawl unit could want. They have damage reduction from the shield. They have decent armor, decent health. Their melee is as good as the Celestian Melter Gun shooting. They have pistols for pistol reaction fire. They have Shield of Faith. They have great evasion because of the Sister's passive. They get a lot out of the Canoness defensive buff. They're just pretty fantastic. I'd give them A tier. They can sit on objectives, they can beef with enemy units, and they can... Their damage is, like, alright, but they can put out... Because they take so little, they can put out more than they take. Probably easy A tier for me. Seraphim. These are your jump pack units. They're really quite good. So, the advantage to the Sister's jump pack is that you don't actually get an accuracy nerf for using it. And as a result, they function much better as jump pack gunners than assault marines do. But they don't have melee. They are pretty good for their points. I wouldn't take the bolt guns, right? If you want AP1 bolter fire, Battle Sisters can do that just fine. It's not really worth paying a premium for the jump pack just so you can deliver bolt rounds somewhere. The choice is really between hand flamers and infernal pistols. Hand flamers are nice against swarms, but I think infernal pistols are generally better in most situations because they are considerably better than the Blood Angels equivalent. So these infernal pistols get 2 shots per model, so your consistency is much better, and because you don't take the accuracy nerf, you're much more likely to hit nearly all of your shots. So as a result, and like you can have like a group of these, like 2 or 3, right? Give them the Sister Superior buff, jump them in, and they can just like kill a tank from like 7 tiles away because of their jump pack. And it's really quite nice. It gives you a big anti-tank threat range, because otherwise you kind of don't have that. You have to use like Rhino's Repentia charges, which can be messy. Absolutely banging unit, probably A tier, I think. On top of this, because the Inferno Pistol shoot twice, actually, that's sorry. Another thing before we move on, because the Inferno Pistol shoot twice, it's probably worth mentioning that they make good generalist weapons too. Because you're dividing that big shot into 2 instances. You can actually also shoot them at things like Intercessors and Orc Boys or just Necron units, and it'll still do pretty good damage. So, easy A tier for me. Repentia are great. They're such a fun unit. They are... Oh, jeez. So, they're also a 90 point, right? So take the Sacrosanct, take away everything about it that's defensive, and replace all of that value with pure damage. That's what Repentia are. For 90 points, they have incredible melee damage. AP 7, 37 to 35 damage, 37 to 50 damage per hit. And that's already really good. But they also have a buff to push this even higher. For 90 points, this is fucking insane. 2 of these can kill a Hive Tyrant, like, have a pretty good chance of killing a Hive Tyrant. That's really, really good. They're very popular for a pairing with Rhinos, because their downside is that they are only damage, they are really easy to kill. 1 armor, and their evasion's okay, but 1 armor really hurts. They will fold to basically anything you shoot at them. Absolutely, probably still A tier, because the damage is fucking bonkers, but you do need to have a way to get them up the board, so you need to bring Rhinos, but we'll get to it. You want to bring Rhinos. Retributors. I really like the Retributors, because I like either very silly melee lists like Khorne, or very silly gunline lists. Sometimes I like to play a balanced list, but I just like to play with extremes, and sometimes I like to run like shitloads of Retributors. I don't think that's the best way to run Sisters, mind you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. On to Retributors, right? They're quite good. They are your dedicated gunners. They can bring heavy bolters, heavy flamers, or multi-melters. I'd probably never bring the heavy flamer because they're kind of slow, and like it doesn't break many thresholds. It's basically as good. You might as well just use the Celestian flamer, and they're cheaper and move faster. So there's not really a reason to bring the heavy flamer. The bolters and the multi-melters are like what you're looking at. Then they function quite differently. Obviously, one's anti-tank and one's generalist. But the heavy bolter has a really high damage ceiling. If you look at if you don't look at the accuracy right away, they have obviously it looks like they do a lot of damage. They fire lots of shots at good AP and good damage, but their accuracy isn't fantastic. They have base accuracy 80, which is fine, but a very, very punishing 15 accuracy fall off. So they demand you have really good positioning to get the most out of them. When I first wrote about Sisters, I said I think this is like too much, but I've changed my mind. It keeps them in check because they can shit out some damage. If you get the Sister Superior in the right place, you get that 1 CP buff for plus 25% accuracy, their damage goes through the roof. They can, especially if you use their ability for additional I think it gives you AP. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it gives you AP and shots based on how much movement you spend. Your damage just goes through the roof. It's basically the damage equivalent of an auto cannon, but in a much cheaper package, and you have lots of them. So that's why their accuracy fall off is so punishing, I suspect. It's a great damage core to have, like 3 or 4 Retributors, just mince things. And basically anything. General, medium units, light units, heavy units. Nothing wants to get shot by these. Multi-melter. So it costs 30 points to bring, but I think it's decent. I prefer the bolters, but I do think the multi-melter is decent. And the reason for that is because it's a single-shot weapon, but they're better shots with it to start with. The accuracy fall-off isn't so punishing. And because you can't really use your movement points for extra shots buff, because it doesn't give you enough shots to tick over to 2 multi-melter shots. You're much freer to use your movement and position correctly to get the anti-tank shots, and it gives you more reliable anti-tank than the bolters do, because you don't need to do any setup to get all the crazy damage, and you don't have to have pinpoint super good positioning. You just point the gun at the thing you want to blow up and you blow it up. The one downside, you can actually get 2 shots. There's one a little trick. If you use the 2 CP stratagem for extra movement and spend all of your movement for extra shots, you do get 2 multi-melter shots, which is situationally really good. Doubling your anti-tank output is insane. This is really good against Tau, who bring crisis suits, or orcs who might bring death dreads and things. But I'd probably stick with heavy bolter, because the meta might change because there was a big patch recently, but it's just there's not loads of heavies. There's not so many heavies that you need to bring 3 or 4 multi-melter units. People don't usually bring massive skew lists like that, because it kind of hampers their ability to play objectives, and they just fold to massed backstab melee or other ways of amping your damage. That's a thing for another time. A tier, I think, or maybe B. B, A, B, A. I'm gonna say B because they kind of only do gunning. They're a unit I like a lot though. Arco-Flagellants. So they're fine. They're low-ish damage, okay, but because they're melee units, they can obviously amp that with backstabs and things, and because they're so mobile, they can kind of do this. They're just really squishy as well. Also, at 1 armor, makes them very, very easy to clear, but their evasion's really high, so you can kind of cheese it out. You can definitely bring a couple to run objectives and things. They act basically as your swarm unit. I'd give them a B tier. They're fine. There's nothing really wrong with them. I don't have tons to say. Penitent engines. My thoughts have shifted on the Penitent engine quite a lot. I used to think it was S tier when I, but that was a long time ago now. They're definitely not S tier. They're fine, but they're not S tier by any means. For 125 points, they are decently bulky. The 250 HP and 7 armor is just is alright, but getting Sister's evasion is obviously the big win there. What is pretty good about them is that they have 2 very scary weapons. The Twin Heavy Flamer is a big 2-tile flamer, and it's a heavy flamer, so this can melt down, do really good damage to mediums as well. It's the second best flamer on the roster, numbers wise, sitting just behind the Immolation Flamer. because it's got AP3, big damage number, super nice. And you have an inbuilt damage buff too, by the way. You take more damage, but you deal more. It's just a thing on the Penitent engine. I don't know why it's like that in a datasheet, because you could have just changed the numbers on it accordingly, but there you go. And the melee is also excellent. 2 AP8 attacks with good splash and good damage. Run it at tank, run it at general elites. Great unit. I'd put it at B tier, I think, because it's kind of high risk, high reward. Because it can be an absolute little monster with the flamer and the high and the movement buff from Sister Stratagems and the high momentum build. But it also could just die if the opponent gets like a good gun onto it or gets some backstab melee. Warsuits. The Nundums. I'm not super sure how to feel about the Nundums. I think I don't like them. I think I'm gonna go with C tier. It's just how they cost so many points. They're so expensive, right? They're more expensive than Terminators. But I guess Terminators don't have guns. You're paying 200 points. They're about as tanky as a Mega Knob. But their guns are okay, right? The Heavy Bolters are slightly less good than the Retributors, but obviously have a much tankier profile than your Sisters. Evasion helps as a force multiplier for such an inherently bulky profile. And your 2 weapon upgrade options are a Flamer, does what Flamers do, torches lights, hurts mediums, or a Multi-Melter. And the Multi-Melter has its damage increased to account for the fact you've got less models, so it works out being basically as good as the Retributors one. And then they have really good swords, which hit even harder than the Melters, so if you can actually get into melee with something, it's really scary. And finally, on top of that, they have a free action rocket launcher, which functions a bit like aggressors do, fairly reliably kill a swarm unit. So all of that makes them sound really good, and probably, and maybe they are, maybe I'm underrating them, but it's just a lot of points, man. The Heavy Bolters aren't fantastic, and 2 weapon options, you're then paying 230 points for them. And I don't think it's 230 points worth of stuff. I'm going to put them in C tier, maybe low B. I'll admit, out the gate, I'm not the best Sisters player, so maybe someone can, you can argue that in the comments if you like. You tell me I'm wrong, tell me I'm stupid. The Rhino. Straight out the gate, I'm saying it. S tier opinion. This thing's fucking incredible. It's a Battlesector first, for one. When it was added, and at the time of me writing this might have changed if I don't finish this before the Guard come out. It is one of only 2 units in the game, both of which are Sisters units, that have transport capacity, and it is the only dedicated transport in the whole game. So it's 150 points, and it's tankier than the Furioso Dreadnought, so you're paying less for more bulk. The trade-off here, Sisters Evasion, obviously I have to say it for every unit, it's really tanky. But the Storm Bolter is fucking garbage, but it doesn't matter because it's not why you're bringing it. It's a little bit of chip, but it's a little, emphasis on little, but it doesn't matter, right? The thing you're here for is it can support 2 units or 10 models. As long as what you put in it doesn't exceed 2 units or 10 models in, like, cap. So you can bring Battle Sisters and a HQ or 10 Retributors in 2 units, right? Incredible stuff. And you can just run them up the board in the Rhino, which is quite hard to kill, and it heals a little bit at the start of every turn. And this is your best way to deliver a Repentia. Just stick 2 units of Repentia in there, shoot it up the board, jump them out, run at something and kill it. But you might think, oh, well, what if you just blow up the tank? That's where it gets difficult, because one of the best inbuilt abilities in the game is on the Rhino, which is the Smoke Launcher. It gives every unit in the AoE plus 15% evasion. This does include enemy units. Enemy units get this buff too, but since you have control over where it goes, it's always going to be more useful for you. And stacking with Sisters Evasion, this is where it starts to get a little ridiculous, and you'll just find most of your shots not hitting. You can absolutely... Sisters are notoriously good against Necrons. If you bring Rhinos, you just get to bully them. They don't even really get to play the game, because none of their shots can hit you. It's so sad. Just really good. The best units you can probably put in it, in my opinion, are either Flamer Celestians or Repentia, and I'd usually stick to just putting 2 of them, like just stacking or mixing and matching in there. I probably wouldn't put a HQ in there. You can if you want the HQ to get out a buff, but I think that's usually worse than just putting 2 of a unit in there. Obviously the 150 point price tag is a bit misleading because you have to pay for the units to get in it, but you're already going to bring those units anyway, so it's kind of fine. ST unit, easily. The Exorcist, the missile organ. It's a funny unit, it's a cool unit, and it's the unit I was the most excited to try back when I first played Sisters. It's a church organ that shoots missiles. That's so cool. That's so 40k. It's not great though. The gimmick is that it's honest to god real artillery. You don't, as long as you have like shared vision of what you're shooting at, you can just fire a missile at it. You don't need like a line of sight strictly. And the weapon has a fat 2 to 12 range, so you can just sit really far back and do this. But it's a single shot weapon. It suffers from single shot syndrome. The accuracy is okay, but if it misses, that's a fat waste of points. And also, we'll get to this in the broadside section. Well, maybe because the broadside's been buffed now. Yeah, sorry. So the missile is probably better than the broadsides. Like, it's less punishing because it doesn't just do AT, it can also do pretty good damage to infantry because it has splash. A single shot will fairly reliably kill a swarm light unit. And you do have 2 other abilities. You have Devastating Refrain, which I'm not really sure how the numbers work because it just reads more AP and damage per movement point remaining, consumes MP, right? So the missile is already 7 armor pierce, so going to a theoretical 11 doesn't help you much. Nothing has more than 9 armor without buffs, so you're just kind of hoping for a funny missile crit. But it also seems to only give like a few points of damage. I don't know in my testing if I just was getting really unlucky, but it never seemed to add more than like literally 2 or 3 points of damage. Like, I wouldn't have even been able to notice, right? The damage range didn't even seem to change. Anyway. And the other ability you have, which is genuinely quite good, is the Hunter Killer. It's guaranteed to hit. Does slightly more damage than the normal missile. Has AP 8. It has no splash. So if you really need to blow something up, launch this. I'm going to put this unit in C tier. It's long range fire support, but it's a lot of points to be paying for what is effectively a Gretchen Annihilator. It's funny. It's cool to use. I don't think it's very good though. I'd leave it at home. Like, C tier unit. It could maybe D tier, but like, it is really funny, so I'm going to put it in C tier. The Immolator, another transportation unit. So, but like, unlike the Rhino, it's not a dedicated transport, right? It's a tank that can also fit people inside of it. Before we start, I am going to make a minor little rant, and I made this rant in my text post as well, but now I can rant to word form. You can feel my gamer rage. The Twin Heavy Bolter is lying to you. It is not a Twin Heavy Bolter. It looks like a Twin Heavy Bolter. It sounds like a Twin Heavy Bolter. It fires twice as many shots as the Heavy Bolter. But actually, it's a fucking regular Heavy Bolter. It might be worse than a regular Heavy Bolter. The tank-mounted secondary is a Heavy Bolter, right? And it's decent. It does decent damage, but the Twin Heavy Bolter fires twice as many shots, but it does half the damage and has worse accuracy. So it, on average, will do less damage than the secondary weapon. I have no idea why you would ever bring this. Not just because, and not because it's basically a worse version of the Heavy Bolter. That's not why. I don't know why you'd ever bring this. The real reason is because bringing the Twin Heavy Bolter makes the Immolator cheaper. But if you're bringing an Immolator on the cheap, you're bringing it for firepower or transport capacity. And the firepower, if you bring the Twin Heavy Bolter, isn't like worth that many points. Just bring some Retributors. And the transport capacity is worse than the Rhino because it's limited to 2 units but only 6 models. So it has to be another HQ. So you wouldn't bring the Immolator for transport capacity, you'd bring the Rhino. I don't know why you'd ever bring this, but there you go. The other weapons though are really good. You have the Twin Multi-Melter. It's like it is actually like this isn't lying, right? It's not like the Twin Heavy Bolter, which is just lying to you. This is the Multi-Melter, but twice. It's the same gun that the Heavy Retributors have. The Retributors have. It just fires twice. So there you go. It's good. Does decent AT. Helps out. And then the other option is the Immolation Flamers, which are really strong flamers. And really, it's really good into Necrons. You can run this up with some guy, like an extra set of flamers in there with the Celestians, and just scorch everything down. I think I'm going to put the Immolator in B tier probably because you can kind of do everything the Immolator does with just Rhinos and other units, and I don't like there's not loads of situations I don't think where you want to put like a Canoness or a Sister Superior into an Immolator to go up with your team. And it's a much bigger point investment, right? You're sending up like a nearly 500 point brick. That's a very tempting target for your opponent to just blow up. And it's tanky, but like you can, if they just commit their firepower to it, they can just wipe 500 points off the map. So yeah, be careful. And I think that's all the units, isn't it? So at some point, look, as I was saying, I'm not the most experienced Sisters player. But at one point, Sisters were probably the best faction in the game. There was just a recent balance patch. It's kind of big, but I don't think it's affected Sisters much, if at all. Only in respect to their matchups, because there's new units in the game, and some other army changes happen. But I don't think it really affects Sisters. They're probably still top 3. Their main reason for this, I think, is that their faction power is the best it's the best defensive faction boost in the game. They are so hard to deal with. If your army doesn't have a way to get auto hit or have high accuracy, you're going to really struggle to just do damage to Sisters. They're going to dodge all your shit, they're going to hold all your points, and their damage is good enough to just wipe you out. Their CP generation gives them incredible, because they get their 2 CP stride, gives them incredible mobility, so they can often outmaneuver you as well. They're a very difficult army to play against, but I also think they're kind of a difficult army to play. Anyway, that's Sisters. Alright, finally, well, not necessarily finally, because I don't know what order I'm going to put these in yet, but this is the last one I'm recording. I'm going to talk about Tau. Tau have also received a massive change fairly recently. God, at least I hope it's recently by the time I get this video done. At the time of writing, it was very recently. That kind of fixed a lot of problems they had. Tau weren't weak as an army, but their internal balance was quite bad, and the way they worked was kind of annoying. And now some things have been fixed, and I think they're in a better... Oh, pardon me. Cut that out. So these things have been fixed, and now I think they're in a better spot. Their health, they're like, power-wise, they're kind of the same. Maybe we can better, I'm not super sure. But they're definitely healthier as a faction and more fun to play, less frustrating to play against. And less frustrating to play as. I think that the main changes that contributed to this were just some changes to stealth and changes for like sake of game consistency. Stealth is no longer, well, it now costs AP, and it no longer keeps you stealthed if you attack something. If you attack something, you lose stealth, which is good. I think Tau players before shouldn't have been allowed to both shoot and get like almost uninterruptible scouting. I think that was too good. They should have to choose between sneaking up to get an optimal, well-positioned strike and just pure scouting. I think the way that it works with Overwatch, that you have to send a unit in to interact with it, is fine. In fact, this is in my the slightly older draft of my script. They made the exact change to stealth I thought they should have made. They should have made it so that shooting stuff revealed the unit and just kept basically everything else about it. And that's sort of what they did. So I think stealth is fine now. And then they did some consistency changes. Battlesuit units now count as vehicles for purposes of looters and hive guard. So those units are now a little better against Tau. Hive guard especially. Looters. We spoke about looters at some point in this video, either before or after this. And finally, Riptides. Riptides now have the battlesuit keyword. Thank God, right? Like I said in the earlier draft of this, I'd put Riptides in the tier they were in, assuming that they would get the battlesuit keyword in a patch, because the fact they don't have it did make them quite bad. because it meant they could be engaged, and that was just so stupid. It made them so bad. But now they can't be engaged, and they're the tier they should have been. Anyway, moving on. The faction power is a shooting steroid, and on an army that shoots a lot, that's pretty good. More stability and damage per point of momentum. This is just good across the board, right? It's hard to go wrong with this. It means you can shoot at most ranges and still hit stuff, and your shots do more damage. And every time a unit dies, every other unit in your army gets 3 momentum, which encourages you to bring some expendable stuff. Which, if you're a guy like me, is a little disappointing, because I like my mecha, and I would love to just spam and do a mecha spam, but I gotta bring the squishy guys. You can kind of still do mecha spam, but some of the infantry units are really good. You probably should bring them. And finally is the thing that goes around is the battlesuit keyword. Battlesuit units have the battlesuit keyword, which means they can't be engaged. They do not take engagement debuff, which is a really big deal since, especially like for Crisis battlesuits and the Riptide, since they don't have melee, so they can't really fight back, and if they get engaged, they're just kind of fucking stuck. But that's no longer the case. They can just shoot units they're engaged with if they have to. Stratagems are fine. They actually have 2 that are interesting. So the 1 CP stratagem is sort of a side grade to the gunship's strafe style stratagems. Instead of doing a bunch of units in a line to that sort of generalist, they have 2 missiles that they can launch at 2 separate units up to 6 tiles away from each other. This is decent. It's good for like helping with character sniping or dealing with vehicles, right? Or doing damage to a squad. It's a nice side grade. I kind of like it, and it's nice to do something different. It would have been really boring to just give them another. They could, like, the devs could have just given them another gunship strafe, and it would have made sense for Tau to have that sort of thing. But the fact they gave them something different, I really like. The second stratagem, 2 CP, is one of these unit spawn stratagems. So, like the Blood Angels one, this one costs 2 CP. But unlike the Blood Angels one, it summons a much more expensive unit. I don't think I'd necessarily say this one is flatly better than the Blood Angels one. Yeah, okay, Crisis suits are beefier, but Assault Marines are more immediately threatening. The Crisis suit will land, and it can launch some missile pods, or it can do a bit of shooting, and it's really bulky, so if it lands on an objective, it can probably hold it, which is really nice. But Assault Marines are more likely to land on something and just fucking kill it. It's good for the same reasons, right? You can spawn a unit somewhere on the map, and that utility is just insanely powerful. For that reason, it's probably the best stratagem. Here, pretty good. 3 CP, it's a nuke, it's a bomb. I forget which section I actually bothered to explain how good I think the 3 CP bomb stratagems are. I think it's in Blood Angels. It's a 3 CP bomb stratagem. Pick a guy and they blow up. The guys around them also blow up a little bit. I don't have lots to say that I haven't said already about the other ones. It serves the same purpose. The other 2 things we should probably talk about are Marker Lights and Stealth, since they're also unique to Tau. Marker Lights, if you're familiar with the tabletop, Marker Lights are less complicated here. There's no, like, picking an observer and a shooter. Basically, some units just have a Marker Light. And the Marker Light ability costs 0 AP to use, and it has the same range as the weapon that that unit is carrying. And what it does is you designate a unit, and every unit that is within a range of 8 gets 10 accuracy and -5 accuracy fall off to shoot at that unit. And it doesn't stack, so you can't apply it multiple times. And that's all there is to it. It's a pretty hefty accuracy buff, to be honest. And with a recent change to Pathfinders, it might be more relevant than it used to be. It's really quite good, I think. It just makes Tau units super accurate, which is really nice. Combined with their faction passive, they can end up with like almost no fall off and are basically optimal at every single range, which lets you shoot stuff from really far away. Stealth. So this is the other thing. This is, I said this is one of the things they changed. Basically how stealth works is you pop it and that unit is now truly invisible. The enemy cannot see it at all. They have no idea where it is. If they walk within the zone of control of that unit, it will trigger an Overwatch attack automatically and break the stealth. So you can plop it on an objective and stealth it, but then and then the opponent has to actually move in zone of control, which can be super annoying for your opponent to have to deal with. And is kind of one of the things it's kind of obnoxious, but I think it's fine, right? I think this component of stealth should just stay how it is. They can do that. That's okay. But But the thing they did change is that now you can't attack out of stealth. If you attack out of stealth, it breaks the stealth. Good. It should have functioned like that the whole time. It's obviously a very useful utility to have, okay? Being able to be completely deny your opponent that information whilst you get information on them as either a true scout or force them to physically come to an objective. They can't just shoot you off it. Is very potent, especially against armies like, well, other Tau or against Necrons. Now they can't just blow you off the point, they have to walk up to it. Or if you're against Blood Angels, or I guess another army that you want to sneak up on. You know, if you want to be able to check the... Against Blood Angels, it's super useful because you want to be able to check the positioning of their, like, jump pack units so you can position yourself properly, but just being able to see what the enemy is doing is without them knowing, is very useful. The commander in a crisis suit. He comes in 2 flavors. I forget what the names of the battle suits are, but one is a 20-point upgrade over the other one. The upgrade gives you a better gun and a better jetpack as well. There's not a lot in it. I generally prefer not to take it, and the main reason for this is because the main weapon itself is fine, and the default armor has a built-in extra 1 armor, so the default one is actually tankier. You can also have drone options. Oh, this is another big change. So the gunner drones are no longer completely trash. The gunner drones, if you took them, used to cost an AP to use, which, why would you ever want to use them with your main gun? And they became your Overwatch, which was like, they're just so much worse than your main gun. Why would you ever take it? That's no longer the case. They now cost 0 AP to use and have a cooldown, and they do not eat your Overwatch. So if you just want a little bit of extra chip, you can bring these. Maybe into Necrons, that's more useful if you need to pick stuff off, but there you go. You can take Markalites if you want. If you want another way to apply Markalites, it's probably not terrible, but I think the shield one, which is built in by default, giving you a damage reduction just to make the commander even tankier, is probably your best bet. His other 2 main things that have is A, he has a flamer. This is kind of a big deal. A 2 action point flamer unit with a jump pack he's the only one unit like this in the game, and it does make him pretty scary. Can build momentum really fast, can very suddenly kill a bunch of things. If you're against something like Necron or Tyranid, just bringing 2 of these guys and jumping them into shit is really scary. And then finally, he has his passive ability, which is a pretty potent one. It's a 3 tile range, 15% range damage buff, and 10% accuracy buff. In a unit that already wants, in an army that already wants to do a lot of shooting, this is obviously really good. I'd absolutely recommend bringing one of these, and then if you don't need to flame a bunch of stuff down, you can just sort of sit them in your gun lines and let them gun stuff down. And if you do need to flame stuff down, fuck it, bring 2 of them and just get the hell in there. I think I'd probably put him in S tier. Like, he's just super duper good. You're basically always going to want one, I think, because he's great in and of himself, and the value he provides in his buff is huge. Cadre Fireblade. I think that's how you pronounce that. He got a little nerf. So his extra shots ability is no longer 25% extra. It's now 20% extra. And I think it's cooldown is longer. No, the cooldown is 2 turns. I think that's what it was before. I actually can't remember. But anyway, what's this guy for? Well, his little sniper rifle is fine for chipping with stuff, but the main reason you've brought him is A, he can buff 1 shooting unit to shoot a lot more and give auto hit. Auto hit is great. It makes you very, very reliable. If you've brought a Hammerhead or a Riptide and you give that auto hit, you can just pick a commander to delete. It will delete basically any commander in the game that isn't a heavy, like a Bloodthirster or a Hive Tyrant, but it will kill lieutenants, priests, canonesses, bloodmasters, counter fireblades, ethereals, right? It kill all of those. Necron overlords. It might not quite kill Necron overlord, but it would get pretty close. And for that reason, it's super good. That utility is really helpful. Or you can stick it on Fire Warriors with Ion Blasters. Maybe they're Pathfinders. The Ion Blaster guys, and they'll just delete something as well. Right, it's a super useful ability. It's on a 3-turn cooldown, but when you get your use out of it, it's really good. These are the 2 main reasons to bring him. The gun is kind of whatever. I don't think I'd make him your commander, because he's both squishy and not super mobile. And his offensive boosts mean he's also kind of a high priority target. But he does have a lot of range, so maybe you could. Just be careful with him. I think I'd put him in I don't know if I'd put him in S, because you can go without him, but A tier for sure. His abilities are really powerful. We'll look at the Ethereal next. The Ethereal's ability, the Ethereal didn't really change in the patch. I'm not really sure why they made this change. They basically made it so that Sense of Stone, which gives you additional HP, now lasts for 3 turns and has a 3-turn cooldown. So it's still got a 100% uptime, it just lasts a little longer. Feels like this is better. I'm not really sure what this change was for. Zephyr's Grace, similarly, is a plus 10 evasion buff for all units in 2 tiles that has 100% uptime, but lasts 2 turns. Maybe the reason they changed this is so that he can't apply them both at the same time and then just get out of dodge for 2 turns. Like, he kind of has to stick around if you want to stack them both up, which makes him a little more vulnerable, but hard to say. I think he's probably still S tier because this offensive boost is absolutely fucking massive, and because he's really quite mobile with hover, and he's got high evasion and 5 movement points, he makes a decent commander because he can just buff stuff, and then he doesn't want to stick around. He has melee, but he doesn't want to use it. So buff things, fly away, and then spend turns using command powers. So I think for that reason he's probably your best commander, and I think he's an S tier unit. Drones are... Tau don't really have a swarm unit, and the drone isn't really a swarm unit, but like it feels like one, if that makes sense. Like, they're super cheap, and they move fast, and they have hover. But 35 health per model and 3 armor. They're like not quite swarm tier, but they are quite squishy. And their shooting's actually decent, to be honest with you. They get 12 attacks at like 2 to 3 damage at 3 armor pierce. That's just good. That's nice to have. You can definitely bring a few of these guys because they're so cheap. They'll build you a lot of momentum when they die, on top of the fact they can sort of do forward scouting and have a little bit of shooting. So they're pretty good. I think I'm going to put them in... I think I'd put them in A tier, because I don't know if you want to bring them... Because I think that they're more like roster fillers. I don't know if you want to like actively consider them as part of your list. Maybe you do. I have to admit I'm also not a great Tau player, so I'm just going to put them in B because it's safe, and I'm scared of being bullied online. The dudes with the guns. So this is the Fire Warriors, the Pathfinders, and the Breachers. I'm going to group these guys together, only because I don't want to have to repeat myself about their defensive profiles, but they do all serve a different purpose. So, jumping to that, their defensive profiles. There is a pretty minor variation in HP and evasion. Broadly speaking, if an attack is effective against one of these units, it is effective against all of them. The differences aren't completely meaningless, but they are certainly middling on meaning, and that meaning is squishy. For their points, they are squishy. They're quite easy to kill. They also share movement point and model counts as well, so that's another thing. But like I said, they all do fairly different things. Fire Warriors are your standard boots on the ground sort of guys. If you want a cheap body, well, you'd probably bring drones actually, but these guys can do a little bit more damage. To be honest with you, I don't think you want to take the base gun most of the time. I think the main draw of the Fire Warrior strike team is the pulse rifle. They received a buff, actually, that makes them a bit better, because before they were kind of outclassed by Pathfinders. But now with that 10-point buff, if you bring the Pulse Rifle, the whole unit comes to 85 points, which is not too bad. The Pulse Rifle does alright damage. It is basically just a slightly worse Gauss Blaster, at least in raw damage. But because you're Tau, your accuracy is probably going to be better. And because it's such a long-range weapon, it gives you a lot of marker-light utility. Like, I think now with that, I think that 10 points genuinely pushes Pulse Rifle Fire Warriors from being just okay to being really quite good. And I think there's room to play around with these a lot more now. People before were just kind of spamming Ion, but I think you could bring a lot of Pulse Rifles now and get some really good use out of it, because they're basically immortals, like firepower-wise, a little under, but they cost less points, and they have marker lights. The fact that they're more accurate means they might kind of level out on damage anyway, so... I would have put them in C tier before, but I think I'm going to put them in B tier now, and maybe they can go as high as A, if people play around with this and it turns out to be really good. Tau got quite a few changes, so there's going to be a lot of stuff in here that I'm not super sure about. And these guys are one of them, but I think they're quite improved by that 10-point change. Pathfinders, these were the guys that everyone was taking before. Don't take the standard gun, because it's the same as the one the Fire Warriors get, you just pay more points for it. If you bring these guys, it's for the Ion Rifle, and as a result, they kind of cost effectively 120 points per. But the Ion Rifle does fuck. It does do a shitload of damage, and the overcharge pushes this even higher. With any of the shot count buffs, commander buff, auto hit buff, these guys can tear stuff down from quite a range. Bring them, they're good, they make a great core gun line. A tier, even though they're very squishy for the points. Breaches! Breaches were definitely high A tier last patch, maybe even S tier, but they've received 2 pretty significant nerfs, and I think I want to take a second to like appreciate the nerfs that they got in it, because I think the devs made a good idea, made a good change, right? They could have just nerfed the damage on their guns, but they didn't do that, and I think this is good. They left the damage on their guns really quite high, so the unit still feels really punchy, but they took away some of the kind of action calling it abuse is weird, but like action economy abuse, because they did have 2 free abilities. They used to have marker lights, so they could just marker light whatever they were shooting at and have almost perfect accuracy and just shit damage. On top of the fact their grenade reduced evasion, whilst also costing 0 action points. So they just run up, throw their grenade, pop marker lights, and then just delete that unit. They still do a lot of damage. If the thing they're shooting at has been marker lit by something else, it's still really good. If there's another breacher, they can support with a grenade. But the grenade now costs an action, and they don't have marker lights. This is a pretty significant nerf, but I kind of like the nerf they went with. It does knock them down to B tier, though, because like they can't just insta-delete things anymore. They're going to miss some of their shots. The accuracy hurts. Stealth suits. So these guys were like the absolute menace of Tau before the patch. So they were easily the best unit in the roster because they had old stealth, which was kind of busted. On top of the fact, as a unit, they were just a little undercosted. This has sort of been amended, right? Now that stealth has been changed, that's already a big nerf to the unit. And the Fusion Blaster, which was the gun most people were taking because it was really good, has been nerfed by 10 points. So now they are actually having to pay a pretty reasonable amount for the superior firepower. This is good. This leaves them kind of fine. I'd knock them down from S to A as a result of this. They're still super good. Stealth is still super powerful. They still do all the stuff they did before. They're just not really obnoxious. I think they're still an A tier unit. It is worth noting, though, they're the only battlesuit that doesn't count as a vehicle, and the fact that the devs obviously went through and fixed this by making the other battlesuits vehicles for purposes of like looters and hive guard, this is clearly a deliberate change, so that is an actual thing that's worth knowing about the unit. They're quite tanky, and they don't count as vehicles for anti-vehicle specific weapons. The unit itself, from like what actually, not just talking about what changed, talking about the unit, it's like, you know, initially, if you didn't already know. It can take the base gun, the burst cannon, which by itself is pretty good. If you're not against an army where the Fusion Blast is going to be useful, like an elite-ish army or a lot of heavies, then the burst cannon is actually a plenty fine take. You have a choice of drones. You can pick between either a shield drone, which comes by default, and just because they're a 7 armor unit for 120 points, the shield drone does make them pretty hard to kill, along with the stealth putting them on the objective. If you take this is kind of like the I'm just going to sit on an objective and you have to fucking come here and get me off it build, which is really good. You can take the gun drone. Given the gun drone changes, this is now better than it was, but like, I don't know. I don't think I'd take it. It's just an extra 12 weak shots. I wouldn't really bother, even if it is free. The marker light maybe has some use, given that stealth suits can stealth and have a jump pack. They could get into some enemy lines and like start marking things from really far away, which can set up broadsides. Well, in theory it can set up broadsides, but we'll get to that. So I think they're B tier, right? They're still not B tier, sorry. I think they're A tier. They're still really good. They're just not obnoxious. I'd probably take the base loadout more than I would have before, but the Fusion Blasters are still good. You just have to actually pay for them now, and unlike before where like 20 points is kind of like whatever. The broadside, speaking of, so the broadside, I want to love this unit so much. Railguns are so cool, but it's just not good. It's been buffed. I think it's maybe C tier now for a couple of reasons. It was D tier, maybe it's still D tier. It was definitely D tier before the patch because it was just garbage. But we'll go through it. The primary reason to bring the broadside is that it's got very, very long ranged AT. It does about 140-ish armor piercing 8 damage across like almost the whole fucking map. It's got absolutely massive 5 to 12 range. This used to sit at optimal 10, but has been changed to optimal 8. This sounds like a nerf, because, oh, now I have to be closer to get my most accuracy. It is not a nerf, this is a buff. It means it can actually use goddamn marker lights. Because the marker lights have a capped range of 8. So if you marker light something and are shooting an optimal range, you will actually get the 10 accuracy boost, which is a big deal. But let's talk about some of the problems, right? First up is the huge price tag of 220 points. For a unit that both doesn't really want to and can't really use its bulk. It is extremely slow. It has a melee attack, but the melee attack isn't anything to write home about, and because it's not that deadly, and it can't fire its gun within 5 tiles, which is more than its movement range, so if something gets next to it, it can't shoot back. Secondly, this unit suffers the most out of any unit in the game from single shot syndrome. If you miss, that is 220 points wasted, just gone. There have been some, like, a couple minor changes to try and address this, I feel, where the accuracy fall-off has gone from 10 to 7. It can use marker lights now if you actually get into optimal range, which puts your accuracy up to 90 instead of the old, what would have been at best 80 without buffs from like a commander. But that's still 1 in 10 is considerably better than a 1 in 5 chance to just waste 220 points, right? But it's still not ideal. You'd rather it just hit the thing. And if you put a commander with it, it will. But if the enemy has any like evasion, that's going to knock it down even more, especially if against sisters or something, right? It's better, which is probably what's keeping it out of D tier now, but it's not great. Because not only is it a single shot syndrome, you might just miss, the damage isn't that good. It's just not that good. 140 damage is worse than a Locust Heavy Destroyer, which is both cheaper and, frankly, tankier because of reanimation protocols and being split across 2 units. Kind of the only things that this guy has going for him are the missiles. They help out quite a lot. The anti-infantry missile is decent because it's got a range of 8 and it costs no AP. So if you're already in railgun range, you can also just like delete an infantry unit while you're there. And that's nice. And it's also got the Seeker missile, which is guaranteed to hit mark-light targets for a little less damage than the railgun. It's about 120 damage, but being guaranteed is super nice. I think he's a C tier unit now, right? He's gone from just complete garbage to usable, but just not great. The fact that he can actually use marker lights and that his optimal range it wants to be standing in is now the same range as his infantry anti-infantry missiles means it can actually get use out of like doing 2 actions in 1 turn instead of just kind of shooting something, walking in, missiling something, and then shooting something with worse accuracy. But I still don't think it's great. It needs either a decent points drop or the railgun just needs to hit harder. Like, it won't reliably kill a elite infantry model. Like, it won't reliably kill a Megalob. It will not reliably kill a Terminator. And 2 of them will not reliably kill, like, a land speeder or a tank. 2 broadsides should be able to kill a tank, I think. Or at least put it down to its last legs. If you're going to pay 440 points for the privilege. They're really, really cool, okay? So you can bring them if you like them, but they are quite bad. C tier, low C tier too, I think. Even if they are now sort of usable. Ghost Keel. It's like the stealth suits, but big. So stealth suit is, I think, an A tier unit, and the reason for that is because it's basically another unit that just it makes the Dreadnought, the Blood Angels Dreadnought, really sad. It costs like 5 points more than the Dreadnought, but it's just better. It has the same defensive profile, except it has stealth. It has an inbuilt flamer on top of its normal gun, and its melee is better. Like, this guy just... I hate using the word mog, because I don't like associating myself necessarily with that like, crowd of the internet. But this mogs the fucking Furioso Dreadnought so hard. Like, what's the Dreadnought gonna do? Anyway. Super good. I used to think he was kind of outclassed by stealth suits, but that's not really true. Why not just bring more stealth, you know? You can use this to sneak up and flame units. Having an invisible unit with the flamer is very scary, because it's very hard to position around. The Fusion Blast is nice for damage. The Punch is nice for damage. It's just good. I wouldn't bring shitloads, because he doesn't, like, he struggles to carry his own weight and damage points-wise. But the utility of having one is, as like a sneaky flamer threat mainly, is really good. And he's really bulky too. Actually, beta. I'm gonna knock him down from A to beta. The stealth suit changes obviously hurt him a bit too. Crisis suits, So crisis suits are a little pricey, maybe. They cost 190 points at base. And they're one of these 3 unit elite style, one of these 3 model elite style units. But unlike other versions of the units, they don't get any melee. The trade-off for this, I guess, is that they're battle suits and they don't need it. They can just use their guns because they can't be engaged, and their guns are fine. The burst cannon is decent. Being stuck at AP2 kind of hurts, but it will do okay. It'll perform okay into like medium infantry and less. The flamer it's a 2-tile flamer. You bring the flamers when you need the flamers. We've spoken about them a lot, I think, throughout this this video. And I don't want to have to keep repeating myself about the flamers. You know how these operate. What I will say, though, is that because these guys have inbuilt jetpacks, they're very mobile flamers, so they're a little better on these guys than they are on other units in the game. And finally, the fusion blasters. The fusion blasters cost a few points, but they just do great damage. 2 shots each for 3 models means you can hit, like, if all of them hit, which isn't super unlikely given that your Tau, that's like 210 damage at AP6. That's good. That's just pretty good. You can, like, almost kill a land speeder with that, and that's valuable. Beyond that, they have the missile launcher. So the missile launcher does, I'm fairly sure it does cost an action point to use, but it doesn't have a cooldown. It only has 3 shots, but it doesn't have a cooldown, so you can just, on your way, you can just start deleting swarm units from a distance, which is super duper nice. I think I'd put them in B tier. You kind of want a mix of infantry and crisis suits. Maybe they could go in A tier, like low A. The flamers are really nice sometimes. Situationally A tier. I think I'm going to put them in... Oh, God, if I was a Tau player, I'd know where to put these guys. I'm going to put them in B. B for don't bully me. Final 3 units. The Riptide. I like the Riptide. Everyone likes the Riptide. It's a big mech. It's big. It's stompy. It's got a big gun. It's one of these 300 point units. So it's finally gotten the battlesuit keyword, so it's now usable. Like I said, I rate it. I'm gonna rate it as B tier, I think. And I rated it as B tier in the draft, assuming it would get the battlesuit keyword, because without the battlesuit keyword, it was like D tier. Not because the unit itself was bad, but because literally any trash melee unit could just tie it up in combat, and now it's fucking useless. Anyway, though, the main draw of the Riptide is that it's insanely bulky and it's got a really big gun. Funny that. It's got 9 armor and an inbuilt 10% damage reduction and a healthy 420 health. So he's very hard to bring down. His evasion isn't super high, but like in raw numbers, if he can just eat more bullets than both the Bloodthirster and the Hive Tyrant. He doesn't have any melee, but no, he doesn't need it. He's got his gun, and you can pick between either the heavy burst cannon or the ion. I'm gonna say now, don't take the ion gun. It's a points upgrade for just a worse weapon. I mathed it out basically, and the ion gun is only better against AP9, and even then, it's only better by like 20 damage, and only if you overcharge it. That's just not worth it. Just bring the heavy burst cannon. It will do better against almost every single target, and not significantly worse against the heaviest stuff. The burst cannon is also a much better target for the Khorne Fireblade buff. Let you delete a character, get more damage. One thing I will say is, even though the damage numbers are really good, it suffers... This is probably one of the worst victim of shot speed in the game, because the projectiles are really slow and the fire rate is very high. So anything with like 5 models, you're going to waste a lot of damage, unfortunately. But it is really good against like 3 model things and single model things. Like, it's really good against like Terminators, it's really good against Meganobs, it's really good against vehicles and characters and monsters. And it can hurt 5 model things, but it is just a bit less efficient. Overall, I'd put it at B tier because with the Khorne Fireblade, you can get some pretty eye-watering guaranteed damage. But he's a 300 point unit, so you'd really hope it could do a lot of damage, and he's really bulky. There's not much more to say about it than that. Now, it's just now that he has the battlesuit keyword, you might actually see him in lists. He's actually usable. Hammerhead gunship. It comes with a gun drone, which, you know... jumping back to Riptide. Just very quickly. The secondary gun on the Riptide is probably the best secondary weapon in the game, in my opinion. it's still kind of chip damage, but like it's premium chip damage. Good shot count, good damage, and AP5? This is Waitrose chip damage. If you don't live in the UK, that joke might not make sense to you, but trust me, it's posh, it's bougie, it's good. Anyway, the Hammerhead. Gun drone. The gun drone's whatever, right? It's a gun drone, it's fine. We're not going to talk about that. You know how gun drones work. We've spoken about this a little bit already, it's fine. It's just a little bit of extra firepower, it's whatever. It's not a great secondary weapon, to be honest with you. But the ion gun, that's good. It's got an annoying range where it can only shoot if something is at least 5 tiles away. 5 to 10 is long, but it is a restrictive range. But the damage is chunky. AP5 with 3 shots at 60 to 90 damage is significant. And it hits a very respectable, like, nearly 300 damage average. If you... Oh, I should have tested this. Sorry, guys, I didn't test this. In the previous patch, the Kader Fireblade shot buff gave you an extra shot, which is a big deal. That's like a 25% damage increase. I do not know if it still does that now that that's been nerfed to 20%. I would have to test it. If it does, that combo's still good. Especially with the auto hit, it's another character deleter that can do it at a slightly longer range and for slightly less points than a Riptide can. That's sort of the main draw of it, in my opinion. Very good character sniping, and then you can start dishing out damage to, like, heavies after that. And that is B tier. The railgun, it's a meme, okay? It's just a meme. It got the same changes that the broadside gun did, but like you're paying way more points for it. And yeah, this one actually does do reasonable damage. 160 to 220 means it's guaranteed to kill a heavy infantry model that doesn't have like some defensive boost, and 2 of them would be pretty likely to kill a vehicle, like a heavy vehicle. But it's just it's gonna miss. What if you miss, right? Oh no. It's so swingy. It's funny, but it's real swingy. Don't bring it. Or do if you're just fucking built different and you wanna meme on your opponent a bit. Roll those dice. See how you do. I wouldn't bring it. It's not good. It's not consistent, which is like a big deal if you're trying to play like seriously. Consistency is usually slightly higher on the pecking order than just big numbers. But big numbers are funny. B tier. Railgun's bad. Funny, though. S tier, funny. The Piranha. Okay. I'm gonna level with you, everyone. We've made it to the end of the video. I've never used the fucking Piranha in my entire life. And I didn't want to for this video, because it just seemed really boring. I'm putting it in question mark tier, because I don't know. It looks fine. It's a fast attack. It's got a decent-ish little gun. It's got 6 movement. It's got 7 armor. All of this sounds fine. Please forgive me, this was a really long thing to make. I don't know how good this is. If you're a Tau player, let me know. Never used it, sorry. But that's Tau. I had to rewrite this section completely, because originally I was going to talk about how Tau were in a weird spot, that they were kind of, power-wise against all the other factions, it was sort of balanced, but their internal balance was really bad, and they were really obnoxious. It was basically just a few units running the show. And it was really hard to justify using anything else, and they felt very obnoxious to play as and against. A lot of these have been fixed. Stealth is less obnoxious. Stealth suits are a little less worse, which means other things can kind of do stuff now. Fire warriors are, like, I think possibly pretty good now, so they're not completely outclassed by Pathfinders. Breachers received a deserved nerf and are now less obnoxious while still being pretty punchy. Broadsides are usable, if not good. Riptides are usable and probably decent. And other than that, they just seem to be fine. I don't think their overall power level will have shifted too much, but they're just in a bit of a healthier spot. And that's everybody. Thanks for watching, or listening rather. I'd be amazed if you actually watched physically with your eyeballs this whole thing. So far, the game... Oh god, I hope Ashima the Tyrant don't come out before I finish this, and I'll have to make it again. And make another 4... Maybe I'll follow up if I get this out before they're out. If they come out before I finish this video, I'll just make another section, it's fine. Anyway, moving on. The game is still pretty ripe for meta shifts. Like, it's not fully developed, I don't think. So if it's not some multiplayer juggernaut like Dota 2 or League of Legends, right? There's a lot of opportunity to get into the game and really shift out the meta and like try some new things and really push stuff. So if you want to do it, get the game, get in here, change some stuff. You could be the guy who finds out that like soul grinders are really good actually, or actually the broadside's really, really good. You just need to play this strategy, or actually, you know, Royal Warden spam is the way to go now. Right? Check it out. Try it. Try the game. It's really fun to play, especially if you're into Warhammer. It helps scratch that tabletop itch. The last thing I really want to talk about before I let you go, well, you can just leave now, I'm not stopping you, right, is a little personal wish list of changes, and if nothing else, these are at least fun discussion points, right? I'd like to see a matchmaking system. This might be kind of difficult to implement because of how the game works, especially, but like a live multiplayer matchmaking system would be really nice. Finding games through the Discord is fine, and that is what I do most of the time, but if you're a new player coming to the game, that is like an extra step you have to go through. And I know it's not a big step, but you'd be amazed how small a barrier it is required to prevent players from doing a thing. Lots of players just won't do this because they don't want to join a random Discord. If there was just a multiplayer button, I'm sure more people would be willing to play the multiplayer. I think in Strategic Command as well, another thing I'd like to see change is that there's a bit of a player 2 advantage. I'm not really sure how you change this, but basically it boils down... It's not always true on every map and for every faction, but most of the time, player 2 is at an advantage in Strategic Command because points are scored at the end of player 2's turn. So player 2 doesn't actually have to hold the objectives, they just have to secure them for the turn, which means they can have the advantage of, like, they can just kill stuff on the point, put some trash unit on it to capture it, and then leave it alone, or a fast unit on it and then move that fast unit off. They don't have to try and hold it and withstand enemy fire. This makes it harder. It's not too big a deal because most of the time, especially if anyone's running a tournament, games will be played, you play player 1 and then you play player 2. But I'd like to, I don't even know what you'd do, because maybe you could score at the end of both players' turn, but that kind of gives player 1 an advantage. I don't know. It's not like the biggest, it's not a deal breaker, right, but it's something I'd like to see maybe looked at. And finally, this is like a long shot. I would love to see Lord of War units added to this game, like just real big boys. Khorne Lord of Skulls, Tal Storm Surge, like a Norn Queen for Tyranids, Knights, all that sort of stuff. Maybe you add like a 4K points tier to the game and they're only allowed in that points tier, or they're only allowed on specific maps because they'll have to take up a bigger size or something, right? I'm a big guy enjoyer. Whenever I paint Warhammer miniatures, they're the big guy. I just like painting the big guys, and I'd love to see a game mode in here where you can bring Lord of War units. I just think that'd be really cool. Anyway, thanks for watching, or more likely listening to the video. I hope you have. Let me know what you think about the game. If you've got any points in the comments, I'd love to hear them. I'd do my best to respond to all of them because I'm not expecting this to get loads of traction. So there'll only be like 3 comments. It should be pretty easy for me to do. And I hope you just have a really lovely day. Thanks for listening.